And with those beautiful pictures of Tallinn and the crown, the main event crown trophy, we are welcoming you to Kings of Tallinn and the festival of 2026. I'm Wise Guy and I'm joined by Rasmus Sivonen, Finland. Welcome to the commentary table and the booth.
Thanks a lot for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. And did you enter the main event yourself?
Yes, I did. But this time, not good for me, but can't always win.
No, you can't always. We're going to talk a bit more about Rasmus's wins because he has a lot of them as well later on. But I think we're ready to head over to the table, the feature table, when we come to day 3 here in the main event, the €1,100 buy-in. And this is the first table that we will familiarize ourselves with today. And for those of you who tuned into the streams earlier this week, you will recognize one at least, I think even two that we had on the feature table the other day. But in seat number 1, we have the winner of the 555 championship that we live streamed till the end on Tuesday. So was that an event you entered as well?
Oh no, I actually got here just after that event.
Yeah.
I was looking at the stream and Martin was very convincing in his play actually.
Yeah, yes he was. And he put on a nice little clinic almost for us on that final table. So it'll be interesting to see how he fades here today in this field. And he's coming in about an average stack. He's a bit on the shorter side of this on this table with 130,000 in chips. Then we have the table chip leader in seat number 2, Antoine Franken from the Netherlands. Seat number 3, also a rather big stack, 296,000 for Elvis Kergalvis of Latvia. Then, countryman of yours, Rasmus, in seat number 4, Joel Holmberg, the table short stack with 85,000. And you said that's not a face you're too familiar with, even though being Finnish?
Unfortunately not. There's 2 Finns. None of them I know, but I'll be cheering for them definitely, our countrymen.
Yeah. You're allowed to, that's fine.
Oh, great, great.
And yeah, we'll off with the first hand of the feature table of day 3 here in the big main event. You see in the top right corner, 135 players made the money yesterday, bagged up and coming back now for day 3 and also playing the entire day of today. I don't think we will reach the final table today, but maybe the 2 remaining tables then to start today tomorrow. We'll see how long this day goes, but we will for sure be in for some 10-11 hours of play during the day. And if you're watching this through different platforms, we have them on Twitch and different Facebook channels. Also, the main channel is OlyBet on YouTube, OlyBet Poker. So that's where the chat is, that you can connect with us in the chat if you have any questions for me or Rasmus, or if you just want to cheer for someone special on this table. As we now have our first flop of the day as well. And 6-7.
Indeed.
You said I'm not allowed to use those.
No, even I have been told that I'm too old for it,
Exactly.
so let's cut that off.
But nevertheless, we have connecting with the flop here for Martin. 6-5 was the hand he defended in the blind with against the open for Evhen, that we also have had on the feature table the other day.
Decides to lead out. It's okay on this texture.
Yeah.
With the double 6-7.
And good start of the day for Martin then. Taking down a few chips, defending the big blind. And then we have someone sitting out. Now he was just stepping away from the table shortly. And that's also from Finland, Aleksi Naski, that we've seen on a few feature tables during the years here in Tallinn. Plays here a lot during the series, and I know at least we had him on a few bigger final tables during both the Kings of Tallinn and the WSOP circuit events the last few years. So he's used to playing under the spotlights. And seat number 7 on the end of the table is the only home player at this table right now, Estonian Risto Pärnat. And completing the table, seat number 8, Marius Paraisis of Lithuania. And you said that's a face you remember from maybe when you played in Vilnius the other month?
I think so, yeah. With Marius, maybe played a bit, but not that much. So
oh, look at this for a start for Martin.
on the small blind as well.
And we got some comments actually that when we had Martin on the stream last day that he was looking a lot at the tournament clock, and he seems to be doing that as well as today. And even that his friend to the left here, Antoine, reminded him that we do have a clock here on the stage as well, since he was looking at the one in the ballroom, I think.
So some fireworks starting off on the first hand.
Yes.
Raises to 3.2.
How do you like that blind versus blind?
Definitely a sizing I would use. So standard. They are playing about 25 blinds, so this might even be a pre-flop just all in. But let's see how Antoine plays it. 9's a tricky spot here. On the start of the day, maybe some players will tend to play it more passively. Don't want to go out on a start, but he decides to do that and call it off.
So blind versus blind, and Queen 8-2 with 2 spades. No spades for either player here. So let's see. Most likely to see a continuation from Martin here, right?
Yes, I would see some continues, but actually on a board like this, he can also consider just checking it and protecting the range. But most usually, I would think he would continue here. Especially with no spade on his hand.
Goes for the bet here now, and the full pot, 40k. The blue chips are 5k, and then we have the yellow 50k chips as well.
Quite a large sizing on this flop.
Goes full pot here. And has just 85k behind as well, so Antoine gives it up.
Disciplined fold.
Yep.
But I guess he is thinking that there will be a definite all-in on the turn, so saves his chips this time.
And here we have now Teresa Nusiainen, our tournament director, on the stage as well. And as we said, this is the first hands of day 3, so we haven't missed anything. You can see on the screen below, behind the players, that we are down to 132 players, so we lost 3 players on the outer tables on the very first hands. And of course there will be a lot of quick eliminations because there are people just folding their way into the money yesterday, coming back with just a few blinds for day 3.
Indeed, the players will be dropping like flies on the start.
Yeah,
maybe that's also why some of the players think they will be playing more passively on the start.
Yeah, because there are pay jumps, of course, coming up. And
this blind especially was looking quite short in general in the chips.
Yeah.
With just a few players above average.
And the buy-in for the tournament was 1,100. These players all locked up 2,000 euros by making it into the money. And then once we're down to 119 players, we have our first pay jump of the day when we are up to 2.2k. And if we look at the big numbers at the final table, 9th place will take 16,200. And up top, third prize, 77,150. Second gets 112,900 euros, and up top 169,500 euros. So big numbers, both in terms of number of players, over 1,000, and of course big first prize to be conquered by someone tomorrow, because this is ending tomorrow and we will live stream it all the way till the end. As now Antoine limping in the small blind, finding the 9. And Elvis, with just not connecting with that board, decides to just fold. And we're on to the next one.
Some quick hands here.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are maybe settling in still on the table, seeing how the stacks are and waking up basically.
And here we have it. Confirmation of the payouts I was just referring to.
So 169 on top is great money to be had on this tournament.
Yeah. It's a 1 million guarantee, so just about the numbers with 1,000 players, then 1,033 entries total.
So 8-handed playing, ace 8, yep, decides to let it go. Maybe the better decision on this. Well,
Yeah,
this one won't be letting go at all.
Makes it 10 to go. Alexei Naski, as you can see, only sat with about 15 big blinds to start the hand. And Marius not entering his first pot of the day just yet, and I don't think Martin will either. 9-7 on the button for Antoine.
You can see there's actual deliberation on his face.
Yeah. Eventually decides to let it go. Elvis 3 high has folded, and it's just a pickup of blinds and ante for Alexei Naski.
No
Of course.
resistance.
Yep. And we are playing with the big blind ante format, which means that the player in the big blind will pay, in this case, then 5,000 big blind and 5,000 for the ante for the entire table. And we are 5 minutes off the next level. We are playing 1 hour levels, so shortly the 3,000 and 6,000 blind level will come into play. Nice to see some table talk going on as well on the table. We're usually rather quiet, these tables. Players that haven't been too familiarized with playing under the lights on the TV table, but it's always nice when we get some chants going and some talking on the table as well.
Yeah, it does actually affect, in my opinion, the play a lot when you're not used to the lights and the final, well, not this the final table, but a feature table in this case.
Yeah.
Ooh. Martin
Wow.
waking up. Hijack on the kings. Will there be a clash? Let's see.
Yeah. Probably not with Antoine. And also Elvis has quickly folded. What about our guys in the blinds? Don't see Joel entering the pot, but let's see in the big blind then Evhen 6-4 off.
With the min raise, we will be seeing a flop in this hand.
Yeah.
King in the window, always nice to see.
Always nice, and small connection for Evhen as well. Finds the bottom pair and the backdoor flush, but of course Martin looking at that tournament clock.
Yeah, that could be something to keep an eye out for if he is looking at it when he has the good hands. Last time he chose a big sizing when he was pretty nutted, so we will see how he plays this, especially with top set. Don't need too much protection, but obviously the board is pretty wet, so he decides to go very small, 25% here. Gonna be a quick call, is that so? Or he
raised. Wow.
Yeah, I actually like the raise here with the bottom pair. It's good. It's a good combo to sometimes raise, but the timing definitely is not on Jeven's side here.
No, not this time.
Maybe he has also some information from the previous final table where they played together, thinking that Martin will be folding here quite often with the small sizing especially.
And now then, if you put yourself in Martin's position, we'd just flop the top pair and we've been checked raised on this flop.
Oh, definitely slow play it.
Yeah.
Should 100% only call. Oh, a bit of noise on the side here.
Yeah.
looking at maybe that, not the tournament clock this time. Yeah, and decides to call it. Hoping for a blank turn. Anything but 6, 8, 7, 5 on those low cards. Yes, I think Martin is happy to see that ace. Even some of the bluffs Jevin would have on the flop are improving to 2 pairs or top pair now.
Yeah.
But for Jevin's playing point, doesn't look so good. The ace, some ace high calls from Martin get there.
Yeah.
So decides to slow down.
Yeah, a lot of ace X's, of course, in the range of Martin when he raises. And not a dream card for Martin either to get the action from Evan, of course. He would have seen something else to get Evan continuing to bet on this one, but probably now this is the last thing that will happen in this hand before we see Evan folding, but never know.
If he bets tiny, I can see some chances of Jevin trying to steal it off, but maybe he will just let it go and take the safe route out. I would also prefer that, but in the end, was just that.
And we were talking about the YouTube chat. We can see that Christopher Carlin is in there, our live reporter. Seems like he's having fun in the chat as well. But we also have the Matrix, who wrote that I heard he's a solid Lithuanian pro, emperor of the Vilnius, they say. And then I don't know if you're talking about Marius in the 8th seat or if you're talking about Rasmus here, because he's not Lithuanian, but he's for sure the emperor of Vilnius poker at the moment, right?
Well, not the emperor, I'd say, since last time the main event was won by a different Finn, but
true.
But yeah, I have been doing very well in Lithuania, and I'm always happy to go there.
Yeah, and now we had, was it the showdown the other month?
I think it was Acebreaker or
Acebreaker,
showdown.
yeah. And you took 2 trophies.
Yes, 2 trophies. Wow, what a bad run with 2 second places. Okay, of course I'm kidding. Yes, two first places, and one of them being the 555 championship. That was a 3-day event, so a big field. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah.
And the opening event, Texas as well. So no limit tournaments went very well.
Yeah. But you also played, I know you played the Sweden, but do you play the mixed games regularly as well?
I'm mostly a NL player, but I did want to dabble in Sweden over there. The field was looking pretty fun, maybe not the softest, with some prominent names in actually Sweden players.
Yeah.
Back to the game. Will most likely be opening this. He's very short, so decides to go it. And with just 14 point something blinds, Jevhen does have a very borderline decision on the small blind. It would be a big hit to his own stack. That's also something to consider, leaving him very short. But let's see.
Let's let it go. And Alexei folding the Jack 5. So pick up of blinds and ante for Joel Holmberg, Finland.
We'll be happy to see this result.
Yeah, for sure. And now we can see in the background that we are on the new level. So it's 3,000, 6,000 blinds, and big blind ante 6,000. And we also see that we've lost a few more players. We're down to 129, but as Rasmus said earlier, we expect them to exit like flies in the beginning here, because there were, I think, about 20 players with 10 big blinds or slightly less coming into this day. So of course there will be a lot of all-ins on the outer tables as well.
The pay jumps also not being too big. I'd imagine all the medium stacks as well are not too afraid to collide.
Exactly. And looking at the overall chip leader, Shaul Weinstein, Israel, 795k coming into day 2. And second place, home player Magnus Puk of Estonia, 723k. And there are some big notable names, of course, in this field still. We do know that Juha Helppi is still in the field on about an average stack or slightly below. And looking through the list as well. We have Johan Storåkers of Sweden, prominent player as well.
Martin picking up a very good hand again.
Yeah, he's
Is this
really get the momentum here now.
Is this the hand that we were told about? Maybe Ace Queen with the cards.
Maybe, I think maybe it was later, but we'll see what develops in this one. But
nevertheless, a very strong hand again for Martin. So with the early position open, Alex is thinking about a 3-bet with his shorter stack, 3-betting and folding.
And of course, for us who have seen the hands, we know that Martin hasn't done it with just air.
No,
he's
not
had
at all.
a few big hands, but Alexi doesn't know that.
Oh.
Oh, look at this.
Good morning from the blind.
Wow.
So 100k stack will be just sent into the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to look a bit weak
Oh,
before
yes.
shoving.
You can see he's trying not to smile,
Yeah,
I think.
exactly.
But with Ace King, it, of course you feel good, but you always have those horror stories of, oh, what can they have? It's like 3-bet already in there, and you're looking usually to flip when you get called.
And Martin now double checking his cards.
Even if it is Ace Queen, it's an interesting spot, but with the 3-bet in the middle.
Okay, you can see Martin thinking it over, and actually since we are on a delay here, we are told by our producers that we do have an error in the card reading here, so you will eventually see that Martin's hand is actually not the Ace Queen, but we're not going to spoil too much. We're going to wait for his decision here first. Double checking the cards and looking at the tournament clock again. And decides to ship it all in, which of course makes the decision very easy for Alexi now.
Will take a few seconds to keep his
Yeah,
image
just to
of
show,
not,
show that he wasn't doing this.
Yes, I have
He's
to
trying
think
to
about
look
it.
like he has a hard decision now. Oh, do I have to let my queens go here? But he folds the Ace-9, and now you will see the error we were talking about here, because it's actually not Ace-Queen for Martin. He has the aces.
Wow. So that's a cooler for Ace King, of
yeah,
course.
have you seen the starting hands that this guy's had the first? I mean, we know that he played really well when he won the championship the other day, but today he's just got the cards as well, so this guy will be dangerous today. But let's see. They're of course outs. We haven't seen elimination yet. Ace King could
Not out
conquer
of the
this
race
one.
yet, but does need some help on the flop right away.
Yeah. So 10 jacks or queens would be nice, or a couple of kings, of course, could save him, or 4 clubs.
Only thing going for him is that the last ace is out of the race, but then again, that's
Yeah.
out of his Broadway, so has to hit the lower straight actually. So
Oh, there's the king of clubs. Oh,
Always
look
as
at
well.
this. So he
Backdoor
has
clubs.
kings and backdoor clubs, yes. Immediate outs are
Oh,
kings.
yeah.
Ooh, flush draw added, so
it's never easy.
is it going to be?
Oh,
Oh, look
wow.
at this, guys. Wow.
So
I was talking like Risto was already out, and you know
Oh.
that's what I get for that, because surely the aces were a big favorite.
That's
But
incredible to see. It's brutal spot for both of them. Obviously, they played their cards, just go in the middle, and that's what happens this time. But oof, that leaves Martin now one of the shorter ones on the table. Massive big up for the big blind Ace-King push here.
yeah, up to 51 bigs now for Risto Pärnat.
Oh wow.
Nice double up and more, because of course also the race of Alexei in the pot. So nice hand for Risto Pärnat. And for those of you cheering for the home country, that's good news. And if you're on the side of Martin, unfortunately, he's lost big chunks of his stack, but still in.
Seem to be changing the deck now, so
Yeah.
hopefully we will not have any more of those misreadings.
Exactly. Normally it works just perfect, these, but of course it's technique that we are working with, so might happen. But now at least new deck is in place, and maybe a bit. That's good for Martin, because there was a cold one for him.
Yeah, I was
even
thinking.
though flopping topset with kings previously, but that last hand was not what he expected and wanted, of course. So while we wait for the next hand, Rasmus, have you been? You said you came to the series a bit late, but you've been playing a few tournaments before the main as well.
I actually came straight to the main, so that was on first day. One of the latest 1C.
Okay.
I went into that and hopefully was gonna get a stack. I did get one, like 66k, which was below average. Made today too. Unfortunately, Westerlund took all of my chips on the first hour.
Jenny?
So, yeah, Jenny.
Okay.
Jenny being a very good player.
Yeah.
Did both up on me, and I was out of the race that time.
Jenny Westerlund winning the main event of the WSOP circuit events in Tallinn last summer, and just being confirmed that it's coming back in July as well, the circuit events to Tallinn. So see if she gets a chance to defend the crown as well.
Hope so.
But maybe you don't want it yourself?
Of course I want it, but
Now then, Alexei, slightly better hand than he had when he tried a 3-bet with ace-9. Now opening with the ace-jack off.
again picks up the blinds.
Yes.
His stack almost reaching playability now, with especially the table dynamic. His position looks okay, as the later stacks are bigger than his. But on front of him, a lot of shorter ones.
Yeah, and down to 118 players, as we can see now in the top right corner, which means that we have made the first pay jump of the day. 2.2k is what they are guaranteed right now, and from the early exits this day we have Sami Puljainen of Finland and Franke from Schweiberg, among the notable names that are out of this tournament, coming in a bit short today, and also Carl Robert Falk that we saw on the feature table the other day is out of this one.
I'm looking at the list. There's too many Finnish players for my liking.
Yeah. But there are many still in though. Should say
true.
that as well.
It's a very international field.
It is for sure, and yeah, this table we have here has a lot of nationalities, the feature table.
And one of my countrymen has put their chips in the middle. Early position, Jack 10.
Yes, Jack 10 suited for Joel Holmberg. See if we have any takers. Martin with the Queen Jack.
So, Martin, not the easiest decision, definitely. He's not covered by the stack, but I think he might let this one go. It's a strong push from early. Queen Jack, not prime candidate, but he might be a bit steamed up from obviously that bad beat. Can see some frustration on him, definitely.
Yeah, of course. Big spot to get your aces cracked on day 3 in the main event, and
if he does find the call, he will be very happy to see this exact holding.
yeah, does let it go, and of course the correct decision. But if he knew what we know, he would have called. And now, as you said, he's just on that little bit of tilt scale maybe from getting the aces cracked, and also don't want to just blast it off.
He did seem very composed on the last final table, so I'm hoping he can just regain some momentum and get over that hand. It's not easy done, as said, but you just have to do that. It's a cruel sport, this game.
Absolutely, it is. Now then, on to the next one. And completing our first orbit now with the button on the last seat of Marius. And Evan, King, Jack off in the middle position, opening, min 12. On the button then with King, Queen for Marius. Don't think we've seen play the hand yet, right?
Not yet, no, but his holdings have been those that you just look at and throw away. So
Yeah.
this one he will take thought into. Basically all the options open to him. Decides to call it with position. A good play. Let's see if we can make it a threesome or just two players. So I really like Anton's play. Obviously he hasn't played hands yet, but he's always thinking about his decisions, not letting the other players know that he is having a weaker holdings.
Yeah.
And actually does call this one with the dead money in the middle. Well, not dead, but some good equity to be had here. If you remember correctly, Anton was one of the bigger players on the table as well.
He is, yeah, correct. He has a lot of scores already and played this game for a long time. Looking at this Hendon mob, which is where you can track all the live earnings. His total live earnings come up to $1.5 million, so which get him on the 29th place on the Netherlands all-time money list. And a lot of wins as well under his belt, and few recent scores. He took down the 2,200, I should say, high roller during the Dutch Open Poker Series in January last month. So also he has a ring from the WSOP in Europe, Roswell, a few years back. So he's been on a lot of final tables and played this game for a long time.
In this hand, there was a continuation bet and just two folds. I would have maybe liked King Queen to maybe peel one off, but no club on his hand makes it not the best spot.
No. True. And here we have now the updated chip count of the feature table, and you can see that Martin, after those aces cracked, are down in the bottom of the chip counts.
Still 14 blinds to work with.
Yeah. Joel and Antoine having some conversations as well. So yeah, nice to see that their table is opening up a bit and players are talking a bit to each other as well between the hands. As Marius now with a decent hand in the cutoff position, ace-6 suited, unopened so far. Comes with a min raise to 12. And Martin with another premium hand now. This time it should be ace-queen for real as well. So
we'll be just sending it into the middle.
Yeah,
for sure. Looking at the clock.
Yes.
Oh. Announces all in, and if we don't get any more waking cards from the later positions, Marius is maybe going to make the call, but
it's just on the verge, right?
Yeah,
The size of Martin's stack here now. I mean, would
exactly.
if he had 60, 70k, this would be a snap call.
Yeah.
Now it's 85. So let's it
down.
go.
Thinking that Martin is not going light there.
No.
Even after maybe thinking that he is on not tilt maybe, but a little bit steaming.
Yeah, maybe
So-
if it would have been the exact hand
Oh,
after
yeah.
the aces cracked, but now
Yeah.
he's had the time to settle down and get back.
Yeah, and that's some momentum for Martin that we were hoping for.
Yeah.
So
And now we can see you lost another 6 players, just the last hand or so here now, so down to 112. So now, once we get below 100, I think it will be a bit more stabilized with the exit, because now, as we said, a lot of short stack has been almost forced all in the first few orbits on the outer tables, and now big hand under the gun for Evan as well. While we wait for the decision of Risto, we have some interaction in the chat here. So, for example, we had a question from the US who says, good morning. And we are in Tallinn, Estonia, playing the Kings of Tallinn. This is the day 3 of the main event here with the €1,100 buy-in. And this is our feature table. 112 players remaining now, playing down to most likely 2 tables today, and then they're coming back tomorrow to play to a winner. And as far as payouts go, we'll try to pin them in the chat for you as well, but we did touch on that up top. We have €169,000 for the winner, and right now they are guaranteed 2,200, so just to double the buy-in if you are to exit the tournament at this stage. As Antoine now in position, calling with the ace-8 suited, the raise of Evan. And we saw one ace folder there from Elvis in the small blind.
I believe there was also ace-7 of diamonds this hand, so all of the aces have been accounted for. Let's see if we can still get some...
Good news for Joel if he decides to defend here now, which he
well,
probably will.
Well, I think the question is if he is going to push it and pick up that dead money, but decides to call it this time, realize his... well, get to see the flop.
And we have 0 connection with the board for either of the players. We have a backdoor flush possible and some straight out, of course, but see who gets, if it's Evan who will continue on this one to stay aggressive, which he doesn't.
With
Gives
2
the
players in the
chance.
mix, with no hearts, maybe it's an okay hand to take into the checking range. We'll see if Antoine decides to take the opportunity to pick up the pot. At least some backdoors, but not a lot of actual real strength yet. So I'd imagine if he chooses a smaller sizing, like 15,000, Joel might try and call or even go for aggression again if he smells weakness. You can see he's looking at Antoine and doesn't see any weakness. Just goes into the muck, both of them.
Yeah, and same thing for Evan. So Antoine wins the pot and is our table chip leader, 316,000.
Yes, good deliberate actions from Antoine. You can definitely see the experience he has from these bigger buy-ins, being very composed and seeing that they are being passive maybe on that hand and picking it up.
Yeah. And for those of you watching the YouTube channel of OlyBet Poker, we now have the payouts for the at least final table pinned on the chat as well, and the entire information about the tournament, who's still in, and so on. You can find if you go to OlyBet events. You have the schedule for the full series, and then if you click on this event of today, day 3, you will be forwarded to Poker Lens, which has all the names and the latest chip counts as well. And of course also Poker.pro is out doing live reporting that you can follow on both OlyBet and Poker.pro's own channels. But for us, we are concentrating on the feature table, of course, and this is Aleksi Naski of Finland folding under the gun. As our home player, who just doubled up a few hands ago, finds the ace-4 suited and comes with the min 12k raise. Oh, big hand now for Marius.
Okay, so with the stack size, well, kings will be a pure free bet, most likely. But with the sizing decision he will have, Risto might end up calling. Let's see.
You can see him slightly eyeing over at the stack of Risto to decide what sizing he's going to use here. You can see that then Risto is slightly covering, but still two rather big stacks.
Three bets small-ish, so allowing Risto to continue or make some aggressive moves.
30k and 6s for Martin, but easy decision now that it's been 3-betted, I guess.
Well, from this position and this stack size, I would say personally it's a snap fold.
Yeah.
There's not too much worse holdings that do this, and even some of those bluffs that are 3-betting will be calling your all in here. So and having quite a lot of equity against sixes.
Yeah. And now we don't know much about the history between these two, but at least on this table, Marius has been playing tight game the first few orbits, so it's not the. If it would have been the 6th time he 3-bets in 2 orbits, maybe he would have thought about it. But now he goes into the muck, and Antoine has a nice queen 10 suited, but he won't be feeding himself with this one either, I guess.
Checks out Marius's stack, maybe contemplating about a 4-bet, sees that he is short and lays it down. And we will see if there will be the call or some other shenanigans from the ace-4.
Yeah, back to Risto now.
The cameraman anticipating the same thing as me, that there will be a flop.
Yeah, exactly. But we're not there yet. We need a call from Risto Paramount first if we are going to see that flop. And we'll see what decision. Now actually decides to lay down. So Marius has to settle for smaller pot. Still some additional chips, and now we have it down to 111 players in the main event.
Interesting to see. Risto, last hand he folded ace-7, I believe, suited from an early open. Maybe could call it on that spot, and this time folds the ace-4 to the small 3-bet, so keep an eye on that. Maybe he is thinking that the other players are playing too passive for it to be a profitable call.
And amongst those players exiting now, the last few minutes, we have Juho Suutari of Finland, name we recognize, and I think you do as well.
More Finnish players.
Yeah, but still a lot of Finnish players in the field. Juha Helppi being one of them. We have Jari Kurika as well, that we had on the feature table the other day, still in among the Finns. And Lukas Sorainen, that we also had on a few feature tables throughout the years here in Tallinn, is still in this big 100+ players still in the main event.
Okay, so now open from Antoine gonna be probably from hijack. Let's see how he plays as the aggressor now, being in the role of calling on the previous hands.
Yeah.
Gets the players from position to fold. Now has to play against the Evan, and I believe it's Mr. Penttinen now on the big blind. Who is that? Which one of the Finns was that on the big blind?
Aleksi Naski.
That's Alex, yes.
And now building up for the 3-bet, Evan.
Out of position, makes it 42.
Yeah, and just 132 behind, which of course affects the decision of Antoine, and just maybe expect him to take the normal time that he does in all the hands.
Definitely will take his time.
Give any information away this time either. But here we have the fold coming, or not yet. There it is. So you're planning to play anything else before the series are over tomorrow then, this one?
Today is a Valentine's Day event here in Tallinn. It's looking like a fun one.
Was it a tag team version?
Yes, it's a tag team. So 2 players have to play together. And well, I was actually asking Jenny about teaming up, so I'll have to see if we can make that duo happen.
Yeah, okay,
on that.
nice. But it doesn't have to be man-woman.
No, it doesn't have to be this time.
No.
It would be quite a lot smaller field if it was.
Exactly.
Not so many women here, but
no.
actually quite a lot of women players here in Tallinn.
Absolutely.
Even in the normal events. Happy
Yeah.
to see that always.
And actually one of the chip leaders coming into day 3 today in the main event was Kristina Solli of Norway, of course. And she sat with 610k to start the day some hour ago. So, and a few more female players still in the main event. And of course we also had 2 women's event throughout the week. We had the 555 ladies event the other day with 2 tables. So it was nice to see. At least some 20 players in that one as well, as we now have Elvis. We haven't seen Elvis play the one hand, right? Yet?
No, we have not, but again, nothing crazy on his hands.
No.
I think this has been the best hand so far.
Yeah. And Evan calling.
Takes the passive route.
And last time we saw Alexei with an ace-x like this. He 3-betted, but this time out of position and 2 a raise and a call in front of him. He decides to lay this one down.
Doesn't look too happy about it, but makes it
walks over
a
to the
disciplined
phone.
Yeah.
And Risto defending with the 8-7.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 ways to a flop then. I haven't had too many of those yet.
A pretty dry one.
Yeah.
Let's see, probably Elvis will be making a standard continuation here, and the hand should be over pretty often, unless Evan decides to not believe or something, but most likely it will be continuation and just folds.
Here we have it, 21. And at least one quick fold, and this one most likely, yep, there we go, into the mark as well. So small pot for Elvis, but at least he's getting some momentum and winning a pot.
Yeah, it's
always nice.
Especially with the call on the button. There he's picking up 4 blinds, so he's very happy to win the first hand he's played. It's like getting that credibility up and not facing resistance. It feels good. Now he's waking up. You can see smiles on his face and on the
now
other
he
players.
starts talking into it as well. Yeah,
he's loosening up.
Exactly.
So far on this table, pretty standard play. Nothing crazy is happening except for those big hands that have been colliding. Let's see if UL has to collide with something now. Moving with 8s. Oh, it's the Finns colliding.
Oh.
I would imagine if these 2 have been playing together, well, if he knows UL, he will just have to call with this holding. But it's not that monstrous of a good spot for Alexei to call with 7, so let's see what he decides. He's on the verge. Checks if there's going to be payouts and all of that other information to be had to make the best possible decision.
Some 15 more players to go out before we have the next pay jump, so he doesn't have to stall for that reason. But of course, tough decision with 7s here now. Here's it go, all in from Alexei Naski as well. Will we get it 3-handed if we can find something in the blinds? No. So finish all in then. Heads up between Joel Holmberg and Alexei Naski, and Joel, the favorite of course, to double up here now.
But you know what they say, It's always coming 7.
Let's see if that's the case. Will we have a bit of a bad beat this time as well? We'll see about that. But it's Joel Holmberg who's risking his seat in the tournament with the 8s. There's the 9 and no 7 for Alexi.
Happy to see this type of flop. But the only card he is not happy to see is the 7 now.
Yeah. 2 outs, and that's not a 7, so a full double up for Joel Holmberg, and Alexi Naski will be left on a short stack with about 5 big blinds behind. And Joel, of course, happy with that run out.
He will be extremely happy not being able to be called by not too many smaller pairs. I'd imagine it with 6s, it's a fold from that position especially, maybe from the later positions a call, but it's the dream scenario for him on this hand, being called by exactly 7s.
Yeah. Yep, some trouble for Alexi Naski, but he's not out. And as we said, a guy that we have had on many final tables here in Tallinn. We saw him win a high roller in the Festival Tallinn 2022, and he has some other big wins here as well, but then also some big scores. He was second in the six-handed high roller during the Kings of Tallinn Summer Showdown 2023, amongst other scores. And he has a big third place, of course, from the Kings of Tallinn main event 2024 as well.
So not new to this place at all, like a lot of the players here, coming back always to the great festival here in Tallinn.
Yeah, we do get a lot of Finnish players here, and of course I know the chances to play in Finland are not that many, right?
Yeah, unfortunately no. There's only one casino we have in Helsinki, and there's unfortunately not that many tournament series, so we have to travel. But here in Tallinn it's easy to get, and the people here are very nice. So
yeah, now the home player Risto has opened to 12k with the queens.
and picked up the blinds.
Yes, Martin folding the 6-3. Yeah, and you should say that if you are listening and not totally familiar with the easy way of getting here from Helsinki, it's a 2-hour ferry ride, right?
Indeed, yeah. So those go like all the time.
Yeah.
So it's you just get on the ferry and take it here. I'd imagine even if it was harder, the Kings series here is so well known and respected that we would come here anyways.
Yeah.
It was harder. Same to be said for a lot of Swedish and Norwegians, right? Not too many options to play there, so.
No, absolutely, it's the same, even less now in Sweden, and the only casino left closed a few months ago, so just a small club scene, of course, still available, but no big casinos or series. And Marius now in position on the button with 4s. Surely will be targeting the blinds with a 12k or more raise here. Makes it 12 to go.
Yeah, only really worried about Martin here, being on the stack size that he will be pushing or folding mostly. But Anton will be probably defending this. He has been defending wide on these spots. And this is a standard. Oh, actually decides to let it go to Marius. Maybe thinking he doesn't want to play against this stack, being one of the largest on the table, but or maybe showing some signs of strength. I don't know. Nevertheless, lets it go.
Yeah, it does.
Table is looking a bit antsy. They're waiting for something, it seems. The overall atmosphere here is very nice, but it's anticipation is what is in the air in the main event room, it feels like. Players
it's almost like you're approaching a bubble or something,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's like players are dropping and the money is rising, so it's to be expected as well.
Yeah. And now we see our colleague Jason Glatzer arriving as well. I think he might step in together with you in the booth here shortly. And I know he's been busy doing, he also does the daily recap. So in case you want to read all about what happened yesterday or the days before on poker.pro and OlyBet events, you have all the daily recaps, not only about the main event, but also about what the other events ongoing and some other fun shenanigans may be happening in the room or in the location of Hilton and Olympic Casino as well.
Always a good read that.
Yeah.
There's some personalities here. They make it almost like a show in the festival, not even on the tables, but outside of that too.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of fun stuff happening throughout this whole festival of 10 days, which of course also will end with the player party on Sunday. Are you attending?
I might be, yes. I know there is going to be some good action there, so to be said as well.
Exactly. And now Elvis flopping the middle pair and Marius not connecting. He was the one who opened this one though, so let's see if he stays aggressive. The board of 9-10 queen, of course, favors his range more than the defender in the big blind here now, but
it's a pretty shared flop texture, so bet small and probably will be shutting down unless there is some great scare card on the turn. Elvis's hand also not the easiest to play here. Well, the 7 does make it easier to play the 10-8.
Yeah, adding the gut shot as well. I expect this one to go check now, as Marius probably gives up.
With no hearts or clubs, he would have the combo to actually bet here, expecting Elvis to have more of those draw hands.
Yeah.
But it would require quite the large bet here. We'll see what Marius decides. I'm also thinking there will be the check. Checks and glances over at his opponent, what he looks like. Straight coming in.
Straight coming in, yeah.
Although with the hearts, so let's see what Elvis decides. I would like maybe a blocker type bet here, expecting Marius not to be holding too many stronger holdings here. So I'm thinking 20,000 will be the bet from Elvis, even leading out here or looking to check raise, but not sure what that accomplishes on how this hand is placed. Okay, decides to bet maybe a bit larger. Goes for a pot sizing. Going for the home run, basically. Marius will take his time and let it go.
Absolutely so. And another small pickup for Elvis. Let's see if he gets chatty again now, maybe.
Indeed, and he's actually a large stack on the table.
Yes.
But been pretty quiet, but hasn't had any spots to leverage that large stack yet. So we'll have to see if he can also do that.
And now Evan is back on the table, sat out for a couple of hands. Maybe he didn't have time for that toilet break before the tournament started this morning.
Well, yeah, actually, there was so many people coming in. There's a lot of day twos today, so there was a huge line outside. So maybe that is the case.
Yeah, because even though we are on the second floor of the Hilton, you need to register in the casino before coming up to the poker area. So all the players have to go through the casino registration each morning. And knowing poker players, you know, they're not arriving 2 hours before.
No, it's 2 minutes more like.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a few players running for the first hands of today. But now I think at least everyone is seated. As Antoine finds an ace on the button. And then means he'll probably be attacking towards the blinds of Elvis and Joel.
Definitely will be opening it, yes.
Goes for the min 12. And Elvis folding so quickly. Queen deuce, we just catch a glimpse of, and Joel with the king 4.
Might be looking to 3-bet or just call this. Decides to call it. Hasn't seen any information from Antoine that would indicate that he is playing wide. Flops a pair, and actually on this low board with no flush draw especially, he is quite often actually leading out. Let's see if he decides to do that. Should be a smaller size usually. Exactly, 7,000. And with Antoine, Ace-5 is an easy call here, but it doesn't feel too good, obviously. Against the 7,000, can't really fold. Has to play from position and take some more information on the turn, see what develops. But as you can see, he does not look too happy about the lead.
No, not too. And of course, a lot of in the range of the big blind here, defending a lot of low cards and connecting with the board of this type. But he actually goes for the raise here now.
So 22 raised. Interesting. Perhaps looking to target these exact holdings with one pair and not too much extra equity. You're not really looking to make, let's say, 5-7 or 6-7 folding here.
Exactly.
Yellow continues against the smaller raise. See what happens. It's going to be an interesting turn, nevertheless, what comes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, so that's the 7. Both players with one pair on this very dynamic board. Antoine and Joel both have a heart blocking those back doors, but they don't have too much implication on this. Seeing how Antoine has kind of turned his 5 into a bluff here, doesn't feel good at all to see the 7 here, because he knows Joel will not be continuing too wide against the raise with, let's say, 2 random overcards. So maybe he will try and steal this pot now, if they're targeting non-2 pair and better hands. Yeah, kind of a small bet sizing here. But the stack size on Joel makes it incredibly uncomfortable for him. If he continues here, it will be under 1 SPR.
Yeah.
On the river, so that in itself might make Joel actually just send his cards into the dealer. Can see that he's not believing Antoine, looking at him, and just call still with his pair.
Jack of diamonds changes nothing, but no flush completing either. Would have been interesting to see if anyone would come for that one, but
Antoine making a really thin value with the ace-5 here against king 4. Maybe he wasn't expecting to see this type of hand, even kind of just giving up, but will definitely be happy to see this.
Absolutely. Celebrating with some still water as well.
Yes.
And our field is now down to 107 players, but as we said, still a long way to go, and also some 6 or 7 more players to go out before we are on the new payout level as well, as we have a dealer change. And what's your feeling about the table so far for the first hour that we've seen now? Have you?
Yes. So obviously they are playing quite short, and there has been a lot of these action hands happening with a lot of the stronger holdings, but in general it feels like they're a bit reserved, just looking for the spots to make the good plays. Nothing crazy happening. So far I've loved what Anton has been doing with his mannerism on the table, definitely, and all that.
Now then, Alexi here with just 5 big blinds in front of him. Oh, okay, easy decision. But where do you draw the line for where you push in this case?
5 blinds is awkward. You're looking to pay the ante next hand, so it's like you should be going in pretty wide. But again, with like you said, 6 or 7 players dropping more will be a money jump, so he might try and leverage that to get some more. Get a pay jump.
Not a big hand for Marius now, as it was Risto to his right, opening to 12k, and Marius finding the queens.
Marius has been in these 3-bet positions a lot. He's been choosing to go for the 5 blind sizings. I expect him to go for that same one now.
Seems like he is, right? And Martin looking interested, but now he hasn't looked at his cards yet, so he will be folding this one.
Yeah, look, I like about Martin that he is engaged with the hands, even if he doesn't have the greatest cards or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, at least until he has sent his cards away. Jarl folds the king jack from the small blind, facing a 3-bet. Yes. Risto chews on his chewing gum and thinks about what Marius can be having, and does not like his ace-2 to continue. So, from the player's perspective, Marius has been 3-betting 3, 4 or even 5 times, I'm not sure, but they have not seen his cards on any of those, so they might be getting suspicious of him.
Yeah, actually that's the case, because Martin started out with a few big hands and was raising a lot of hands early, but then they saw that he actually had the aces once he got to show the cards. But in Marius' case, he's just not been showing any hands and just been raising a lot, as you said, with premium hands, but the players on the table don't know that. So, of course, we are on a 30-minute delay, so it's not possible for them to follow the stream. They might get updates in, say, the next break or something like that from their friends that he's doing it with big hands, but...
I hope I'm not ruining their game.
Talking about big hands and openings. Wow.
But you can tell Marius also he is very calm on the table. He's doing the same mannerisms no matter what hand he has, unless it's a snap fall, so not taking anybody's time up. Very respectable on his game.
Yeah, and of course, as we've then said that he's been playing a lot of hands, makes the chance bigger that someone is going to go 3-betting against him now.
Let's see if Antoine decides to. Suited more often will be 3-betting. Antoine will send it. A lot of these shorter stacks behind him and does not...
Yeah, now it's Alexei. It might be bad news for him because he's already committed 2 of his blinds and jack 5 off. He was looking at the payouts. If he folds now, he's left with just 3.5 bigs in front of him.
It's very problematic to pay the ante and just have this type of hand that has basically no connections if you decide to check a flop.
Yeah, what would you do in this case then with jack 5 off?
To be honest, I would also call and basically play like a stop and go type of game. If you see a jack or a 5 on the flop, then you just push and hope for the best.
And
if you did have a club?
He had a club either, right? No, so easy for him to get away, but unfortunately then we'll be left with just some crumbles because surely Marius will continue on this one. No club in his hand either.
Marius probably will be betting 1 blind or just going for all of it, seeing as Alexei has 16k. Not a very consequential decision from Marius's perspective. Of course, he's not happy that he doesn't have the club, but it's like one of those, if he has one club, he'll call me probably.
Yeah, he knows that any club will call him there in the short stack that Alexei has, but not in this case. So
picks up the blinds and again preserving his image.
Yeah, absolutely.
So at least, I keep talking about Antoine, but he's so observant on the table. You can see he's locked in, like looking at the other players, how they are feeling, and all the stack sizes. He's very keeping up with it. So I would imagine Antoine will be the one to take advantage of maybe Marius's loose image what he has created, maybe. That's a prediction.
Yeah, because in that last hand when he had an ace and folded against the open of Marius, they also, of course, he took into consideration that the big blind was fairly committed, so
yes.
he didn't want to do that either with ace 4 in this case off. So
Indeed.
also one part of the thing made him not take a 3-bet against the opening of Marius, and now with a nice hand under the gun +2 for Antoine.
Alexi on the small blind with crumbles, but then again 10-9 is a good hand still, so it doesn't really matter what the small blind decides to go or not. And with a suited hand here, Alexi on the small blind with crumbles, like I said, and some extra money from Antoine, could be the time to just go for it and see if you can make a massive, almost a triple up or more here. But then again, he will probably take a look behind him on the on the TV and check if there's pay jumps to be had. Let's see what he decides. Of course, 8-5, not the best hand as we realize, but just thinking about the opportunities.
Yeah, and it's 8 more players who has to go for the pay jump, so it's not able to stall it for that, unfortunately, but thinking about whether this is the one to go with or not.
Thing is, he doesn't have any fold equity at all when he's on the dealer button, the later hands that he will be pushing, but he will have ample opportunities to pick up some good hands.
And Risto also folding, so Antoine steals the Bison ante, and as we're down to 104 players, unfortunately one of the players we have lost is Juha Helppi, out in 107th place.
The Finnish legend.
Yes, also Jari Kurika is out from Finland. Meelis Aman of Estonia also exiting the tournament, getting 2,200 euros for his effort. So approaching the final 100 players then in the tournament. And we can see, actually, we touched on Kristina Solli earlier, that she was the woman with most chips in the tournament, and she's kept building her stack a bit, up to 750k now, third in chips actually at the moment.
Very impressive.
Yes, indeed, as Antoine now has the worst hand possible. So Evan now with the King 8 is active, and Alexi has to fold this one. And no big hand for Marius this time in the big blind.
Yeah, could defend it.
Yeah.
But those extra chips from Evan, he's opened to 15, not 12.
Oh, yeah.
Might change Marius's decision, as the table dynamic has been that there is always just a min raise, but he makes the call with the suited hand.
Yeah, so heads up to the flop between these two. And for the 9-5 suited, not much connecting, and Evan with the top pair.
Now we will see a continuation and a fold. Well, if he chooses a tiny sizing, Marius could consider with the backdoor clubs, but not now.
Yeah. So now, as I mentioned a bit earlier, we have Jason Glatzer coming back in the booth as well. So I'm going to step out for a little bit, and then Rasmus, you're staying on until the next break at least. And so far, thank you for being here with me, and enjoy the next stint with Jason.
I will.
All right. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Jason is finally here. We had the morning recap go up. met an interesting fella that now is talking to me about photography quite a bit, and here we are with just 103 players remaining out of the 135 to start the day. So there must have been some action on the stream, and must have been some action on some of the side tables too, Rasmus.
Yeah, let me tell you, Jason. Welcome to the table here, and it has been quite the interesting table. A lot of collisions between big hands. We had aces versus ace king and stuff like that. But like you said, 30 players already out, many of them being the shorter stacks on the tournament, but a lot of fireworks.
And we see some familiar players on this table. So we have Yevon, who was playing on the featured table earlier this week in one of the Omaha matches, and Alexei Nasky is obviously a familiar face to everybody. I didn't see him come up on the photo, but Alexei N can only be one person this deep in a tournament. So ace-4 for Alexei, so far ahead.
With his tiny stack is inside there, and will be called by somebody definitely here with Marius on the... Oh, he's actually been raised already, yeah.
Maris coming along for the ride here, it looks like, with just a call. And Martin priced in, but not with the short stack, opting to fold. Martin winning one of the high rollers earlier this week.
Oh, yeah.
German from Estonia, that lives in Estonia.
We're talking about Martin...
Zobel.
Yeah, didn't he win the 500 one?
Was it the five? No, it's the 555 he won.
Yes,
You're right,
it
not
was
the
that
high
one,
roller.
yeah.
Sorry, thank you. After 10 days of non-stop poker action, mine begins to get a little bit mushy.
The names go all out there.
But,
I get
Martin did win a big title this week.
So he's familiar with the lights of the stage and has been actually seeming like that. He's like very confident on the table and taking his time. I like to see that always.
And Maris is a familiar face to me back locally in Vilnius. I imagine maybe you've played with him before
I think
as well.
so, yeah. It's not one of those ones that I remember especially, but I believe we have played, yes.
Quite an international table.
Yes.
Risto Parnat I saw is on here too.
Let's see if we can still have the Finnish lead on the table after this hand. But it's not looking too good on the table texture, even with being on the lead still.
Yeah.
Well, Marius bets and at least gets Yevon to stop this hand.
So Alexei in decent shape, but has a lot of outs to fade, the 2, the 6, and any heart. But has a 70% chance of that not happening. And it's the ace of diamonds on the river.
He does. Oh,
Nasky
over triple.
tripling up, yes, over tripling. And Maris with the top pair, that ace wasn't what he needed. That didn't cost him too much.
No. Definitely the Finn is happy to see this.
So blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000 now with an 8,000 big blind ante. So that's 20,000 in the pot before anything happens. You can see Antoine as well from Netherlands as the table chip leader. Joel's on here as well, Joel Holmberg. And Elvius is a difficult player as well. We've seen him before. And also at Riga, where the OlyBet Showdown Riga Voodoo will be March 14th to 22nd. There's actually a satellite running for that tonight too. At 8 o'clock, it's just 80 euros. I don't think we'll be done in time, but I'll be in Riga, so if we were done in time, I would be entering that as well.
Yeah, it's a good spot to get your tickets to Riga. It's also a good spot to play some poker over there.
And Risto here with the 10s. We know he's doing something. Let's just see the sizing. Looks like min raise. And Maris going to fold the 6 deuce. And what we know about Martin, that's going to be folded as well.
Anton has been pretty good so far here. I would imagine he will check out the flop here.
His name has been popping up all week long in
yeah.
tournaments. He's been busy grinding.
I have been fanboying him on the stream now. Haven't played with him before, but been quite impressed with how he has taken some of these decisions and really leveraging his calmness on the table.
Meanwhile, he respects Ristos open and opts not defend with the king 5.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a fence-like hand, depending on situations. It is a cutoff open.
Indeed.
I just haven't seen who's in seat 1 yet, I don't believe, on that short stack.
Seat 1 is, I believe, Martin.
That is Martin, okay.
He was the one on the worst end of being with aces against ace-king and did lose a lot of his chips, and that momentum he had gained on the start of the stream, unfortunately, but he has made some hands after that and bounced back a bit. But the table now, all of the players not too deep stacked. I would imagine soon we will see fireworks one way or the other.
Yeah, Martin on 8 bigs with queen 8 has a decision to make. And he's already made it. He's going to
Goes
jam
for
the
it,
lot.
yeah.
Easy fold for Antoine, I think.
Yeah.
And let's see what Elvis does.
Not as easy as of a decision, but can go either ways. Let's see. Not sure about Elvis. I have not played with him, but so far he has seemed pretty good on this table. He's sizable. 10 blinds to his stack would be quite bad to lose, but then again, if you don't defend this, you're bleeding. Let's see.
And Elvis makes a call, so Martin flipping for his tournament life. It's queen 8 against pocket 3s. No love on the ace king flop, but it does add a potential king out as well. And now a 9 out, so any king, any 9, any queen, and any 8. Martin doubles.
Fills up on the river, although being
on the river. It's kind of like the explanation point, but Martin's had a good week, including a 99th place finish here for 2,200 euros. So nice run, and there's a full slate of events today. I mean, there were not only the 3 multi-days ending, I think you might even still have time to hop into the day 2 of the 1K progressive bounty, but there's the 3K starting, the 2-day one of that, and 4 or 5 one-day events as well. Full schedule, and I don't think his day is done quite yet from what we've seen of Martin. And now Elvis all of a sudden is the table captain here.
Yes, with the chip lead. So far he has been quite silent on the table, not being picked up many good holdings, but let's see if that changes. There is definitely a driver's seat open on this table. So far they are playing just normally and looking for those spots to slowly accumulate more chips.
Nero's contemplating whether his king 8 is good enough to open on his 25 big blind stack. I love the hour blind levels because you could just always think purely in big blinds and not like blind levels are coming up fast and that type of stuff. You can slowly build where you can quickly find a spot. It's I need to find the time to play a 4-day event. That's my issue.
It's always the 4-day events.
But meanwhile, hello to Yol here on the short stack. Is he going to slow play this, or is he going to fire a 3-bet, or is he going to 3-bet shove? He's going to opt with one decision, jamming it for 97,000. Fair enough, 12 big blinds. And Maris now, I can't see him calling, but maybe he's played with the old before and has a different idea in his head.
Perhaps it's just like 13 blinds here will be a fold with King 8 definitely, but not that far away from it. I'd say even with King 10 he would take his time and think about it, already committing those 2 blinds, but he can just fold it and pick up those blinds when the shorter stacks don't have these good hands to just push.
And as you said, it's and as both of us said, I said the hour-long blind levels, and you said you liked when you saw certain players think a little bit. It doesn't. You're not talking about people that are tanking a minute for each decision. You're just talking about people taking the extra 5 seconds, so they're able to make the correct decisions and breathe in, breathe out with the lights coming down on them and the pressure building with just 98 players remaining.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not about taking time from others. It's exactly like you said, thinking about the decisions and just making sure that when you have these harder decisions, you're not 100% about that you would make instantly. You have that time to think. You take those 5 when you have the easier decisions, and you look like you know what you're doing always.
Nasky really looked like he wanted to jam. He was very frustrated about folding that 10-4.
Yeah.
But he has to make a move. You can't really blame him getting frustrated. He's a solid player with a big stack, but he knows how to play a short stack as well.
Indeed. But with 98 players remaining on 95th, there will be a pay jump. Might some of those
let's
shorter
look at the pay
stacks.
jumps, actually.
I think it's 95th for the next jump.
You are correct. So it's another 350 euros, which is another reason to softly, strategically use a few extra seconds. But if you're caught abusing it, you're going to get a time bank on you.
And if you are extremely short, don't have to push. Although 350 euros is not that big of a jump yet, but
yeah,
it is always.
But for those
worth considering.
people paying attention to that, to breathe in and out, let's say 1 extra time is not going to be a violation of the rules. But if you're incessantly tanking and wasting everybody's time, lately they're just putting clocks on you, which is great. I like this. So you'll sensing it was a dealer open and jamming it in for 15 big blinds with the king queen. He wants folds obviously here, but if he's called, as long as it's not with queens up or ace queen, ace king, he's not in the worst shape either.
Yeah, definitely a solid clean push here from the small blind. Could be even called with worse hands with the stack size, but all around takes the blinds.
The easiest result there.
Indeed, yes. And at the moment they were playing 6-handed as well, with 1 player away from the table. I'm not sure if he received the cards last hand, but still, it's not a full table, even with him here.
But now we're back to 7. Looks like that was Antoine. So it looks like the plan for today, if Wise Guy already went through it, we'll wait for Wise Guy then. Because they may have changed something up since yesterday. I don't want to announce false information.
Well, he was thinking that they're probably going to play down to like 2 tables, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well yesterday, but I didn't double check that between the time I arrived and coming into the commentary booth.
Didn't really confirm it, but it would seem like a pretty natural point to stop today at.
Yeah.
Since there was 135 players, I believe, starting, so will be a long day to play if you're going to the final table.
And then tomorrow will be a reasonable day if it starts with 16 as well.
Indeed.
Breaks it out nicely.
Joel again, facing an open on a button with this marginal hand holding, 20 blinds.
I'm guessing he's going to respect the positional situation here, but...
Yeah, he could go for a push, but not really. I don't know about the 3-bet, but calls it. Probably the best play here.
Yeah, when you're on the button, that's always an option.
Marius has been opening and 3-betting quite wide, but hasn't been showing any of those. So he might also be calling lighter on the top of the
It's hard when Nasky, which we didn't realize at the time, was in the big blind on the short stack to really be making a move with the sevens. So that probably factored into Yoel's call. But when you're on the button, you're repping quite a lot. And as you said, if Maris is an active player and the people in the blinds aren't super wide with their 3-bets, a call seems fine. And if you hit a 7, happy days. And even if you don't, you might find a way to steal the pot.
Seven's always happy to go 3 ways to the flop and see if you hit something good, then you can make your decisions.
Flush draw for the 7s, actually. Otherwise, we have Maris connecting with top pair, but
Also
he has
with
a
the
better
flop.
flush draw. Yeah, he has queen of spades. He's living large.
Against 2 players will definitely be continuing. I would expect with a small sizing.
I think he was probably eyeballing. It looked like the direction he was looking at how much Nasky has.
Yeah. Thing is, he can just bet tiny here, and Nasky will like move in and open the bot, so it really cuffs Joel between them two. So,
I don't
but he
think
decides to check this time.
Yeah, he can't bet here. And then he's setting up actually a trap for Nasky to just jam, but I don't know if he will or not. No, I don't see Nasky doing it because
No, he's done with this.
he doesn't. Yeah,
I would say Nasky on the big blind is, with this exact holding, is never even bluffing against 2 players on the 3 spades with no additional odds, in my opinion.
I forgot to see if Žalgiris won, but I'm guessing by yesterday that they beat. They had a home game yesterday
the
against the
Lithuanian.
Israeli team. Yeah.
Basketball really
It's
big
back
in
and forth.
Lithuania.
It's massive in Lithuania. Yeah.
I've always looked at the games when up there. It's like the casino is full of fans even, and they make it such a big event, and rightly so. It's they've been doing quite well, right? It's in the EuroLeague.
Yeah, but it's always been the case where it's basketball and then there's everything else. There's some random Olympic sports that some Lithuanians are good at, but you know when you're talking about European football, for example, there's not even a proper stadium.
Yeah. This hand though has been checked to the river with 2 players having a flush. Alexei being on the big blind definitely has impacted their play here. I would still say Marius could go for some value, but there's only the middling spades to call with, so I guess he can just check and call if Joel decides to make some bets.
Yeah, I had a feeling. He was looking anxious here, Nasky. It's not going to work out for him.
No.
If Maris says my queen high flush isn't good, the 7 is certainly going to call, but Maris is going nowhere. There's no point to raise it.
No,
there's really only one
no
play
raise.
to do. And if Joel raises over the top, you fold and just say you slow play to king and ace, and if not, so be it.
Yeah, the thing is, on the big blind, his starting stack was like 5 blinds, I believe. How many of these hands does he have that he's not just rejamming?
Apparently an ace-3 could have been with an ace of spades, though, right?
guess
So
so.
with this particular hand, it would be one, and ace-4 would be the same played. It's hard when you're multi-way. You want these two to kind of bet each other out a little bit to increase your equity percentages. And by shoving, you kind of cap that off to some degree, potentially. I don't know what the players were thinking, but sometimes I'm thinking that way with the short stack. Or when I am the short stack, which happens more often than I'd like. Happens to every player more often than they like.
This doesn't have to work that often with this exact sizing of the stack being half of pot. It doesn't have to get them to fold that often, so it is quite interesting spot, definitely for Alexei, and can respect taking it.
Yeah, from a chip EV point of view, it's much different than from whatever you perceive tournament life to be worth. It's hard to really talk ICM at this stage, but ICM does exist at every stage of a tournament.
There is a pay jump in 3 players worth 350 euros. It's not that impactful, but of course.
It's possible also that because the field size at 98 was just what it was at the start of the hand, or the last time it was updated. It's not connected to the actual clock.
Yeah. So there might be even like 1 player to be out.
Yeah, in which case Nasky's being done a favor. But I really
Murray's
just...
really
oh,
thinking
wow!
about it and does
He
fold.
folded.
He's,
Natsuki may get away with one. I mean, Newell shouldn't be folding a spade here.
yeah.
Yeah, he quickly calls. He wastes no time.
And
Just double checking it's there.
Marius will be wondering what just happened. Triple checking his flush on, the flush draw and the top pair, and then holding the best hand. He looks pain.
Yeah.
He's in pain. It's like, oh.
But meanwhile, Natsuki was unable to ladder up despite the unintended assistance by Maris and exited in 96th place for 2,200 euros. But the remaining 95 now have locked up 2,550. So happy days to the remaining 95 players.
His stack going the way of Joel, even before they collided with a pair of 8s on Joel and a pair of 7s on Naski. So basically all of his chips going the way of Joel here.
Yeah, that's right. Joel was just short as well. So we have no short stacks now. Yevhen with 20 big blinds, you can argue is short, but with our long blind levels, that's certainly not short. When do you consider yourself short in a tournament that's such as like this? Because you're playing the multi-days quite often. That's your focus. I'm more of a side event guy, cash game player.
Yeah, so definitely consider myself short when I'm at like 15 blinds, but it's such a weird way to navigate these tournaments. Usually players are not showing nearly as wide as they should on these type of stacks. So you could say maybe 10 blinds is the line on the sand.
And that's not even necessarily when you start shoving, and then it's situational too. I don't really have any limps in my hold'em game. I do in the other games, but I do have a lot of min raises on a 10 big blind.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I have shoves depending on the table at 15 big blinds. So a lot of it's like table dependent to me.
Definitely.
But I imagine in a field like this where players are a bit more patient and I'd like to say a little bit more honest with how they're playing pre-flop. And that doesn't mean, meaning that they're doing what, close to, let's say, what you would expect from them. That's not, dishonesty. I don't mean the other players are dishonest. It seems like you can do the min raises, and if you have a limping strategy a lot more than you would. I know Naski has a limping strategy at times. Dominic Nietzsche is the one that really kind of took it to a new level, but it'll be interesting to see.
We are getting a new player at the table. Let's see who they bring in, as they are 6 left only on the feature here.
We have 2 new players coming, not just one. 2 for the price of 1.
Another.
And I know the player in seat 1.
A Lithuanian, right?
No.
Are from Latvia?
From France. But he lives in Latvia, so you have a good read on the Latvia.
Yes, I have played with him a lot.
Claim. He's got a bit going on social media. You can check him out over there too. And we will find out soon. Number 6 is from United Kingdom.
So even more nationals now.
I played with him in London. I've covered him a few times in London as a reporter. But we'll wait.
And now they are arguing about the button. The new player being on the small blind, if he is allowed to play.
The thing is, I can understand if this player is from United Kingdom and is who I think it is, I understand him, because when you go to London, it seems like to me like the rules are different sometimes. Like even like with how the big blind antes work, or
yeah. A lot of places have.
There were players with telephones on when I was on the TV table watching the stream at one place. When I was on the TV table, and so even though there is a TDA, you become used to the local rules that are there, which do trump TDA. That's the rules of the event are the rules of the event, period.
And it would seem like he is allowed to play this hand.
I don't think he wanted to play this hand. That was the issue. I think he was looking to skirt off the small blind. But that means you do get to play the button, so it does come with some rewards.
It's not the worst, no.
Maris
back to the game now.
It's not 6-handed anymore, but it looks like he wants to open.
Yeah, they have to adjust to the new player count, being 8 now.
6-handed, I would agree with this. Under the gun, it's a little bit borderline, but being their new. The other thing is there are new players at the table that don't know he's been opening
indeed.
wide or wider than the rest of the table. Not that King Jack is that wide.
No, it's not
suited
that
it's
bad.
still an
Definitely
open
no.
actually, and here it's maybe an open, depending on.
So yeah, you were correct. It's Gary from the UK here.
Gary Fisher.
Fisher. And this
I
is
did
the
cheat
problem.
and know already
Yes.
that second time, but the first time I recognized him.
And this is the problem with opening the King Jack. You will most likely get just called by Ace Jack here from blind, and if there is the Jack, you will be in a big trouble.
Meanwhile, neither player hitting the flop that hard, but Vista with that ace of spades has the nut to the backdoor flush at least, nut flush. I would expect Maris from the under the gun to continue on this kind of flop because it does hit his range of those pocket pairs quite high.
Yeah, and
Even
there's
an
not
ace
too
king
much.
suited would be betting this kind of thing, even if it was in diamonds with confidence.
Yeah, not too much from the big blind to be had here. A lot of just folds, although expecting Risto to not let this one go.
No, it's a small bet. He should at least see a turn, or even if he senses some weakness from his player, opt to throw in a small raise, check raise, which would look very strong in this kind of flop from the big blind.
It's also an option.
And that's the option it looks like he's choosing to actually take here.
Makes it simple for himself.
And this should be likely a fault from Maris, but maybe he has the opposite thinking. You know, leveling wars may have begun, where now he's saying, well, this hit his range, but probably not his hand, but he's betting his range. Why would he be raising a 3 here? Why would he...
The Jack of Spades also blocking some of those flush combos that would be going maybe for this raise from the big blind.
It's awfully hard to 3-bet here, though. Check, bet, raise. And the 3-bet would almost have to be a non-shove size as well based on the pop, but I guess it would be a shove because it's close enough. But I just don't see how you can pull that one off with just a gut feeling. I miss poker sometimes back in the day where, you know, you really had these 5-6 bet leveling wars going on.
Not too much of that going on anymore, no.
No.
Especially on tournaments.
There were a lot of egos involved, and players have toned that down, at least in Europe, to really just go turn their ego into confidence versus needing to beat a particular player, you know, type of thing. That mentality still exists quite a lot in the U.S.
Is that so?
But I mean, not necessarily to that extent, but it's also, you know, the ego gets in the way of people improving. You know, people want to have others believe they're good rather than believe that they're good themselves, you know, if that makes sense. You know,
Yeah,
the first thing you need to do is be the best version of yourself.
That really makes sense. Baptiste, our new player, here opening sevens from early. Jevon has been active on the table, usually opting for the more passive routes on having the position.
And you get away with that more in this structured tournament with our blind levels than you would in a turbocharged affair. Very often there you just see your stack bleed because of, you know, it's actually a little bit higher variance to just be playing a lot of pots because your stack can bleed faster. But
He
here,
has also been going for raises.
it looks like he's sensed something and is going for a 3-bet. This may be player dependent as well.
I would imagine he has some
Hello.
decision that impacted
Welcome to the table, Gary.
Okay. What do you think, Jason? Is he gonna just flat call this?
It's such a weird spot, right? You have an under the gun open. You have to assume one of these guys has something. I'm just shoving it actually and making it look like I don't have aces. I just have ace king and don't know what to do.
Also, the just calling seems very strong in this. Even maybe Fristo even waking with ace queen. This is a weird
The shove
decision.
kind of saved him, but I think he's already out of the way with the ace queen.
Yeah, with so much action before him.
Exactly. I mean, he still had Baptiste start this all off with an under the gun open.
Yeah.
He's upset now, but when he sees that 3-bet, likely saved him some chips. If it's a call by Jevon and it's just a normal 3-bet then by Gary,
Yeah, now
all of a
Jevon
sudden
will
you're
ask
priced
for a
in with
count.
the sevens. Jevon probably then sees that there's enough to just call and come along and you're 3-way to a flop. Instead,
Although Yevon must be thinking this is never ever usually a light all in on this not being on the blinds or ever, so just let it go.
not without additional information on Gary at least.
Gets caught, and it was gonna be a good free bet, although I expect we would have gone to the flop if this push would not have happened. But with the king ace queen on the blinds, maybe
Yeah, the
he would
ace
have
queen
shoved as well.
maybe would have shoved. I don't think so though, but the ace queen may have actually called a 3-bet because him and Baptiste have played a lot together over the years. You know, Baptiste has been coming up now for a couple of years. He plays everything. Risto is a hardcore grinder himself when the events start over here. I'm not sure what he does in between events. The chances of them not being deep together are close to zero.
Well, Antoine.
Nobody's going to believe Antoine. You said Antoine was opening, playing some interesting play before, right?
No, not interesting. I was impressed by his composure and this. It's like you can definitely tell he has played a lot before, and even this higher stakes.
Okay, so this hand looks like what it is. It's queens under the gun.
Yeah.
Like his.
He hasn't done anything crazy. It's just those spots that a lot of people miss, like raising these smaller pairs and stuff like this. So really respected his play so far.
Nobody waking up with anything, including Maris with the 7th tray. And Baptiste respecting our just going to fold to anyone with that 9 deuce suited, but and Baptiste interesting here. So we have 2 players now down to 15 big blinds. It's still not danger zone as we talked about 15 minutes before. And the top of the chip counts are definitely interesting with Elvis, Antoine, and Risto, all with playable Sacks Baptiste as well. And Gary just winning that hand with the aces. It's actually not the worst result that everybody folded with the aces on 2 hands ago as well.
Don't think he's too devastated. Already picked up the original raise and the free bet, and even being on the button, the big blinds as well. So a lot of chips coming his way with no risk.
You'll getting back into things here with a min-raise with King 10 suited from early position.
Has accumulated himself a playable stack now. Might become more active on the table.
And meanwhile, Gary with the decision to make. Well, learn how he plays a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's folding, but is
Seems
he
to
going
be.
to call or a 3-bet?
Seems to be reacting quite a bit to his hand. 3-bet.
Okay, Gary's here to play. This is I like this. It's standard-ish, but some people will call. But at the 3-bet is
again,
sort
we
of
have some big
mandatory.
hands. The Risto, I believe, only has one decision here.
Especially after we didn't see Gary's aces. This is the second time in as many
that's
hands he's getting aggressive.
Just instantly falls the jacks to this 3-bet.
Was that the decision you were thinking of?
That was not the decision I was thinking
But
about.
meanwhile, and Antoine with the 10s. This could have gone messy if Yul doesn't open with the King 10. It's Gary opening. We have a 3-bet with the jacks and Antoine waking up with the 10s.
Dynamic of this
It's
is
amazing
so
how
amazing.
it changed.
Indeed.
And Antoine, meanwhile,
also
holding a strong pair, and Yul as well. So
The
Gary,
players are really respecting these 3-bets.
Wow.
But Gary did seem very strong when he was 3-betting. He reacted to the hand and made it like a show. So maybe that impacted these decisions. Gary 3-bets and makes all others fold, even the 2 better hands.
he had a top 3 finish this week, Gary. I'm trying to remember what it was. It may have been in the seniors event.
Really interesting.
But if the King 10 doesn't open, it would be interesting what the Jacks and 10 said. I was really surprised the Jacks folded.
So let's say if Gary opens this and the jacks push it, what are the 10s doing then? Probably folding, seeing as they did just now.
would have folded.
Well, I would fold the 10s in that spot, but this seems like...
when you still have fold equity and potentially it's played differently. Now here we're back to some 1 pips again, and 9s and 10s this time, and Gary's going to be back to doing something.
So
it looks like just a call this time, though.
Constantly fireworks on this table. Everyone waking up with very playable hands.
And Maros opting to fold the 5s off that 15 big blind stack.
Okay, Gary calls it with 10s. I like this.
He did just 3-bet 2 out of the last 3 hands
yeah,
as well,
yeah.
which has to come into the minds of players. So the call
Although 10s being a good
disguises
call
the
against.
strength. You prefer a call than a 3-bet?
Usually with 10s against the early, I prefer a call.
Yeah, because especially, and with the stack sizes, you're putting yourself in an awkward spot as well if you're 3-bet. 4-bet, but if we see that it's 10s and 9s, and it would have been different than that. But anyway, we have a king, 3, 4
does
flop.
connect. So
Also
Anton
has the backdoor flush draw with that 10 of spades, so 95% equity. The 10s are dead, actually, so Gary with 0% equity, but technically in his head he has 2 outs.
Yeah, it will be interesting when Joel continues here, probably with a small sizing. What does Gary do? His hand now in a very problematic situation with the big blind also coming along.
He looks like he's ready to fold it.
I believe he will fold, or maybe.
Although the cards
maybe
are back
call
in the
back.
box now.
Yeah.
He is going to call, so remind me not to play with Gary. I can't read him correctly.
He's being sticky on this hand, although thinking that Joel already has a lot of these hands that don't hit the king for free board. But with the big blind in the mix, the small blind.
I assume you're calling there as well, because it is the small blind that's calling.
Antoine,
Which is often pocket pairs type of hands. The king 10 is kind of a wild card, I would say, to some degree, in a 3-way pot to call from the small blind.
So before Antoine had ace-5 on this board of 4, 5, 6, he decided to make a raise. Now with king 10, he could do the same if I'm following his play correctly, to fold out some other equity, and I believe
like
he is
you're
going
right.
for that. I'm not sure if I would do the same thing, but
It
it
might
does.
be because there's 2 spades on the board.
Yeah, and this does give him a lot of information on the strength of the other players. Let's say if some of them has ace king or the hour pair, they would probably just push it against this raise. So this does eliminate a lot of these marginal hands, and he does pick it up with no scare cards.
Obviously, if he knew that Gary had 10s and Joel had 9s, he is just calling in, trying to get them to milk it. But
Indeed. But this is like he played before, so I can see it.
yeah, and there's some merit to it.
There is.
So it would have been interesting if the 10s 3-bet there, because the king 10 never calls,
No,
and
yeah.
then the 9s and 10s can have a little bit of a leveling war. Maybe it just checks down though, and not so interesting.
A lot of action on this before the break. Still 24 minutes to go before they go on that, but it definitely has been heating up with the 2 new players coming into the mix. And imagine on the other player side, what does it look like? The new players, well, especially Gary here, has been very active and 3-betting, making all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's been, the new players have brought a different life to the table as well. I imagine it was like that even earlier, where you had a few players probably go out before I joined you, Rasmus. But I looked at the board, and there's just 90 players remaining, and today started with 135, so that's 45 players out in the first 2 levels. That's basically 1/3 of the field of the day 3 field gone already. That's
Again, the
quite
tens.
interesting. This is so, well, it's the hijack, so
His
I
stack
would min
size.
raise here, but
Yes.
if I was early position, I would just shove it actually. It's 15 bigs, and it looks like he's thinking the same thing and going with the min raise.
Yeah, I prefer this.
If he
actually.
3-bets, so he's going to have to be willing to get it in and
Definitely,
hope for
yeah.
the best. Antoine may be doing just that on the button. Ace-Queen is certainly a candidate.
He will take his time, look at the stacks of all the other players, and probably, if the ones after him are shorter, will make a committing 3-bet or even just push it. Not sure about. Oh, actually, Elvis has a large stack. I
Yeah,
know,
that's
so
why it's slightly dangerous, but so be it. Then you get some information there. If as long as he doesn't fold, you know that you need to be a little bit cautious with your ace-queen.
Seeing
And if-
Antoine's play, I'm pretty sure he will 3-bet this.
To around 45.
Maybe a bit more. He can make it larger to not induce any action behind him.
Looks like 43, in fact. 38, so it is small.
Decides to
Less
do
than
the opposite.
5x, yeah.
Kind of achieves the same thing. Obviously, not too many hands are going to be after him.
And if he was 4-betted in that spot, it looks like he would have folded. You know, that's what that's telling me, because
yeah, or at least seeing
by
what
the players
happens
in
with
the
Marius.
blinds against Maris, it would be different. Yeah.
So I imagine this is just one of those. Okay, I guess I'm all in moments. What do you think?
I think he has to.
Definitely.
I don't see why you would call and play this out of position.
No.
If he thinks Antoine is only doing this with jacks or better, then it's different. But I doubt you can read that. And
Yeah, Antoine will confirm the stack size, and I'd imagine make the call.
yeah, it's a little bit of his stack, but it's less than 1/4 of his stack. He didn't 3-bet just to get the blinds out. He doesn't mind seeing 5 cards either, I don't think, when he just confirms. But I think he just wants to make sure that it is what he thinks it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I like about him. You need to know the information to make the correct decision, and I wouldn't fault him too much for letting it go, seeing how tight it has been, but does indeed make the correct call in my opinion here. Of course.
So Maris Baresis at risk with his 10s against Antoine with the ace-queen. Just needs a dry board to stay alive. That is not a dry window. It's the queen of diamonds connecting with that queen of hearts on the queen 5-2, 2-diamond flop. Maris needs a 10 to stay alive. The 7 of clubs is not getting the job done.
Also 110 already gone.
Oof. And it's a 2 of spades on the river, so Maris Baresis' run was ended in 88th place for 2,550 euros. So well done by Maris, even though you couldn't win that final flip. You beat 90% of the field and got a tasty payout.
Yeah, I think he might be a little bit disappointed. He picked up some really strong hands on this table and made plays, but just didn't get paid when he had those. So maybe a little bit frustrated, but again, very well played and very respectable to be there on the top of the main.
And meanwhile, Antoine, look at his stack now,
Oh,
580,000. We know there are bigger stacks in the room for sure, but this is easily the biggest at the feature table.
Might be even one of those top 10, top 15? Or?
It's probably in the top 15 for sure. Top 10, we would have to double check.
Dangerous on his hands.
I know they are updating chip counts in real time on poker.pro during the breaks, and it looks like that break already happened. I don't mind if you all get a spoiler and go on over there, but I'm not checking that out for another 30 minutes myself, so I don't confuse myself about what's real time and what's stream time.
Gary, early position, decides to open it. Well, we don't have any too short stacks on the table. Not in a big risk of getting just pushed out.
But Gary came here to play.
Gary is here to
It's
play.
not just aces and jacks and 10s, it's also jack 10 from under the gun.
Antoine, thinking about it. Disciplined.
Very good fold, even though we see he's ahead.
I'd
against
imagine
the
he was
under the
going
gun
to
range.
3-bet, not call ever. He's been always
Yeah,
thinking
he would
about
be always
this.
for 3-bet, but that would have been a weird spot to do against Gary's under the gun open.
Indeed.
And Yevon also respecting the raise, also with the short stack, just opting not to go down to 12 big blinds, and we'll continue along.
And again, we are 700 now, right? So a lot of these opens are good, and if the players are folding too much on these blinds, as they most often actually are on these situations, these feature tables do tend to impact some decisions as well.
Cristo with a decision to make under the gun. Opting to raise it up, maybe, or maybe not. He would do this in 8-handed play.
Yeah, hard to imagine.
Baptisto should be 3-betting here. He immediately is reaching for a 25K chip and adding a few more to it. He announces 47,000. That will at least get Antoine to fold. And Elvius has left the building as well. And Mr. Gary Fisher folding the big blind. And with jacks, you never mind not seeing a flop on a 3-bet. I don't see why Risto would change his hand into something else and 4-bet.
Gets caught opening maybe a little bit too wide. I'm not sure about it, but
It's close.
Yeah.
I mean, and everybody has different ranges based on who's at the table. Risto, I know, plays a lot. We're not sitting there. We're over here.
yeah.
Although you could at least easily be sitting there. You've been in the big moments in these multi-days before. Actually, we met last year during one of those big moments over in, where was it?
Where was it again? Are you talking about?
What did you win last year?
Well, I won the main in Vilnius. At least
yeah,
the showdown.
but is that where we met? Was the I
We've
think
seen
we
so
met
many
before
times.
then. Yeah. So I maybe didn't meet you in the winner's circle because I think I already knew you during that one. That
I
run.
think so. Yeah, we met a couple of years ago back in Lithuania the first time, I believe.
Ah, that's right. I met you
Yeah.
playing
Yeah.
because I played right after the pandemic. I played that main event too.
I think so.
I had a short stack all of day 2, and then finally on the final day, I go on a little bit of a run, and then it was the point where I'm at the high point in chips. I run 10s into jacks in a fairly standard spot, but I played it incorrectly, but it would have wound up chips in the middle anyway. I was not upset about exiting. I was upset that I jammed the 10s. It's one of those spots where I'm talking about actually here, where I jammed 10s with 15 big blinds from middle position, when I should just be opening. It was from like hijack or cutoff, I don't remember.
So we had an open and a defend from Risto. Could lead out sometimes on this board.
Yeah.
Checks it. And so on.
It's not the best flop for a lot of the under the gun +1 range,
No.
except for the overpairs, really.
But with this hand, he has no real equity, so probably a good idea to continue bet and
Yeah.
shut down depending on what happens next.
Yeah, if Risto doesn't have the 6, he's folding. I mean, maybe with some draw. It's a very draw-heavy flop, actually, for the low cards, so
Yeah.
depending on his spade and low card situation. But in this particular case, as you mentioned, he even had the option to lead out.
Makes it
Oddly
a
enough,
call.
in Omaha, I have a donk bet range, but not in Hold'em at all, really. Even though I know you're supposed to in certain spots.
It's kind of specific, yeah. Not a lot of people do it. And it does make it a lot simpler if you just never then do it, like donk out. But
It's different when you're short stack than I have plenty of times where I donk bet, but it's
okay,
as
now
a normal
decides to
stack
lead
now.
out on the five pairing.
Then he
Is
should
it
feel
blocker
pretty
sizing? Yes,
confident.
six.
Yeah, he should feel pretty confident with that he's ahead actually at this stage.
Yeah, I like the blocker sizing, although Antoine has been making some plays on these smaller sizings, thinking that they are usually weaker, but with this hand specifically, it's just letting it go.
So getting the right reads, because it seems like when he is reading that, he's getting the folds, and this time I don't think he was getting a fold. I could be wrong, the overpairs could be sneaky like that, but it was a very draw-heavy flop to be playing around with.
Thing is, when you lead small like that, if the opponent has the overpair, let's say anything from 8s to jacks to queens and stuff like that, they most likely will still raise, even if the 5 is a scare card kind of for them, because the small bet is basically a blocker.
Yeah.
So a lot of interesting decisions to be had with those hands. So you're kind of just poking for information as well.
Did you decide your plan today, Rasmus? I know as of yesterday you were thinking about, do I play a little bit? Do I stay and maybe come back into the comms booth a little bit? Do I go home today? So what's the game plan? You must have one now.
Yeah, I have a game plan now. So, after this, I'm still have to wait around a bit. There's this Valentine's Day event happening I believe it's starting at 6.
That's
so
right, the tag
still a
team
bit.
affair.
Yes.
I like the rules in that too, that both players have to play at least 3 blind levels
Yeah,
for it to
yeah.
count. Because very often you see a guy just play one hand and then run off to play another tournament.
Yeah.
And
Preferably,
it takes away from the theme of the event, actually.
yeah, I would even like if it was a level at a time, or let's say a few levels until a break and then have to change. I would maybe even prefer that, but yes, I'm still seeing if I can convince Jenny to tag up. And
Oh,
be
Jenny
a pilot.
Westerlund, are you talking
yeah.
about? The WSOP Circuit Tallinn main event champion.
Exactly. We were already talking with Wise Guy about it potentially happening, and so hopeful about that. If
That's a
not-
better choice than Wise Guy. Although then that means I get Jenny in the booth, right? Because she'd be free, so... No, but Wise Guy not only should be in the booth, but definitely wants to be back. And will be with me until we back up for day 3. We'll have other guests. I'll be with some of them. Wise Guy will be with some of them. If we have a guest that likes to stick around for a couple hours, we will both be meeting with the guest.
All right, Anson opened from early with the 5s and got pushed by Evans' shorter stacked.
If it was a little bit higher, it's a call.
Kind
Here
of
it's
close,
a little
yeah.
bit. It's a little bit ambitious, I think. Yevon has been, not just today, but otherwise he's been kind of in line with when he's
It's
short.
13 blinds in GTL. I'm pretty sure it's a call, and Anton does call it. Not afraid of the monsters in the closet.
So Yevon at risk now, and maybe the Terminator Antoine takes out yet another opponent.
Yeah, looking to grow his stacks into new heights.
But let's see what is to come. And so far the 5's ahead on the 8-7 King of Diamonds flop, but the Queen of Diamonds on the turn brings a gut shot to the Royal Flush. Can we see it one time, Jack of Diamonds?
Even a 9, there's so many outs, maybe even too many.
It's not the Royal, but it is a blank 10 of Spades that connects with that 10 of Diamonds. So Yevon survives and doubles up to 214,000. Happy days for him. Antoine is all smiles knowing he's on a coin flip, and you can't win them all. He did win a couple before. But Yevon should remember this hand, shall he advance to the final table.
A very important one for him. Picks up extra blinds as well, and now not the shortest one on the table. What's the average? It's about 350.
360 it says, read on the screen
there
back
it is,
there.
yeah. So actually we have only 2 players above that and all these medium stacks, but still at 27 and above blinds, so they're not short at all. The tournament in itself is pretty deep still. With the 1 hour levels, it's very good for the game. I really appreciate this kind of structures.
Yeah, and blinds are going to go up after the break. We have a break in 10 minutes, and it's only going up to 510. So, the big blinds will go down a little bit effectively, but it is, if not a single other player is eliminated, we're looking at an average of 36 big blinds. Right now, we have an average of 45 big blinds at the 4-8 level. So, just that alone means something. But that doesn't mean just because the average is 45 that you need to panic if you only have 20. You just have to approach it. I have 20 big blinds. I'm in okay shape. I know what I need to do with the 20 big blind stack, and if you have 30, I know what I need to do with the 30 big blind stack, etc., etc. There's too many, let's say, newer players that are more concerned about that they're not on the average or near the average, and the average is important just to understand the flow of the tournament, but it isn't important in terms of how you're approaching your play. Then it's about the opponent's stacks and your stack, and that's the only information.
Exactly, Jason. You just have to see what your own situation is and make your decisions based on that. Can't be dreaming about being the chip lead if you're not.
And the chip lead, although nice, doesn't really matter that much at this stage.
Indeed.
It obviously means you can keep going with the lead. It gives you a little bit more buffer room to lose a few flips like we just saw Antoine do. But a lot is going to be determined on that end of the scale near the end of the day, where we're going to see some bigger pots. Right now we're at 4-8. When it's like 10-20, all of a sudden the chips are moving at a higher frequency.
Yeah, you can usually on that spot, you can feel the tensions rising and the players maybe even tightening a bit more, and there's you can feel the tension. It does affect the players on these long days. They're grinding out, and you can just feel it.
Yevon raising his ace-9 from under the gun +1. We're full rig now, right? Or are we still 7?
I believe we're still at 7.
Okay. So it's sort of like middle position-ish, late early position in the full ring.
Getting some momentum going on with winning the flip, and now trying to maybe leverage that.
This is the first we've seen King 5 come up like every 5th or 6th hand in the big blind.
Yeah,
and this
it's
is the
the big
first time we
blind.
see it defend.
Indeed.
So Elvis didn't want to leave the building this time. It's probably the last time I'm going to be able to say that on this table, because I think it'll be new players after the break. But meanwhile, Yevon flopping the dream, even has that 9 of diamonds, trips on the board with the ace-3 flop.
With the 9 of diamonds here. Well, probably will be going for the tiny continuation, but could even check and try to trap a bit. But Elvis just continue actually
Interesting,
with
because I
king.
am checking in that spot a lot, and hoping that he bets out on, let's say, the turn.
Yeah, and maybe that's what Elvis is also thinking, that if the opponent does have the ace, he would more often check than bet it out. But what do you think now? Yevon should check or go for a bigger bet to get it all on the river? Probably, seeing as it's played, he will go
He
for a
has to
big
think
bet.
about what his opponent had that he would be calling. Was he floating like this, or was it like a diamond draw?
If you're betting large like this with ace-9, what hands are you getting to call? Exactly the reverse. It's ace-8, ace-7, and
I think he's
even
worried
ace-10.
about the flush completing.
Well, yeah, but how worried
To
do
deny
he-
equity versus to gain more
Yeah,
value from the hand.
Must be.
We could see he has the check mark.
Although, like I said, the 9 of diamonds don't have to be too worried.
I'm
but
definitely checking one of the streets. So if
Yeah.
I am betting the flop, based on, you have a guy that's got a 10% fold to c-bet, equity, you're betting those flops, and you want to check the turn to say, okay, go ahead, bet the river, you have it.
yeah,
No, you don't, and call. Or depending if you boat up, you can raise it. There are some hands you're behind there too, but I can understand the, let's say, there's 84 left in the main mentality. Let's just take down the hand here and be done with it.
And he decides to go for the bet, maybe some smaller sizing, but
Yeah.
takes it down and is looking
You're
happy
betting
about
the
it.
you're betting the turn, but smaller.
Well, if I'm checking the flop, then yes, I'm betting the turn.
But if you're betting the flop,
Well, one of those streets I would definitely check down and
okay, so
then
similar with me. Antoine taking his time with the queen 6 of diamonds from the button, but is
be
reaching for
opening.
chips. Yep, more than fine to open
yeah, of
wide from the button, especially against Elvis and Yol, actually, in particularly.
let's see if Joel does go for the more aggressive route against Antoine's big stack. Most likely opening even wider than some of the other players. I would prefer a 3-bet or an all-in.
It is an all-in, and
Antoine will take,
Baptiste is smiling about that, but Antoine with this little bit of a smirk going on.
I believe he will ask for a count and think for 7 seconds exactly and then release his hand. Let's see how close I am.
No, he's not even waiting this time.
He has to contain his image on the table, although it's quite obvious.
He's not wasting any more time this time, and
Yeah.
nice awareness there by Joel near the break time, in fact, up to 185,000.
A good pickup.
He was one of the short stacks not too long ago, found the spot, and now maintaining.
Yep. Keeping up the solid play, and the Finnish flag is waving.
So as a Finnish poker player yourself, do you find yourself navigating to root for other Finnish players when you're out and you're kind of following the event soon, or it's more like you have friends from a lot of different countries, so I imagine that might trump, the nationalism, rooting, but maybe it's more like Olympics. It's hard for me to understand as such like a nomadic being myself, even though I've been in Lithuania for 17 years. I do root for the random Lithuanians, but if I have a friend on the table, of course I'm rooting for the friend.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. As Finns, we have this camaraderie always when you meet another Finn in anywhere. It's like instantaneous. Oh, okay. I guess we're friends since we're here in Finnish.
I guess we're friends.
Yes. Yeah. So I definitely root for the Finns in that scenario. But yeah, if my friend was playing here, I would be more on their side. But yeah.
So Risto waking up with the first big slick I remember since I've been in the booth on the entire table, in fact. There may have been only one other, if that at all.
No, I believe he opened the ace-9 from early and then got free
No, I'm
bet,
saying
so.
I don't remember any single player having ace-king in the last
yeah,
hour.
Yeah. Oh, no,
Which
there
is
hasn't
rare.
been not.
We're getting some waves from Mr. Glenn Brown from Alice Loss, the marketing manager for OlyBet. Did I pronounce your name correctly, I hope? And from, although she's hiding, we're going to give her a shout out anyway. Lisa has arrived. She finally arrived. It was a long journey just to be here for the final weekend, perhaps to spend Valentine's Day with Mr. Glenn Brown, but it's great to see all three of you. And we'll be on a stream break soon, so I'll catch up with you guys in about 5 minutes.
It's all smiles here in Tallinn, especially from Mr. Glenn here, and actually from the floor as well. It's like you're looking out there and everybody's having a good time. Usually it's always like that in Tallinn.
And Baptiste with the ace-5. From what I know of him, this is not going to go in the buck.
No, should be opening. A solid player in this regard.
Solid, and I would say fearless as well. You know, like if he thinks it's the correct decision, he's going to go with it.
Yeah, definitely he has this confidence in his own play. I've played with him quite a bit, so I have my my own ways of working him, I would say. So.
But not going to share your secrets,
No,
I can
no.
see by the way that was explained.
Yes, that was in between the lines here.
So Yevon with the decision now.
Let's see.
He decides to jam the lot, so this is a very hefty, chunky shove
you
of
can
30
see
big blinds.
You can see it on Baptiste's face. It's like, oh wow, it's a big all-in. He will think about it for a moment and just let it go.
In a way, I can almost understand it. If he's facing an ace-5, an ace-5 suited, I would have to see somebody run the numbers, but very often in spots there is a frequency to be 4-bet shoving yourself.
Yeah.
But just seems a bit wide. You don't worry about that one little instance where you may get shoved over by a 4-bet.
Yeah, well.
So we are on the break now, and blinds will go up to 5,000, 10,000. We are coming to the studio. And there we are. Here we are, Rasmus. Yes. We're on the big screen. It was an exciting first couple hours. We witnessed the 135 remaining players go down to a field of 82. Now they've locked up 2,550 euros with more to come. We're going on a 20-minute break, but I want to thank Rasmus for joining both with Wise Guy and later with me, and wish you the best of luck on Valentine's Day and the Valentine's Day special. I hope Jenny becomes your tag team partner. That will be a team that I expect to see near the top of the leaderboard, or maybe with a trophy.
I would hope so, yeah. Thanks for having me. It was a great actual start of the tournament today. It has been a lot of great hands and a lot of nice play as well. So happy to be here again, thanks, and I'm hoping the best of luck to all the players.
Thank you, and Wise Guy will be back with me to kick back off the action, and see you all very soon.
Täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
I get the chance to truly be myself. I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music. I'm a maniac on the floor. I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call.
My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people. I'm a maniac. Black hat is for taking everybody's chips. We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you will push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Yeah. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you. Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice.
No filter.
The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's what very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games, and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to 7 triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips, and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll.
Yeah.
And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You've never done it, and maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
Never. So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really, not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha.
Omaha.
You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 555 Championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
Welcome back to Tallinn, Kings of Tallinn. The festival is ongoing, and we have just the main event. Not only the main event,
Rasmus
but we are
now.
working. Oh, you're Rasmus now. This is Jason Glatzer. Now, we're correct, and we're back. We are on the penultimate day of the big main event, Jason. And what's the story so far?
Yeah, we have 82 players remaining, so we lost a good chunk of the opening field. It started with 135, and we have a new chip leader. So Shaw Weinstein began the day as a chip leader. He did chip up a little bit. He's in second place with 874,000. But Arturs Dogis from Latvia is the chip millionaire, the only chip millionaire at this stage with 1,080,000 in chips. Quite a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament. And rounding out the top five, we had Magnus Puk, an Estonian, the only Estonian in the top five with 835. Veli Pekka Pentinen with 784,000, only Finnish poker player in the top five. And another Latvian, so two Latvians in the top five with Igars Petrovs with 765,000 in chips.
You can see why this guy has been the live reporter extraordinaire. There we have it all summarized up, and we have a new feature table for you guys. So let's head over to the table. We have had a few hours of play, and now after the break, these are our feature table players. Any familiar faces here, Jason, for you?
Let's see who's here. Actually, other than Luca is going to be a familiar face to a lot of people.
Luca Sorainen, yes.
And Rudolph, who we've seen playing, I believe, in the 555. Might have been the PLO, but I think it was the 555. Is also, it was the 555 high roller, I believe. No, the 3K PLO high roller.
And if you're wondering why we have one person named AK, that was on the player's own wishes. He didn't want his full name on, and who are we to say no to a player? So our Greek friend, going under the alias of AK, And then we see that we have another Israeli player on the top of the counts on this very table with 537K in front of him, the biggest stack on this table. But as Jason just said, the biggest stack in the entire tournament is above the million mark. Average stack right now, 387,000, 80 players remaining, and we are playing down to 2 or 1 tables today. Depends a little bit on how long this day will go before we reach. The goal is to reach the final table, but it might take a bit too long in the night to get there. We'll see about that.
Yeah, my guesstimate is that it'll come back with 2 tables. They're not going to have the players playing at unreasonable hours, with the final day actually being where the money counts. Right now, of course, they're getting some pay jumps in, but tomorrow is the big pay jumps, and of course the 170,000, nearly 170,000 euro top prize.
And we are back with cards in the air. Blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, and also 10,000 big blind ante.
This will be interesting because about half the table I don't think I've seen play before, both as a reporter and as a commentator over the years. Luka is not one of them, though. Luka is a beast, Luka Sorjanen. If he busts this, you will see him in the 3K, most likely, for example. He's not afraid at any given stage of a tournament, and approaches things both psychologically and mathematically, it seems, nearly perfectly. He's definitely a tough opponent to be facing against at this stage of the tournament.
And we have the table captain, at least with the most chips, Tal. He's folding the king deuce, and he has been raised under the gun +2 from Luka with the 9s, as you can see.
Christian Hoffman here. Another old school player in C3, and Mr. AK.
Defending from the big blind.
Nice flop for Luka there, but is he going to be able to see any value? I mean, I think it's only if leveling war start. You know, why would Luka be betting this flop? If he does, in AK's mind, it can only lead to disaster, but very often this will go check, bet, fold. I think he does need to bet here. It is a draw-heavy board for the big blind's range, and he wants to get some extra value as soon as possible as well, while he still knows he's likely ahead. Of course, he's behind the 7-8, but even then, he's not in horrible shape.
No, I should say this is a table that started together this morning, so it's not been formed now. They have played at least a couple of hours together, maybe also earlier in the main event as well, so there might be some history involved between the players and stuff like that as well as we go on.
And we lost 2 players somehow since just during that hand, 2 players went out on the outer table. So it could be, if it's going to go like that, we could be at a final table before the break.
That's true. Yeah, we saw a lot of players exiting, of course, the beginning of the day where we had a lot of short stacks, but now when the big blind, or the average stack is some 38, 39 big blinds, we're not going to see them fly out, of course.
But I think it's a nice touch to maybe start announcing the players that are going out. You can also follow that along at poker.pro in more of a real-time scenario. But in 81st place from Estonia, Andres Alasu, and from the United Kingdom, Kevin Whelan, who was deep in another event earlier in the week, both collecting the 2,550 euro prize.
As Alexander now finds the queens under the gun +2 and makes it at least 20k raise. Let's see if he adds some spice to that one. I think he's holding 25 there right now. Oh, sorry, there's the... okay, adding some ones.
He's, I think, just making sure he doesn't need the shove here. Like, if he had, like... I mean, once he has that big blue stack, he probably shouldn't be shoving anyway. But besides the shove, 14 big blinds, we don't know the table dynamics. If it's a call-heavy table, then I understand that. You're playing... Even though you have queens, playing it out of position isn't necessarily always nice if it's a king or an ace on the flop. And nobody waking up with anything anyway, so I think a min-raise would have actually done the same job, but that's looking at results after the fact. So Alexander, another player that I think it's the first time I've seen at a feature table that I've been behind the camera for, and also from the reporting end, it's not a familiar face at all, both on and off camera. So it's interesting how the Kings of Tallinn continues to bring in new people. It used to be, if you remember, we're going back some years, you look at any feature table and you're going to know 7 of the 8 players because it's the same players that were coming to every festival. And now there's so many new players coming each time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we have some new records in a few events as well, yet again. And just huge numbers in all the side events as well. And still plenty of poker to be played. We have at least 5-6 more events coming. And later today, there's the Valentine's special.
Are you playing it? Because that's maybe one. How funny would that be? We could actually tag team that because only one of us needs to be in the booth.
True.
We only need to play 3 levels. If it was a 3-person tag team, we'd be able to actually pull that off, to be fair, because we do have breaks in our schedule. It is that we're planning to stream till 2 a.m., but we don't know if it's going to go that way or not.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But no, I'll probably have to sit out the Valentine's special. But it's, as you said, Jason, a tag team. You play.
Crystal would be mad at me.
We play at least, you have to play at least 3 levels. It's a €555, right?
Yeah, and Rasmus was talking about playing, and we're going to put pressure on Jenny Westerlund because apparently she's the preferred partner.
Yeah, he told me, yeah, but he hadn't gotten any answer yet.
No, but I have hope for him. They are very friendly. They were both in Vilnius recently as well.
So
7s and 5s, but this could be one that if Luca can find 2 streets of betting, he can steal away with the range advantage from under the gun. But on the other hand, it's going to be hard if Miro is sticky on his 7s. There's 2 overcards to that, but it's more the king he'd be concerned about. He probably would need to fold to another street of aggression, and now it's a 3rd heart on the board. So maybe not with the 7 of hearts, which isn't that strong, but may be something. But this is very often going check, check.
Yeah,
Are you going to pretend you were on the flush draw? By now, you know your 5s aren't good. But was your opponent on the flush draw? Was your opponent holding a king? Something stronger? And Luca's going to know better than both of us. I trust his judgment better than my own in this spot, and does check it back. And the jack of clubs on the river. This could be a spot where Miro tries to steal it away, even though he's stealing away with the check mark, meaning thinking he can get something to fold, that he's repping the flush or the, a 2 pair with the king.
And now the question is whether Luca, as you said, with the early open race, if he's going to try to have the range advantage to bet this.
And he could actually, because he would check a lot of turns just to bet the river. So, but decides to just see a showdown, and Miro will be happy to collect that pot. Taps the table, in fact.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting hat there. I'm wondering if those things on the end are actually cover the eyes and you can see through them.
Yeah, a bit curious about that as well. Here we have the updated chip count from our feature table. And Redraws, the short stack on the table with just less than 10 big blinds now, since we are on the 10K big blind level. And also Alexander's with a rather short stack, even though getting the shove through and picking up some blinds and ante recently. And here we have the top heavy payouts, 169 and 5.
Yeah, but right now we're going to be on that tomorrow. Right now they've locked up 25.50. The relevant information you need to know for the very short term is when there's 71 players remaining, there'll be a pay jump to 2,900. There are a lot of pay jumps after that, and you can see the top heaviness of it. So eventually, when it gets to the final table, this 25.50 turns into 16,200 for the final 9, and it just goes up there and there. 11 times that, in fact, for the winner. Nearly.
Yeah.
10.5.
Decent payday,
yes,
as we call it.
Meanwhile, it's Christian's turn to open from the hijack with the king 10. A min raise, it looks like, yes. And Rudolph's from the button. This could be a shove, but he opts to fold, maybe if it was suited. It's hard to actually know if Christian's been opening a lot from the hijack or not as well. And I think the fold is not so bad. And Luca opting to defend with the queen 8. Does have 2 live cards to the king 10. And the 4-7-6 flop hits the big blinds range. Does give Luca a gut shot. Still has his 2 cards. We'll see how he reacts if Christian decides to continue. Or maybe Luca's thinking of betting himself. Yep, we have a lead out. So Rasmus and I were talking about how I don't fully understand when to donk bet and when not to. And Luca is one of the players I just said a moment ago that I trust his judgment better than mine. So I find this interesting. Donk bets I've seen a lot being like I've connected with the board and I'm just trying to juice or take down. And this is a pretty bad draw, actually, and just playing the range.
Yeah.
Rasmus is in the background now shaking his head, so I have a feeling I'm not spot on in that analysis. But anyway, regardless, Luca taking it down and nice awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Rasmus Sivonen on the side here. Was in the booth just before the break. Have you got any confirmation about the tag team, Rasmus? We're just talking about it. Do you have a partner?
No confirmation yet?
All right.
But maybe I take 5 minutes to do a little shopping with Rasmus. I have the golden key card to thank him for being in the booth with us for a couple of hours, and I can be back in 5 minutes. Is okay?
That sounds like a great idea, actually. And we should say that the tag team, since we're talking about Rasmus having Jenny on board, you don't have to be man, woman. It's open. You can play 2 men or 2 women. You don't have to be mixed. So it's open for all, but you have to have a teammate. And now Christian opening with the king jack off. Into the gun +2, and Rudolph's on the short stack will not be the hand he shoves with. Over to Luca, who's we've been seen being fairly active at this table, and as often he is, of course, playing a lot of hands. And Alexander's now with just 14 bigs behind. Maybe not defending with the 10-9, even though you normally would, but seems like he's thinking about it at least. Here comes the call. So heads up then between Alexanders and Christian. And open-ended. This is what he awarded with, but you can see flush draw for both players. Christian with the jack, the higher one. And many aces in the racing range of the betting range of Christian, of course, pre-flop here. So expect him to continue as he also has the flush draw. Actually checks behind. Let's see. Pairing of the board doesn't help. Alexander's open-ended. I don't think he will try to lead out on this one. Double checking his hand. Maybe trying something with the open-ended and the flush draw as well, since his opponent checked behind, but check from him. And now then question whether Christian is going to try to represent something on the turn instead, or if he still stays the... Let's come for a bet. 20 into 55. Bigs behind, so even though only 20k, it's costing him almost a tenth of a stack, or more than a tenth of a stack, to call this one. intrigued to call, but yeah, I think he does the correct decision because calling would mean, of course, he doesn't know if the hearts are alive either, and they weren't in this case, so discipline laid down with the open end and the flush draw from Alexander, and this is now the chip counts for our feature table. Tal still up top, 54 bigs. Then the two Finns, Miro and Luca, 40 and 37 bigs respectively. Christian now chipping up a bit with that pot, 34 big blinds. And 77 players remaining now, so we lost a few more on the outer table as well. And unfortunately for the home team, we have lost Paavo Korka and Oskar Ojaver on the outer tables now, and also Ishak Noyan, Sweden, is out since the last update. So those are the three eliminations as we're down to 77. And Luka with another small pair, this time in position on the button, so surely he will be attacking the blinds with a raise here now. Seems to be sizing up a bit, making it 22, and Alexander won't be involved in this one. Suited hand though for Tal in the big blind. Expect him to come along as we have Jason back in the booth as well.
Hello, hello, hello. So Rasmus won't be playing actually at all, the tag team now, because he decided he caught a flight, so he's actually heading on home.
Ah, okay.
But I want to thank him for the first 2 hours of joining us.
Definitely, yeah, it was fun having him. I think he enjoyed it as well.
And he will be coming actually to Vilnius, I believe, at the end of May.
As he should. I mean, that's he's the king of Vilnius.
He's the king of Vilnius, yes.
Yeah, we talked about it with him earlier as well, at the start of this broadcast, that he took 2 trophies and another 2 final tables, right? Was it even 2 heads-up positions?
Yeah, and then he's also won a he's only won a main event before, you know.
Yeah.
Small things.
Small things, as we all.
No, he's quite a good player, and definitely not nervous about being in the big spots.
Yeah, you mentioned Vilnius in May, but we also have Riga coming up, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be in Riga on March 14th for the OlyBet Showdown Riga Voodoo Spring Edition. There's a 1K main there as well. There's a satellite for it today, an 80 euro one at 6 p.m. or at 8 p.m., I believe. But I will double check that. And here's a look again at the final table payouts for tomorrow. None of these players can collect that now, but you can see what they have their eyes on, because you know, right now they've locked up 2,550 euros. That's nice, but this is nicer. So the goal today is to go to tomorrow with a decent enough stack to be able to make a run at those payouts. Today is positioning for tomorrow for at least 9 and likely more players that will advance from today. Expect Luca to be opening off a 41 big blind stack with Queen Jack and an open pot in most positions, so cutoff certainly qualifies.
It does. And Alexander.
Interesting spot here for Tal. Is the chip leader at the table still and has a hand that often 3-bets against a cutoff open, especially someone that you should deem to be opening a little bit wider than some of the other players at the table in Luca.
Yeah, and even though he wasn't maybe aware of Luca before today, they've sat from 3 hours together on the table already before going to the feature table, so he probably knows that Luca is opening a lot of hands.
And showing no fear. It's a 3-bet, it looks like, to 55,000 from the small blind. That would be not such a small sizing from, let's say, the button, but from the small blind, it is a smallish sizing, at least giving Luca some food for thought. It is kind of one of the hands where you have some playability, but not necessarily against a 3-bet. In this case, it has a lot of playability for just a call, but I'm not going to be surprised if he gives up on this spot. When Luca's thinking, you know it's not a easy decision. And it looks like he's going with option number 1, which is to call the 3-bet. He was maybe priced in, and maybe if that 3-bet's a little bit bigger, it gets out that queen jack. And now Tal hoping for some clubs, and it's a club out of the window, Jack, Jack 10, but no more clubs to follow. It basically smacks Luca in the face, and Tal was the one to 3-bet. Let's see if he decides to continue, which I expect most often he would.
Are those the fastest sunglasses we've seen on a feature table?
Yeah, quite interesting there. Let's see if we can make out things on, let's say, the clock from his sunglasses.
Or the cards, the Kardashian way.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder, I imagine if he's this deep, if people could see his cards, then that would have been a problem already.
Comes to continuation, 130K in the middle. And it seems like he's going for,
get painful.
Is that 69?
59, I think. Or 49 even. 39, wow.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so it's it's a reasonable sizing.
Yeah.
It's not going to cost him that much at all, depending on what Luca does. I mean, if he calls and Tal fires bigger on the turn, it could cost him. But if he decides to raise here, then the hand will be over. But Luca having none of that.
Quick call.
Would maybe slow down with a 9 or an ace on the board, just because of potential queen kings. Calling from the small, 3-betting from the small blind. And right now Luca has the check mark, but it's Tal who has been the aggressor thus far this hand.
Yeah, and now also finding a small pair, which gives him at least something in case he was up to against a king-queen.
It gives him at least some showdown value, which makes it slightly less likely to bet both these streets. But I don't know if he's even going to bet here. I think he's going to be checking, but he's going to be betting. Really trying to push hard the story that he 3-bet with something like ace-jack or an overpair. And the sizing was, once again, not that big. So it's not that he's going to, but this time he would get more information from a call. And what do you think Luca's thinking about? Is he thinking about raising, or is he just trying to think about whether he's actually behind here?
Nah, I think
I
he's
don't think
more
he's thinking
thinking about
that.
how do I just call now without playing my hand open. If I just call, your opponent will for sure know that you have a good hand. So
I don't think it changes with this. If anything, it makes it worse. You know, that you were thinking if it's a snap call, then you could be at least okay. He maybe acted a little bit impulsively.
Yeah.
Oof, that's a danger card. Even though we see Luca with the check mark, I think if Tal checks, it may lead to a check by Luca, but I think he's still betting. You know, it just slows things down, you know, like, you have the jack, unless you're putting Tal in a hand he has exactly like he does. But I think a king-queen is checking the turn as well. So he shouldn't be that scared. I think we would see if Tal checks Luca going for value. Tal doesn't look like he's ready to give up on the hand yet, though.
Doesn't.
And has a pot-sized bet left in his hand. Luca with less than a pot-sized bet, so very often the sizing on a bet here would just be a shove. But maybe it'll be smaller because we've seen Tal with a smaller sizing also on the turn, and maybe Tal's just going to give up on the hand. And as we can see, that would be his best option. Luca not going anywhere.
No, definitely not. Yeah, a lot of thoughts going
That's
through
a
Tal's
massive
head.
stare down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how long that should be. Like, you know, I don't mind if somebody's doing it for 5-10 seconds, but you get like, in real life, you're never staring at somebody for more than 5 or 10 seconds, right? So this becomes a little bit awkward for the other player, and he's looking to see if there's any change in movement or something like that, perhaps, to determine whether he's going to bet or not, or maybe he's just thinking while also, you know, putting a little bit of mental fear into his opponent at the same time. But that's intense, I have to say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be facing that.
I mean, it's good that he has these sunglasses so you don't have to stare directly into his eyes. There comes the check eventually. So now interesting to see what Luca decides on here. We have a 338k pot already. He sits with 250 in front of him.
We both know that Luca is likely to not get any more value out of this hand.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much he's going to bet. I'm going to be surprised if he checks. I'm just not sure if he's going to shove or choose some other sizing. Because we don't know exactly how Tal was playing on the other table. Maybe he's been in a couple spots where he's had hands, and then he hasn't had hands, and when he hit his draw, that's when he checks. There are some players that play like that try to trap you into betting into their made draw. But Luca not concerned. That doesn't look like a shoving size, though. That's coming. Or maybe just taking a nap.
That's what I thought Tal was doing behind the glasses for a while there. But Luca at least moving. Meanwhile, we're looking out on an interesting field of PLO high-low 4 and 5 cards in front of the booth here.
Yeah, some action there, some familiar faces. And also, while we're waiting, we're down to 73 players. There's a few more announcements to make. We have James Wayne from Ireland out in 74th, Ante Pitarainen in 75th, Leo Piatella in 76th, Henry Pironen in 77th, Deklo in 78th, Oscar Ojavir, and Paavo Korka, also from Estonia, in 79th. They all collected 25.50, and we caught up on the rest earlier.
Yeah, exactly. I actually did the Oscar and the Paavo when you were awake.
Ah, that's why I didn't know.
So rub it in for the Estonians. But all right, 200k now has been the bet, almost all in from Luca Sorainen.
What do you make of this? I mean, it would be interesting to talk to Luca and some of the other guys that do this. You know, what's the purpose? I understand maybe in a multi-white to just leave 50k back. Like, if you're getting called, don't you want full value? Are there hands that aren't raising, you know, like anything you might say, well, if I lose the hand, I'm down to 50K. It's okay. I can spin that up potentially. But what hands are just calling you that are beating you? Those hands are usually going to be raising you.
Oh, look at this. Is he actually considering calling here now? What is he putting Luca on? Complete bluff.
But that would be strange to be floating 2 streets. You'd be floating it potentially with a queen 9, queen king.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of
Hands that would
hands
have been made on the river.
On the river with the king queen.
And it's a bit ambitious to think that your 5 is good in this particular board texture.
Yeah. I mean, there's no flush draw on the flop. There's a lot of straights getting there on the river, and this is just a matter of that he doesn't want to lose all the chips that he already put in, but I don't see him.
And even a hand like aces or kings may potentially do this, because 8 kings is blocking that straight, and if it's checked, you're like, okay. But I don't think kings is doing it. It's either a jack or a queen-king kind of hand, or a pocket pair connecting with the board.
Here's the fold. And Tal will have to look back at the stream later on to see that he was correct, and that Luca was well ahead all the way here with the 3 jacks. And big stack now for Luca Sorainen. He will for sure be contending for this one.
Yeah, I expect
one of the guys you don't want to give all the chips to.
Definitely not.
Here we have him now, table captain. 2 fins up top in the table chip count.
And Rudolph's still hanging on with the sub 10 big blind stack. I think he was doing that also in the PLO, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he might be actually, yeah.
So he's very comfortable with the short stack. And as I pointed out with Rasmus, and he pointed out as well with the hour clock, it's not the same as being in a turbo with 9.4 big blinds. It's not that you need to completely relax, but you don't need to take the first spot that comes across you if it's very marginal.
Absolutely.
And you can still raise off this stack as well if you choose, but on this table, I'm not sure I would recommend that. But to make the final 71 players is already a nice accomplishment, so it's something that these players can be proud of. A lot of these players have been there, done that before. I'm going to check whether we have any defending champions remaining. I know Juha Helpy went out before the first break.
Now then, decision time for Rudolph, because he wakes up in a fairly early position, but decides to shove it in with the king-queen suited. Nothing wrong with that, of course. A nice hand. We'll see whether Luca wakes up with another pair. Does not. King-jack off will not be choice to defend in the hijack from him, and neither will Alexander be the one going up against Rudolph. Tal is out as well, so what about our guys in the blinds? No, Junel, we haven't seen him play the hand yet.
And
Christian with the Doyle, suited but not good enough for 10 big blinds. So it's some blinds and antis added to the stack of Rudolph's.
That'll carry him through another orbit.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, it doesn't look like we have any former champions remaining.
We don't? Okay.
No, Juha went out on 107th.
Any other notables still in?
And there's a lot of notables. Notables on every table.
Yeah.
Frankie went out on 124th place, one of the earlier eliminations.
Yeah, I heard something about a bluff gone wrong.
Sounds about right. Martin Zobel, who we saw go out on the stream, a Kings of Tallinn side event champion.
Yeah.
And the last, I think, champion, I looked at the list really close just now, so I'm about 99% certain to go out, was Rano Sutla, the first ever Kings of Tallinn main event champion, out in 89th place for 25.50.
Oh.
Rano flew special out to come out to play this event. He is from Tallinn, but he was busy piling up trophies in Asia. He won 4 in one festival. We don't have to mention that maybe 1 or 2 had just 1 table of players, so maybe 1 just had 3 players. That doesn't matter. He did win 4 trophies, and it would have been nice to see him make a deeper run in this one, but nothing to be ashamed about, getting a more than min cash in at the Kings of Tallinn main event.
For sure. And now Lionel with the 4s decides to shove 26 big blinds straight in against the blinds, and for sure he's getting Christian away. What about AK? Seems like he was a bit interested, but not when he found out how much. We saw him show one card, I'm not sure what, but some 25 minutes left of this level before we raise them up again. As Jason said, we are on a 1-hour clock and 70 players remaining, and this is the payouts for tomorrow, the final table.
And if you're wondering why that graphic keeps coming up, it's because that's really what they're playing for, you know, and it doesn't make sense to be pulling up stuff like aggression frequency and VPIP because, you know, the sample size that we have today is going to be rather small. The idea is to change the table frequently. So the relevant information is actually what they're playing for. And the chip counts, which also comes up on the screen, I think, every other graphic.
Yeah, exactly. Now then, 13 bigs, ace-10 suited. Mid position, wouldn't be surprised to see it go in here.
On other tables, I would foresee even an open. On this one, I tend to agree. And we've seen him shove even bigger than this previous time, so not going to be surprised if that's what it is. It's not unusual to shove 13 big blinds.
Double checking his own chip stack right now.
I'm not even sure he's decided to play this hand yet, let alone how much he's betting.
No? I'd be surprised if he folds, though.
I would be surprised, too, but he hasn't been counting his chips. He's not looking down at his chips. He's looking kind of out there, but he is going to jam it. I think he was thinking about when my jamming or folding, but I could be wrong, and Tal's going to be forced to fold a weaker ace. Nothing doing by him now, and Christian will be quickly following suit. Mr. AK.
Seems interested in every hand, every spot.
But doesn't play
no.
all them.
Exactly. Just want some TV time.
But he doesn't. He wouldn't give us his name. We know his name, but we're using AK.
That's true. Here's the fold, and Rudolph's folds a suited Jack-9. So seems like Alexander can pick up the blinds and ante, add them to his stack, and be about 15 or 16 bigs instead then.
So we have a few more players to have busted. You could take a look at the chip counts in the meantime, but we're down to, I believe, 70 players, which means in 71st and 72nd we lost 2 Finns. And Emil Jaeger and Joel Holmberg, who was on the TV table earlier. My friend went out in 73rd place, Stanislavas Vanasenka, also known as Felix. Sometimes he plays under the same way we have AK, sometimes he'll play under his name, sometimes Felix for fun. And you know what that means? It means the top 70 players now have a pay jump, so everybody's locked in 2,900 euros, a nice tasty 350 euros extra to what they were previously guaranteed.
Fantastic, but one guy that doesn't care too much about the early pay jumps is Lukas Sorainen, and now he comes racing with the ace-9 under the gun, suited. And Tal, he has an ace every hand almost, but not the best ones.
Maybe he sees that 4 of spades as the ace of spades.
Oh, now he wants it back.
Yeah,
the money he lost to Luca.
Because he's thinking about doing something here. He folded the ace-7 to the shorter stack jam, but now with an open. And eventually does what most people would do in that spot and folds.
Another
but
ace.
A 3-bet, if nobody else spoke up with anything, actually would have worked. AK folding quickly that time, and Rudolph's with Jack-8 offsuit off the short stack from the small blind, and Miro quickly folding his king 3. I'm not sure if we've seen Miro play a hand yet.
I don't think we have, right?
I think Frankie just played a hand, though. I heard him in the background
How was
yell
it?
something.
Aha.
It sounded like he not only played a hand, but lost a hand because he's standing up. I thought it was a yell of joy and scream, but I think it's a yell of another re-entry, because you can still enter that one, I believe anyway.
Yeah, we are seated outside the ballroom, so we can't see the TV table, but we do have the PLO 4-5 high-low in front of us. Some 8-9 tables maybe of players here. 71 players I see now enter this one so far. And Frankie,
it's close enough where we could play it and commentate at the same time in theory. But
almost, yeah.
Almost. We just have to move the camera once in a while and the screen a little bit.
Although I wouldn't
That
enter
would be
this
very
one, but
complicated.
the high-low is your game, right?
Yeah, high-low is my game, but I like all the games. I just have a biggest ROI over the years in the high-low.
Now then, back to our table short stack, but 4 high, maybe not shoving from the button against these
But if
fins.
it worked, Miro
It wouldn't.
Would have woken up and snapped that. But ace-9 is going to raise and not play it tight against a tricky Luca. But it isn't a big raise. It's 25,000, and I think it's not going to accomplish anything other than jacking up the pot a little bit and playing it out of position. It does prevent you limp and having to call a raise, so the pot could be bigger. But meanwhile, it's middle pair and a dangerous all-heart 9-king deuce flop. 5 of hearts for Luca is actually a live out, and the only live out is the flush right now for Luca. Meanwhile, it's Miro to bet, and Luca really shouldn't be overvaluing that 5 of hearts. But it is a small bet, actually. And there are some backdoors, so let's see what Luca decides to do. Interesting. He also has the power position, so could try to bluff later on. But that's what makes him such a tricky player, is he's going to be calling that very often when he has it, and he's calling it with not quite air, because we see the 5 of hearts is live, but if it wasn't, it would be complete air.
Miro, not afraid of taking another stab at this one.
It looks like when he plays a hand, he really plays it. You know, he's not showing any fear. His hand is basically one for just showdown value at this stage, but he wants to deny all the potential flush equity, or represent the flush himself for later, or just take it down now. That was a confusing hand for me, actually.
Yeah, a bit. Luca getting warm from losing a pot.
But how is
He's
he
not
going to
used to
cover
it.
his neck if he doesn't have
yeah.
his hoodie on? That's his thing when he's in a hand. You have even up all the way up to the mouth, he pulls it. Maybe and Tal goes with the way that if I'm wearing a hoodie, I would just keep it up, and that's it.
Yeah, Medellin is pretty hot on the stage, though, under those lights, so maybe impossible for him to keep the hoodie on. But this guy's still
And
rocking
he's got a
his.
heavy one. That's a winter hoodie.
Yeah, sure. And pair of trays.
Are the glasses going to come back on?
Oh, almost forgot about them. How could I? And Christian will throw the 7 deuce in the muck.
But it doesn't look like he has the glasses on when he's looking at his cards, so there's no harm in all that reflection.
True.
Nope, no love for anyone, except for maybe Luca. Under normal under the gun open, maybe this would already be in the muck, but against Tal, who he's played against and has shown he's not, let's say, playing super tight. I'm not saying he's playing like a maniac, because that's not the case either, but has shown a fair opening range from various positions. It might be a 3-bet or a call. What are you doing here, wise guy?
I'm also warm.
Yeah, you're taking off your hoodie, and you're not even on the TV table.
But if you're talking about the hand, I'm if I'm Luca, I'm probably calling here with the history with Tal, all the little history we have seen, but I think they may have been playing a few pots already today because Tal was on a bit shorter stack earlier today, I think, and then he came into this feature table as the table captain, and now Luca's back in the driving seat. So I think Luca likes to play a pot with Tal, and they also got Alexander's coming along for the three-way flop.
And it's the threes still ahead, but he's not necessarily going to be betting because he has threes on this board. He's going to be betting if it checks over to him just to try to take down the pot. Alexander checking his paired up bottom pair with the deuce.
And the glasses are back.
So maybe he wasn't staring down before, because now I think he's just kind of looking into space and thinking. It's hard to tell with these glasses.
Yeah.
But that first hand, I definitely would take it as a stare down.
Yeah, me too.
But now it doesn't look like he's actually looking at either of the players that you'd be up against. Now he is.
Maybe just
the head turned a little bit there.
Staring at the flop real hard.
He does check.
Yeah, goes check.
And he lets the jack-8 pull ahead. It's not jack-8, sorry, king-queen. Nothing pulls ahead on that 8, so 3's still ahead, but this may embolden Luca or Alexander to wrestle this one away. It's the least risk, actually, for Luca to do based on the stack sizes. And then I'd be curious if Alexander opts to try to take it away if Luca checks, but this often, if Luca checks, I don't actually expect Alexander to bet. He does check, so we'll find out. He has showdown value. It's been cheap so far. However, 73,000 added to his stack would be nice as well. So does he turn his hand into a 7-9 type of situation? 10-8, 10-jack would also be betting big. Anything with a 10. That might check the flop because you're in the big blind. You would check pretty much every flop. And he is going to go for it. But for a non-shove sizing, which makes a lot of sense, no reason to bet big. It's, I think, 23,000.
Yeah, interesting to see the short stack trying to steal this one, and why shouldn't he? But this time also,
it should actually it should work because Tal, even though we see is ahead, he's not really drawing to anything, and he's often far behind. So
yeah, and same for Luca. So nice pot for Alexander. Gets to keep his blinds and ante and add a few more chips instead. Almost 20 big blinds now in front of him. To stack some color matching chips to his shirt and the flag. And here we have the updated chip count, even though losing a bit in this spot. Luca still with the most chips at the feature table with 544, but as we touched on earlier, we have a chip millionaire, at least we did when we started.
There's a few of them floating around now because the floor is updating more frequently, but they're not timestamped, so it's like an accidental, peak, and then I can't really announce it because of the delay. But there were 3 chip millionaires, or there will be 3 chip millionaires at a minimum.
Let's see.
One of them being the Arturs Dogus, who we can say is a chip millionaire because he was at the break. He may not have that status anymore, but he at least had that status at the break.
Yep, we'll give you some fresh numbers after the next break, because then all the floormen will help us have an updated count as well. But of course, also if you head to the live reporting, I'm sure Christopher is updating a bit with the biggest stacks and names as well on the outer tables.
Yeah, and the cool thing about that is not necessarily always that. Like we're able to see the action here. Chris is not focused on this table at the moment. He's focused on all the outer tables. I can actually see him out of the corner of my eye very far away. Doing that right now, writing down a hand. So he's looking for the big hands and reporting those over to you too. It's impossible to tell the complete journey of every single one of the 1,033 entries in this mix, but as things get tighter and tighter field-wise size, then it becomes more of an intimate affair. A couple of hearts on this flop. Let's see if AK finds a continuation, but I'm assuming that Tal is going to be checking here. Then checks it back. That was a pretty firm check back too.
Yeah.
7 of diamonds, so 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, but no flush draws for either player. And maybe Tal wants to rep the 7. The check on the flop made a lot of sense, both range-wise and also card-wise. But now the ranges have kind of changed a little bit, especially after AK so emphatically checked the first time around. And this time laying out a small bet. And Tal calling the min bet. Interesting. I don't know what he's expecting, unless he plans to steal it away on most rivers.
Oh.
Now this can spell trouble for Tal. He's going to likely have to call. AK should be slightly concerned about the diamonds, even with the jack of diamonds, but not so concerned that he's not going to bet here. It would just be if he's raised over the top, then he has a lot to think about with the 7 paired and the diamonds. But Tal thinking he's betting for value here.
Yeah, most likely shopping this one.
Possibly lost the same amount he would have anyway, because that probably would have been around the sizing AK did, so no harm, no foul, and 8K picks up a small pot.
Not too sure about the call from Tal on the turn, though.
No, it is a chop, actually. Sorry.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the call on the turn was what surprised me a bit. And see if he wouldn't have hit the king. I'm interested to see what the plan was with that call. But we never know, because he hit the king and bet for value, but had to settle for the chop.
Yeah, I mean, we saw he was throwing to 2 outs for the chop, and he got his 2 outer. So it wasn't. There must have been something else at play, where it's everybody misclicks. Like I misclicked even here just now in the comms booth, missing the queen for the chop on the paired board. So that's it's easy for the players to do after playing for so long.
Just go to show even the best can sometimes slip.
Oh no, the best commentators are going to slip once in a while, but.
AK now running away from the table after the fold, probably checking his phone, because they're not allowed to have them on the table, so they are just aside of the stage.
But George would have not made that mistake.
He's fantastic, but it's not flawless.
No, he could have made that mistake, but it would have been like 5-6 hours from now after seeing
exactly.
pink elephants on the screen, because he's on hour 10 after doing a few other days.
Yeah, shout out again to Mr. Sanford in Brazil, hopefully enjoying life, and hope to have him back in the future for our stops, as Alexander's now comes from the button with the ace-4 suited, sizing up a bit to 23, and enough to have quick folds from our gentlemen in the blinds. Even Tal can fold a hand every now and then.
It's good to see. You should have a full button in the mix there. And it looks like how many we're down to? 66. So 4 more players out.
Yeah.
We'll hit a refresh for that.
Let's do that, but we have a dealer change coming up as well.
So in 67th place, it was another player that we saw on the feature table, and he actually remembered me as well and waved to me from across the room during our break, and that's Elvis Kervalis in 67th place. Glenn Cole from Ireland in 68th. And a familiar name here, and Peter Joksland from Denmark and in 69th, and Sander, another local, Sander Ligre, and I'm probably butchering your surname, in 70th place for 6,900, for 2,900. All those players cashed for 2,900. Out of the Estonians, there's a few left. For those of you watching locally, there's Rano Kivalu still in the mix. It looks like with a shorter stack. Same with Otto Puck. Risto Parnat, who we saw on the feature table, is hanging along. Henry Jorgen Rautitz is also in the mix. And with one of the bigger stacks, actually, is none other than Magnus Puck, a very familiar name here in the OlyBet circles, not just in Estonia.
Yep.
So a few Estonians. We do always appreciate at least one Estonian on the final table.
Absolutely. We definitely want at least one.
The final tables lately, the main events here have been quite international affairs, with Estonians sometimes actually shut out from that.
And we've had a lot of final tables with big Spanish rails. How are they doing? Do we have any chances
Jimenez
for that?
is still in, yes. I didn't see a lot of Spanish flags, but there's another one here, Alberto Martinez Gonzalez.
Yeah. So still a chance that we, by this time tomorrow, have a really loud Spanish
G.
rail.
Gordo is in as well. Guillermo Gordo Cifuentes.
Oh,
he's super sick. He's got a stack as well.
Yeah. Did he win the other year, or was he just top 3 in a big event we had? I'm not sure, but definitely been on the feature table
before. And that's it for the Spanish contingent, but they're basically almost Estonian at this stage. When they first moved here, they didn't know a word of English, even, a lot of them. I mean, I have my friend David Lopez. He was in that mix. He's back, not living here anymore, and I would talk to the guys through David, actually, but now they all speak pretty good English.
And it was Tal opening this hand from the bottom position, and Christian calling, defending the big blind with Jack 10. Swing and a miss for both players, but backdoor flush for Tal, and Christian has checked in over to him. He's just gone into the tank again between those glasses a bit, so expecting, though, a continuation bet shortly, maybe. Well, checks behind.
I might not agree with every single one of Tal's plays, but I like the way he feels comfortable doing the way he's doing, right? So he's not always wearing the glasses. He puts them on when he wants to go into a different mindset, I believe. I don't think it's also about people not picking up tells, but you're not picking up that many tells from the eyes these days. It's other movements that are picking up tells. The eyes can lie pretty easily. It's also very bright on that table, too, so when you need to focus to get some of that light out, that's what makes him comfortable, great. And Rasmus would like that he's taking, a little bit of time to, time things correctly, both for when he has it and doesn't, to balance that along with being able to think about what your best move might be.
And now then, Christian missing his outs.
It would be a bad timing to try to steal it now. He could have done it on the turn. And comes to the same conclusion, and Tal will probably try to get a little bit of value. It is a dangerous board to be attempting that with, but you have to assume Christian would have bet his 2 pairs and straights just to get some value at this stage with a going check on the turn.
And while we wait for the bet from Tal, we can hear that the spin and gold area has opened up for today.
So are they still running opening flights? Now I know 6 o'clock is supposed to be day 2 because we played one yesterday, won by Mr. Teddy.
Yeah, we both succeeded to lose a 3-way sit and go to Teddy, but I think they are doing more day 1s today. It's €110 buy-in. You play a 3-way short fast sit and go, And then if you win, you're on to day 2, which is 6 o'clock local time today in a few hours' time. So still think there's a chance if you're watching this stream from a nearby location to get in that one and maybe find yourself in a day 2.
Yes, and it doesn't take very long. They're
No.
just a few minutes long, and if you have a couple of friends, you can if you all sign up at the same time, chances are you'll get on the same table, or you can stick around and wait for some slow stragglers to walk by and compete against people that aren't your friends. I found it fun competing against Wise Guy. Even though I took third, I found it fun playing with Wise Guy and Teddy.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Short but sweet, as she said. Now then, Miro folding. Luca actually been a bit quiet for a few hands, but now finding something that he could potentially open with. Reaches for chips and make it a min 20. And this is actually the last hand that he can do that, because we will have a new blind level after this one.
Where min racing is not allowed.
Exactly.
No,
but not to 20.
Not to 20 at least.
It wouldn't be fun if you just didn't allow min races at certain levels. And
you have to at least 3x.
Exactly. And Tal with an ace.
Sorry,
again.
guys. Next level is push fold. For a full hour.
One choice only. And AK throwing the chips in, so no takers.
Interesting non-defend there by AK.
Yeah. So, quick hands. So maybe we still have the same blind level, or no, we're on the new one now. So these are the updated counts when it's 6-12 blinds instead, which means that Rudolph is now below 8 big blinds. Needs to find something rather quick here now. I think he's in the big blind this hand as well, so having to commit 2 of those 7.8 already. Might see his chips going in. If someone chooses to attack, will it be Luca again? Maybe with the ace deuce. Not against the short stack in the big blind though. And it won't be Alexander either. Oh, Tal, he just has one ace, a weak ace man. Looking at the stack of the big blind as well.
Tal, weak ace, Barasovsky. If you're going to sign up to OlyBet Poker Tal, I recommend you to see if the screen name Weak Ace is out there. And speaking of which, we have interesting here for Christian Plausing. He hasn't played a hand in a while. I'm waiting for someone to just be floating Tal when he's doing these opens, not 3-betting, the button spot. A 5-3 suited would have been a little bit ambitious, but he paused long enough to keep the hope alive. It is a correct fold, but that doesn't mean you don't want to see some mayhem happening. And Rudolph's might now be thinking about that. Tal's been opening kind of a lot. Because all those weak aces, if they're unopened, are leading to opens. And the hijack it is fine to be doing so, of course.
Yeah, and we shortly saw Teresa Nusiainen exiting the stage.
And speaking of Teresa, I just got a message from her in our group chat. Some additional information, guys, on that Valentine's Day special event. It is a tag team affair. You do have to play 3 levels each at a minimum on your team. It's teams of 2. And I remember there was a question earlier. I don't know if it was discussed at all when I wasn't in the booth about the, about the buy-in. It's 555 euros per team. If you're in the building listening to us, the cashier has been instructed to send players over to Teresa because there is a special registration process in that bad boy as well.
Aha.
As a spoiler alert, those of you expecting Wise Guy and I to team up and tag team both that and the commentating, unfortunately you're out of luck. We're not either good enough poker players or just not talented enough to actually run back and forth. But that will be taking place in the luxurious Las Vegas room. It's my favorite place to play poker. And I think it's going to be quite exciting, that one.
We just have to settle for tag teaming Valentine's Way here in the booth instead all night long.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, maybe feed each other some chocolate and whatnot.
Sexy, sexy.
Now then, Luca opening early with the Jack-10 off, and Christian hasn't played many hands, now with the suited ace in the cutoff position. And the short stack in between them, so interesting to see if he really wants to play this one. He decides to lay down.
Yeah, I mean, it's under the gun.
And this will not be the hand that Rudolph invests his last chips with. What about Miro? Ace-10, surely defending in the big blind.
Against a normal under the gun open. Defaults. So yeah, he's treating Luca like with a normal tight range, and Luca extending that all the way down to being opening with Jack-10. Gets a dominating Ace-10 suited to fold from the big blind. And we're down to 65 now, which
we have not lost Tal, just temporarily. He's still in.
Or his class is still in? Yes. But in 66th place was Lithuania's Linas Bulskas for 2,900. And I think we mentioned the rest. So we just lost one player because Elvis we mentioned already.
Yep.
And down to 65 players, still at that 2,900 payout level. When that goes up, it will be, when we're down to just 55 players, it'll be another 450 euros at a minimum in each player's pocket. That remains for a minimum payout of 33.50.
Seems like it wasn't a good idea to be on the first feature table of today because many of those players are out now.
Yeah, but I mean, logically, we had a table that we looked at that had only 2 players above average, by the end of the day. So
you're saying there's logic in poker?
Sometimes.
Okay.
There's always logic in poker, but there's sometimes a lot of luck in any particular hand or spot.
Those are the wise words of Mr. Glatzer. And look at this. Waiting and waiting. Okay, I guess I have to shove my 6-5 big blinds now. I'll try to look weak when I do it. Here we go.
This looks so strong, though, the way he did it. It looks the exact opposite. But how do you, you either have hands you're going to call with or not. It's not that you're going too much off the reads there. But when you exaggerate it as much as you do, it does look strong.
But we are calling here with King-9 if we're Luca, right?
Yeah,
here we
unless
go.
he got some kind of read.
Yeah, maybe, he saw that, what you saw. But anyway, here we go.
It's queens against King-9, a great spot for Rudolph's, but he still has some outs to fade and maybe some backdoors.
Yeah.
He would love to see a queen out of the window.
Does not, but is there a king? It's not.
But it is a safe flop.
Was that an 8?
An
so
8
some
on
more
the turn?
outs.
Oh, no. But it's a 10 pairing.
Yeah. Smiles from Rudolph as finally gets that double up. Back to 12 bigs now.
And even Luca with smiles, knowing it didn't really cost him that much there.
It's okay.
And it's
Chips
almost a call with
any
any 2. If it was a little bit less, it's a call with any 2 anyway, with the dead money already in the pot.
Yeah. So with that, Jason, I'm stepping out for a little bit, but I'm sure you'll be just fine here, and then I'll be back before the break comes as well.
Okay. So thank you, Wise Guy. Let's have a little bit of fun, me and you. And we can take a look at the chip counts. And we have Luca, who took charge pretty early at this feature table, still with the chip lead. But to give you guys an idea, the real chip leaders that are away from this table, there's a few players over $1 million in chips. So the players wielding those really monstrous stacks are elsewhere, but that's good for Luca because that makes him the big stack at this table, the table captain, allows him to play his game. And it's not easy actually playing against Luca. And we have Tal here. Glass is not on yet. It's the dead man's hand, the ace-8. Quick full bound now. And Christian will follow suit. And 8K. Already looked at his queen four, so that was a very fast fold for him. And Rudolph's, is it going to be back-to-back shoves? I mean, this isn't queens, but it's still a pocket pair. It is from the cutoff, but opting to not potentially cough up his chips so early after gaining them. But would have it worked? Luca would have folded. We saw Miro would have folded previously. But now Luca thinking about whether he wants to put some pressure on the big blind. And it does look like there is a raise incoming. And Alexander, what's he got? Not in the box yet. 7-4, so they were in the box before. So the 3 shove would have worked, but hindsight is 20/20. And Alexander, knowing he was going to fold the moment he looked at those cards, that they bounced, and they bounced up on the table anyway. So now the players can laugh. What were you thinking about?
I will be big blind, okay?
There's still a few women left in the field, too. Somebody that I've really admired the way that she approaches poker, and we've had a couple nice chats away from the table, and Christina Soli is near the top of the chip counts. And the other women may have actually busted. I'm not coming across anybody else, but there was Algina earlier, so she must have busted during the first break, as I do not see her in the field anymore. So Christina Soli will be carrying the women contingent over. But if it's going to be anybody left, it might as well be Christina. She's a very strong player in open fields, not just in ladies events. And AK raising it up to 31,000, so not quite 3x, so not quite a min raise. So far, so good. If it was a min raise, maybe Luca would play something fancy, but I don't see him floating or 3-betting here. But he is thinking about it. The suited gappers, playing 10-8 suited in position isn't the worst thing in the world. But Luca understanding the spot here isn't ideal. Opts to fold, and Alexander with a weak ace. So it isn't just Tal that gets weak aces. Now it's Alexander's turn. And a quick fold. And did Tal get an ace too? Not this time. Jack-9, defendable, but more defendable with a min raise. But he may opt to defend here anyway. A little prettier if it's suited. Like the 10-8 suited, Jack-9 suited hands are quite sneaky. And Tal going back into the tank. However, the glasses aren't on yet. Taking his time, Tal. This is strange it's actually taking so long, and this is not like a big spot. It's not like you're facing, you know, a monster 3-bet. This is pre-flop, a single open. wondering what he's thinking about here. And does call. Jack 9 flopping a gut shot, but AK is still ahead with the 7s, but some scariness to the board with 2 overcards. And sunglasses on for Tal as he checks. At AK, it looks like a small bet of 15,000 into 80. Indeed it is. And Tal, with no black cards in his hand, has the gut shot. Lots of kings in AK's opening range from under the gun +2. However, it is a small bet, so let's see if he decides to see another card. That's what he decides to do with just a call. No fold, no raise. And the 8 of clubs on the turn opens up more out possibilities for Tal. Now it's not just the queen, jack 9, but also the 2 7s that AK doesn't have. And in Tal's mind, that's 4 queen outs. And if he's able to figure out how to get a bet out here, it's going to be hard for AK to put any more chips in this pot. And I think very often he will be checking here. Nope, he is going to bet. $35,000 maybe? Let's see, maybe a little bigger. 35 exactly. And AK over here thinking about what to do. In a little bit of hot water. It's a scary board for 7s. Tal not giving any consideration to his hand at this point. He's just betting the player in the board. And we had Phil Gross come by with a wave. Oh, apparently wants to remain incognito. But the cat's out of the bag, Phil. Thank you for saying hello. And while we're waiting to see AK with the spot, yeah, I mean, it's a hard one. He had to fold there. The board is just too scary. And Tal taking the aggression on the turn, glasses in the pocket, actually breathing a sigh of relief there. And it's up to 437,000 in chips. So we have 2 players down to 12 big blinds. Rudolph has spent most of the time at this table under 10 big blinds, so he's used to being able to hang around with this kind of stack. Alexander with 16 bigs and everybody else with 22 and up. Meanwhile, we lost a player or 2. We're down to 63 players. So out in 64th was yet another TV table player from the first round, which was Baptiste Came from France. And in 65th place was Pekka Ikonen. Both players still on the 2,900 payout zone range. So they collected 2,900 euros and now are free to play the many other events starting today, including the 3K high roller with late registration open for quite some time on that. Alexander sitting on 15.5 big blinds from the button. Unopened pot. I'm sure he would rather see something a little better than Queen 8, but beggars can't be choosers, and he is opening to 25. 29. Ooh. Ace King. Big slick for Tal. And it says he is already called, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I think that it was a little bit premature. It looks like he's trying to see how much his opponent has. And Tal who took time on just making a single call the previous hand. This is actually a spot where it makes a little more sense to take time. You have a player after you. You see the stack depth of the other player. Do you want to 3-bet big? Do you want to 3-bet small? Do you want to call? I don't think that's the best option. And it looks like it will be around 75,000 the 3-bet, so 3x the open. And that should force Alexander to fold. And Tal realizing all his equity now, picking up some more chips, and should be at around $500,000, but let's see. Yeah, it's close to $500,000 now, 486,000. Coming close to the table lead of Lucas Soryanen. So more than half of the players that came today for day 3 are already on the rail on the 4th level of the day. Today began with 135 entries. We're down to 63. And while you're looking at the chip counts, we can talk about some of the payouts at the same time outside of the final table. So right now they've locked up 2,900. Either this level or next, it'll be top 55, get 3,350. Then top 39, 38.50, then 44.50. So we're still, for a while, going to be in that 3-figure pay jump range. So it shouldn't be affecting players' play that much unless it's 1 or 2 off of a pay jump, and then it might. Because tomorrow, the final table alone, the top 9 are guaranteed 16,200, which is a lot more than the 2,900 now. And of course, that 169,500 top prize awaiting the winner, that will be tasty for anyone, and the honor of becoming the latest Kings of Tallinn main event champion and getting your name added to those steps, occasionally invited to some special events as a member of Kings of Tallinn royalty. We're now opting to put a little bit of pressure on AK here with just 5 high, opening from the small blind. For 38,000, so a little more than 3 times the blinds. And Christian thinking things over. If he calls, he plays in position. If he folds, he maintains his current stack. And a 3-bet wouldn't have been out of the question either, but opts for the safest of routes. And I'm now stealing away a blind versus blind situation with 5 high. Not much change in the chip counts from the previous hand, but you can see some movements with AK after folding, going down to 142,000. And Ionel, who could have been under 20 bigs, is now at 22 big blinds. That's the main change from the previous hand. And we are down to 62 players, which means we've lost another. Who did we lose now? We have lost another player from Latvia, and Edwards Rakus, in 63rd place for 2,900 euros. So I expect now the eliminations to happen at a slower pace. The field is smaller, first of all, but the seriousness of advancing becomes more real at this stage. Alexander on about 13 bigs. 14 bigs. Holds his weak ace, and Tal with 6-5, putting them carefully in the box, and perhaps is thinking about what he wants to eat on dinner break. does indeed fold, and instead it's Ionel opening back-to-back hands with weak cards, this time from the button with 7 tray. Gets Christian to fold Jack-8, and AK, he's showing his neighbor this 5-3, but he wasn't that far behind the 7-3 when people look back at this. A little bit later, we'll be surprised to see those 2 hands.
Thank you very much. We stay here for another 11 or it's no? Yeah, I also believe, but you know, they tell us. I want 11.
For those of you just tuning in, this is the Kings of Tallinn 1100 euro main event with 1 million guaranteed. Just 62 players remaining from the 135 to start day 3. We're going to be with you until players bag up for day 3 and be back with you tomorrow at 12:30 streaming time for the exciting conclusion where one player is slated to receive 169,500 euro top prize. Quite the payday for 1100 euro buy-in event, of which many of the players have qualified either online or at the frequent satellites being hosted both before and during the Kings of Tallinn.
The same way.
So now AK, after having to fold through the blinds, is down to just 9.3 big blinds. Luka and Tal leading the way. Several other short stacks, well, 2 others, and Alexander and Rudolph's, and the middling stacks could become short rather soon with a 24 and 21 big blind stack listed on the board. And the hoodie comes back on for Luka. It's been a while since we've seen him really play a hand post-flop, so perhaps he's sensing something to get ready to prep his face if it's a big spot. And Alexander here finding a spot with his 162,000 stack. I think he's just thinking about shove or raise here. Maybe thinking about something, the third option, which is folding, or the fourth option, which is calling. And opting for a near min-raise open of 25,000. Tal and Ionel quickly fold. Expect Christian to do the same, and he does. AK quickly into the muck. Rudolph's with just 4 high folds, and Miro, is he going to opt to defend his big blind? He shakes his head no and tosses it away, so Alexander back up to 192. The average stack is approaching 500,000, so we're winding up with a dynamic similar to what we had at the first table, where most of the players at the table are going to be below the average. But it really just matters how many big blinds you have in your opponents when you're approaching hands. What happens at the other tables will matter later. Can only control what's in front of you. So an open buyout now with the 5s. Christian with the fold with the king 8. AK already pre-checked his hands, whereas in the muck it almost as fast as Christian's fold. And Rudolph's will follow suit with just 4 deuce. He's been pretty card dead. And Miro will do the same with the jack 6. And Luca, who I expect to defend a lot of big blinds, this is one I do expect him to defend. And being up against pocket 5s with 9-8 gives you basically coin flip equity, but he doesn't know what his opponent has. So the first flop in a little bit, and that 4 deuce that was held by Rudolph would have flopped the full house. But you can't be playing that, and I don't know if you're not going to hit a 5 on the flop, this is your flop. A little more than half the pot. And Luca with the snap fold. No connectivity at all to the 8-9. AK is going to make it back to his seat just in time. Tau folding under the gun. I am now likely to do the same from +1 with the jack tray. Although not right away. We have seen him play worse cards than that, but that was always from the small blind or the button. And Christian has been a little bit quiet lately, hasn't had much to play with. Will open for 24,000, and the timing couldn't have been worse for him because hello Cowboys from AK, been patiently waiting for something. And you know something's up if the cards weren't instantly folded when it was his turn, because that's been his pattern. And he may be choosing a non-all-in 3-bet sizing, but it looks like he's just counting his chips out there. And it looks like it's all going across the line. There is 1 chip behind, oddly enough, so it's not an all-in. Not yet. And players are pointing, you still have a chip, but you still have a chip, thinking maybe he said all in, but he clarified that he only said raise. Miro and Luca folding, Alexander. Let's see if he wakes up with anything. And now Christian is going to have to fold here. This is maybe more along the lines I want my opponent to think that I'm thinking. And although AK would have not minded a call there, he did pick up some chips in that pot without having to risk any of his equity. So right now it's actually just 1 player at this table above the average, and that's Lucas Soryanen. Tal is near the average, and the other 6 players at the table are below average, but as we can see, everybody has chips, everybody has big blinds. There's still about half of this blind level left, and then there'll be a break. They're going to race off the 1K chips, so that'll change things slightly, and then blinds will go up to 10,000, 15,000 before going up again to 10,000, 20,000. So we're going to be looking at things moving a little bit quicker. I'm not sure whether we're going to return with this table, but my guess is that we're going to get a new table after the break. And Ionel with the suited dead man's hand. Ace-8. Coming in with a min raise. AK leaving the table again, perhaps to update someone on the rail with what happened. Alexander folding the 9 deuce, and I don't think Tal will be defending this wide, but the cards are back in the box. I think it's just so to make sure that we see them. He would have 2 live cards if he wants to play it differently, but the fold was expected, and I am now up to 364. But straight into the big blind. I can see some of the players on break right now as that's about to come back, and the game I would be loving to play if available, which would have been the PLO high-low, 4 or 5 cards, and one would be trophy winner Fabien Bartouche, who seems to be running deep in everything that he plays. He also won a trophy over in Vilnius and one over in Asia this year. And Scott Pokobras Kenyon, who still has time to turn his week around, but it hasn't been the best of weeks for my friend over there. I've certainly seen him have much better festivals, but this is the kind of game that he's good at as well. But it's Rudolph with the pocket rockets, going with a 2.5x sizing instead of the min raise, or the jam for that matter. And Alexander should be folding his 9-6. And let's see what Tal does. Perhaps if it was a min raise, he would do something like call or 3-bet. And let's see about on this sizing. He does like to play hands post-flop. It's not the perfect 3-bet candidate from an early position open that has been quite tight and doesn't have a lot of fold equity. Does have some, obviously. Certainly never folding aces. And it looks like he's reaching for chips to call. Indeed calls, and that may give Ionel an excuse to come in with his pretty queen 9 suited. So if a queen comes, it could spell trouble for 2 players, not just one. But instead, it's a set of aces for Rudolph's here on the ace, jack, 8, 2 diamond flop, and even has that ace of diamonds for the backdoor. Ionel has a backdoor of his own and a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, and the 10 for a straight. And Tal even has a draw of his own, as weak as it might be. The king of diamonds isn't the backdoor for him, but the 10 would give him Broadway. So some cards still to hurt, and it's Tal leading out with his Broadway draw. And Rudolph's got to be like, what's going on here? I have top set. What the heck is he betting? I even have that ace of diamonds. It often smells like a 9-10 situation doing this, and we see it's king-queen. And I'm only saying that because the aces block some of those other hands to immediately go towards thinking draw. And it looks like Tal is not going to raise here. But maybe that was just counting out the 30 and seeing how much he had behind, but does just call, leaving the possibility for his opponent to bluff more if he doesn't hit the 10. And now it's only a 10 that would help Tal. And he should put his opponent on at least top pair, if not better. We see it's top set. The current nuts on the board. For those of you in the house, the Spin and Gold Arena is now on free roll mode, which means you can play for free. You can either come with a couple friends, play a couple people that you see on the line, or just play with 2 random people. And the winner of that gets to spin the wheel and get a random prize, so that's quite fun. There's a bunch of things on there, some tickets and some merch. We have an OlyBet towel now in our apartment thanks to one of the roommates winning that, and that's rather nice. It was used temporarily as a blanket, but it's good enough for the beach and good enough for the shower. So Rudolph opting, interesting, Tal opting to jam, and Rudolph's calling. So this is quite interesting here that Tal getting a false read, but that doesn't mean Rudolph's is out of the woods yet, but amazing spot for him. And Rudolph's, who has been short stacked all feature table up. Oh no, wow. And Tal rubbing it in a little bit. I mean, I can understand being excited there, but Rudolph's, I feel your pain. I hope at least Tal shakes his hand as, gentlemanly there. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Wow. So Rudolph's Sadrin's out in 62nd place, so it's 2 Latvians in a row, as we earlier mentioned. In 63rd place was Edvards Rakus, leaving just 61 players remaining. And I can understand Tal's excitement there. It is a very competitive game at this stage, but it's still also a gentleman's game at the same time, or I'd like to think. And Rudolph's left like a deer in the headlights. I mean, that's just brutal. He's going to remember that sting for quite some time. A lot of players can shake off bad beats, but they usually happen not on a televised feature table in such dramatic fashion when you're so far ahead in such a big spot. He wins that hand, it's a whole different story. He's close to 30 big blinds. But meanwhile, the action goes on, and now we do have a new table captain in Tal after getting pretty lucky there on the river. And yeah, another ace for Tal, but it's not weak ace. It's a decent suited ace 10, and isn't going to 3-bet, but he's opting to try to play position here with his ace 10 against Luca's open, and we'll see if Christian opts to defend. And he likes the fact that they're suited, I believe, and would have folded if it was offsuit and makes a call, but if it is hearts, he'll be in trouble to Luca's better draw or made flush. But no hearts here, and a flop stop pair on the 3-4 deuce flop. Tal with a gut shot to the wheel, 2 overs, and Luca just with the 2 overs. It checks all the way around. And the 2 of diamonds pairing the board on the turn. Let's see if Christian tries to take it down here. Both players, Luca and Tal, have live cards. Tal has a few more with the ace 5, 10, and 5 all live, and Luca with the 9-8 live. But meanwhile, it's a 7-4 ahead at the moment, and the 7-4 Christian leads to a bet of 26,000. And I think we have a really special guest coming in. I'm rather excited if this is the case. And the headset is coming on. And it's none other than the Kings of Tallinn TD, the big boss.
Assistant TD.
Assistant TD, but big boss.
Oh, yeah, kind of.
At least in my eyes, it's the big boss, Olivier. Of course, it's Teresa as the TD, but you guys are like water and more water, or wine and steak. I don't know how we put this.
Like
a nice compliment with each other. But fantastic festival, fantastic event, Olivier. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to know how it feels to be on the commentator side.
How does it feel with the headset on? Do you feel like a commentator, or are you still worried about whether tables are balancing correctly and things like that?
I feel like an imposter.
An imposter. You know, the staff has been fantastic all week, and now I can actually thank you in person, even though I would later on. But it's, you know, it's been a flawlessly run event. The professionality and the patience with dealers, Floor, and of course yourself and Teresa, regardless of the stress and pressures of running, you know, sometimes 13 events in a day. You guys make it look easy.
Okay, thank you. That means that the job is well done, and we.
Yes, of course, because what's behind making it look easy is a lot of planning and a lot of proper execution, of course.
Organizing, see where we're going to put that tournament, organizing locations.
People getting sick all the time because it's that time of year as well.
It's minus 10 outside.
Yes, and that's a heat wave actually, minus 10.
Yeah, I was in Helsinki like 10 days ago. It was minus 18 or minus 20. It was crazy.
But it was minus 28 in Vilnius the day before I left, and it never gets that cold in Lithuania. I mean, it does in some parts of Lithuania, but not Vilnius, which is fairly south. It was the coldest I experienced in 17 years living there. Meanwhile, we have an interesting hand developing, so maybe we try talking hand.
I think I'll leave
that to me.
I leave that to you.
Okay, so we'll walk through this with you. So Luca with a proper min raise open from early position, and I'm now here with some options on the button, opting to call and play in position, and actually isn't in the worst of shape against eights.
We get to see your flop.
Yes, it's exciting. And the eight's ahead over here with the 7-7 deuce.
Two pairs, okay.
A backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor flush draw, obviously.
But very often, Lucas should be betting here, and very often I now will just say that's not my flop, but may opt to float a street depending on the sizing and his reads on Luca.
He looks very young.
Yeah, for his age, he's one of the best. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world as things stand. But for his age, most certainly.
Okay.
If I'm giving my own personal opinion, he's the strongest player at the table.
Yeah.
And one of the strongest players remaining entirely in the main event, for that matter.
Oh, okay. That doesn't change
I have nothing
much.
but respect for Luca. Changed nothing, except for the fact that Luca's kind of wondering, was he floated there or not? If he thinks he was floated, this is an easy turn bet for him.
I think I'm going to give back the headset to Andreas.
No, we finished the hand. Then you could say, you know what, I commentated a hand professionally on stream, Olivier.
I can put that in my CV.
Yes, of course. And I'll verify it. Wise Guy's here as a witness, too. No, Olivier has also other responsibilities. I believe, anyway, there's one or two tournaments running, or maybe 7 or 8.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah. No, I just wanted to have the perspective of the commentator, how it looks like to have the headset, and how you guys are.
I'm with you on that, because believe it or not, I've tried to get perspective from your end too. So I did get like some assistant floor duties back in the day.
Okay.
Because let's just say they absolutely needed it. It wasn't here, obviously, where everything is run flawlessly.
Oh, we have
a big bet. 2/3 of the pot.
Okay, fold. Didn't. Okay. Thank you, Jason, for this moment.
Yes, no, it was an absolute honor and pleasure, and great job as always.
I leave the headset to a real commentator.
Thank you, Olivier, and see you later. If not, Olivier is performing in the staff band as well, so if you're in the neighborhood, that's fine. And Wise Guy's coming back, but there's something sticking out of his head, which is quite unusual. We don't have a camera on right now, but What's going on here, wise guy? Welcome back. What were you up to that you have something sticking out of your head?
I got pimped by Teresa.
Does that
I
mean?
haven't seen it. She pimped my hair with something. I haven't even seen it
Let's see
myself.
what's in the back here. It says something. Love ticket.
Oh.
So what does that mean?
I don't know.
Does that mean if I take it, I can kiss you full French style on the stream, on the camera?
I don't know exactly what it means, but I don't know
I don't
it
think
doesn't
my wife
mean that.
and your fiance would appreciate either of that, but
I don't
so we're
think
not
they
going
would
to
mind.
do that, but maybe that's what it means.
How has the action been the last 30 minutes since I left, Jason?
It's been fun. I mean, Tal got extremely lucky and celebrated eliminating poor Rudolphs, who finally had a nice comeback. It was like aces with an ace-jack, and Tal just jams a river and, of course, gets his 10.
Of course.
And, we've had Luca, just playing solid poker, and it's been fun, but it's not that there's been like any really crazy play. At this stage, you expect there to be a more disciplined approach to the game anyway. And meanwhile, Alexander thinking about whether he should open with a min raise or whether it should be a bigger bet.
It's going to be a bigger one.
It's going to be the whole thing except for 1 or 2 chips, actually 3. So they're marking as an all-in, but it looks like it's for 159,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Now they're going to correct it. See, it's coming back. He can actually opt to do something else according to the graphics, but it's not the graphics that dictate the play. The graphics are just catching up with the fact that it wasn't an all-in despite it appearing like one.
But Tal looks really confused. Does he have a hand?
Yeah.
Another ace.
You know what? He didn't have a single weak ace when you were gone.
Okay. So it's me.
It's you.
It's not you. It's me.
Yeah.
It's him. It's not him. Okay. But he has more chips than when I left, at least. So.
Yeah, because of that bad beat that he delivered and celebrated to Rudolph's.
All right, so the bet non-all-in from Alexander's is, as you said, Jason, 159.
And it's going to work.
It definitely is, because...
Alexander been sitting on a similar stack pretty much the entire way, plus or minus a little bit, but hanging around doesn't hurt, especially there's a pay jump in 4 more spots. But we lost a couple players since the last update, since Rudolph's hit the rail. And... I'll do a quick refresh and let you know what's happening there. We see 59 on the big board there. So in 60th place was Christopher Vernon from the United Kingdom. Edvinas Balchunas in 61st place, and Rudolph's, as we already mentioned, was out on the stream in 62nd place. All those 3 players collected 2,900. The next pay jump is to 3,350 for the top 55. Which might be before the break, but will unlikely be unless there's some shenanigans happening all at once on a few different tables.
Yeah, and talking about shenanigans, there's a lot of love in the air here in the rooms. I've been walking around a bit, and there are these lovely little balloon hearts everywhere, and people are giving flowers to each other, and we saw Frankie give each dealer a rose earlier today.
Oh, wow.
It's a lot of love in the air, for sure. So, discussions. Tal with the dealer here, not sure what he's asking, but...
I'm just getting the impression that this is a fairly... Oh, there's shenanigans there too. Okay.
Everywhere.
That Tal is... I was trying to look him up a little bit too. I don't think he's been on the feature table very much. We see him wasting a lot of time, I have to say, like needlessly, not the normal timing or thinking. We waited 2 minutes once when there was like just a min raise and he was in the big blind and just needed to put chips in to defend.
And we're a few minutes off the break, so I don't have a dealer change first, and then we'll see.
Maybe it's my friend coming back who I haven't said hi to. I didn't even know she was here until I saw her on the TV table. But it's not her.
It's not her.
Yeah, you should.
And if we see Alice from France in the dealer circle, it's going to be 30 minutes in the past, so it's just going to have to be a random meeting perhaps before the end of the festival. There's so many people here, it's often hard to even see people, that you really want to see.
And even harder to avoid those you don't want to see.
Yeah, that's a different issue.
Now then, Tal, busy stacking. Hello? It's a production here. You have a hand, sir.
Oh, it's a poker tournament.
No, he heard me. He heard me.
He heard, and look, he's got 9. So
now he's stressed. Oh, when he has this a hand as well. Oops. Now it might slow down and take it some time again. Then. Huh?
No, he
still heard me.
He probably heard me too. This time he's because this time he could have taken his time. He has a hand. He has at the side. Maybe look at some of the stacks and. That would have been a spot you could, and I never mind if someone's taking an extra 7 to 10 seconds. That's fine, of course.
Absolutely.
In fact, encouraged, not when I'm at the table for the others, because that means they're thinking, but encouraged for everybody to do.
And Alexander, 6-4 offsuit. Some 14 bigs, maybe not the defend we're looking for, and. If he knew what we know, that 2 4s were folded by Christian, he would be even less eager to defend this one.
He's thinking about something else.
Yeah. Surprised, because rather strong from Tal when he's, stacking the chips and then all of a sudden stressing in with the under the gun race. So.
And he was fast this time too, which may be a sign. I don't know.
Maybe.
Alexander has been playing pretty tight, so I'd be surprised to see if he's making a move here. This might be more Hollywooding, saying, if you do it again, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, one of those.
Thinking I've had enough. Yeah, I think it was that, but maybe he was really thinking about it. It would have been a bold move. It wouldn't have probably worked this time, especially against this particular player with what he's holding. Probably any player with what he was holding in that spot, but Tal would be, like we've seen him call lighter. So just 3 minutes before we're in the studio.
Yes, and then we're going on a 20-minute break. So if you're watching from home, maybe need a little break yourself, you'll get the chance in just 3 minutes time, because then we'll send these players off to a little breather. What's your plans for the break, Jason? Are you having a snack?
If it's long enough to get a chicken pesto pasta, I may have that, but I may wait till we have a longer break. Or if we have a guest coming in, then I can wait for that guest to come in, and we usually eat instead of opening up mouth and shoving food down it.
Yeah, it's not a mukbang channel, this. Not yet. Might be if we go long today.
Yeah.
We have to eat something eventually. But there is actually a planned dinner break around 7 o'clock local time for these guys for a full hour. So if not before, we will get the chance.
So I'll probably hold off until
that will
then,
be
a
stream time then 7:30.
Yes.
Local time.
So not too much further. That'll be the break after this one.
Yeah. And 9s again, but this time for Miro.
Miro has been fairly quiet.
Yonel has stolen the hands of Tal. Weak ace, although it's at least suited and connected.
I don't think he folded the 9s there.
I was surprised. I was to say, did he? But
did he really fold the 9s?
No, because he called.
So this graphic is wrong. No, the graphic is wrong. This card's still in front of players and a flop coming.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's
so we know it's 9s against ace deuce, and Miro with the 9s when it comes back up.
So Luca is not in the hand,
no,
right?
No, Luca's not in the hand. It's Miro with the 9s. And there's Miro now. That is not Luca, fellas. That's Miro.
Yeah.
But we're nearing a break, so if the chip counts are off, it's actually the one time it's not a big deal. So the 5 Jack Queen flop leads to a queen pairing on the turn, and Inel not slowing down. And even with the queen pairing, it makes it awfully hard for the 9s to continue to call another street. But maybe he's just counting his chips and not betting. Nope, there's something coming over. 50,000. So around 40% of the pot being bet. And as mentioned, it's not Luca, it's Miro, and he has pocket nines. If you're wondering why this player is thinking he's actually ahead in this spot, but has a troublesome board. And a player that hasn't really been playing any flops, I don't think, or maybe one since we sat at the table. So it may be hard for him to get information how this player plays post-flop, depending on how long they were playing together previously to joining the TV table.
Yeah, there's the mark, and it
That's
was
the job
actually
done. Well done.
Miro then that folded, not Lookout, because he was not involved in this one. But now it seems like we are getting one more hand. Yeah, AK tried to run away and leave before, but there should be another break, another hand coming, and then we will have a new feature table once we get back. So it will be interesting to see. I'm yet to learn which table it will be, but we'll all get to see that after the break, starting shortly. But there is one more hand coming up. So Tal looks eager to go through this break as well. But here first, one more hand coming.
In the meantime, we can also tell you that out in 59th place, while this is going on right now, it went to break, I believe, with 58, is Igars Petrovs, another Latvian, for 2,900 euros. And we can talk about some of the chip leaders at the break in the studio, but there was maybe a chip lead change, but I can tell you that Arturs Dogis has near 2 million in chips now, and he had a little bit over 1 million at the last break and is the clear chip leader. But let's see if anything develops here. We'll have a small minute or two in the studio, I'm sure, to talk about the top five, or we bring it in when we get back from the break.
Yeah, let's bring it in when we get back, actually, because now I think we're ready to just come quickly into the studio, as the last hand before the break is now finished. And here we are, me and Jason. This is what we look like in case you just tuned in. And Jason, it's been a nice ride this first hours of the feature tables.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Some good poker, some interesting poker. And we're going to be seeing some of the legends of the game throughout the day. It was nice to watch Luca play, for example, a very experienced young player. It's always good to see how some of the best players in the game approach such a serious stage at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with that said, here on the Valentine's Day, let's send you off for a little break and maybe go use this little love ticket then. Love from us in Tallinn. See you soon. 20-minute break.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekorvikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence, and winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, almost 2 times average, and just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was completely it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective, you know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Talent, because that's how much it means to you, because you are a champion for them many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Talent is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Talent champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And you know, this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, you know, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and you know, things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because you know, as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset, you know.
I love that, because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business you're running, and if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, you know. In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on a stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room, because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys, and we thought mix some games, and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. what do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to seven triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You've never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah. That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha. You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
Welcome back to Tallinn. This is Kings of Tallinn 2026, now joined by Christopher Carlin from Poker Pro. And he's the live reporter, the main one for the main event for the entire series, right?
That is correct. Pleasure to be here.
Valentine's Day and all.
No one loves me.
Bit romantic here in the booth, isn't it?
It is. It's nice to be here with
Love
you.
is in the air.
Yeah, I like
all right.
you.
We're going to head over to the new feature table and acquaint ourselves with that as well, but we're going to talk with Christopher a little bit about the whole festival. And now we have some new faces here, and we get to learn. I recognize immediately one Swedish guy, Christopher, both of us being Swedes. We have Benny Hagberg, seat number 5.
Yeah, we do. Do you know Benny from earlier?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Played with him a lot, and he's been playing a lot in a couple of the local clubs where I've been doing a bit of business before. But that many years ago, that's prescribed now, so let's not talk about the Swedish club scene, but we're going to talk about
the Swedes in the main event.
Absolutely.
Yes, because there are actually a few left, except for Benny here. I think we also have Christopher Winterstein.
Yeah, but before we go to the Swedes, we see Benny, as you said, one of them, but just since this is a new table, we do have Kristina Solli. She's been one of the big stacks throughout the day, and now she sits with 44 big blinds, and also one of the chip leaders in the tournament. Egidius of Lithuania is on the table, and a bit of a different setup here on flags, nationalities, and Helge, also Norwegian, 2 Norwegian players on this table. And let's head back to the Swedes and other notables that you've been following, because to explain to the audience, you are doing the live reporting, the blog that you can read where?
On www.poker.pro. So yeah, we've been doing live coverage, the festival throughout, really. These last couple of days we've been focusing mostly on the main event, and it's actually fun. You mentioned Kristina, and she actually was the chip leader at one point during day 2 as well. So yeah, she's been playing great. She's locked in, and I think she is the last lady standing.
She is, yeah?
Yeah.
I think so too. And do you know her since before?
I do not.
No?
My first time meeting her.
I recognize her name, but I don't think I've had her on a feature table before, but I know she's been playing here before and been deep in a couple of events at least. So she's not a newcomer to the Tallinn poker scene and deep rounds.
No, she is not. Another player who isn't a newcomer is Swedish Johan Storåkers.
Yeah.
One of the OG Swedish poker pros. He's still in the tournament. So, yeah, are there any more notable names? What I can say is that while you guys have been commentating on the TV table, I've been doing the coverage from the outer tables, and we've seen some really big pots in the last hour, actually.
Yeah, I overheard you said something about the biggest pot of the tournament.
Question mark.
Yes.
Yes. That was a very big one. So again, www.poker.pro, you can read up all about it.
And but we can, since this is a delayed, we can actually talk a little about that hand, because do you remember who were involved?
No,
no.
I don't.
This is all
remember.
in the writing. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna bother to pull it up.
No, don't. And also we have a hand here between Egidius with the flush draw and Helge, the Norwegian, with the flop 2 pair, kings and eights. So could go for some more action here, as we see Helge is the one betting 20k into the 85. And Egidius, of course, don't going anywhere with the flush draw. And these two players, anyone you've been following through the day?
Well, I can say that Egidius I've met many times because I've been doing some live reporting in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, of course. And he's a recognizable face, and he's a good player. He knows what he's doing at the table.
Yeah.
He's yesterday during day 2 he didn't have that big of a stack at the earlier stages, but look at him now.
Yeah, look at him go.
1 million
in chips and racing now. Check raised. Small one.
Yeah. You think Helge will go for a call here only?
I think he will, but the thing is that he has only 230 behind, so it's a bit about deciding here. But I mean, being called in the big blind, of course, there are some eights in the range, but we can't go anywhere with the king, of course. So at least seeing the turn and hoping, if he knew, to avoid. Oh, that makes it a bit easier.
Well, there you go.
For Helge, turning the boat. So problem is now that Egidius on a paired board, double paired board, probably slowing down since he got called on that check raised on the flop. So I would expect him to actually check this one and give it up, but we'll see about the line he chooses. He does have a lot of chips, of course, to put pressure on the short stack, but does go for the check. And of course, I would expect Helge to check back here, since he got check raised on the flop, and hope for another bet from Egidius on the river again. Or what do you say? What do you do here, Christopher, with the boat?
To be honest, I'm just mesmerized by the Rubik's Cube on the
check
chip stack there. But yeah, the boat I would check there. Yeah.
And unfortunately for Helge, no club on the river either, so it will be hard to get anything more out of this one, unless, of course, Egidius decides to bluff this one. I don't think he will. I think he's good enough of a player to know that he's beaten here. And of course now we will have the value bet from Helge. 175 in the middle, so I expect him to go big or small here, Christopher.
He's going 65. For sure.
For sure, 65. Okay, if you're spot on, I'll have a little Valentine's treat for you. So let me say 90 then instead. He's going bigger than that for sure. All right. That's 150.
I did say 165, right?
Ish. You did,
yeah.
Absolutely. All right, but quick fold from Egidius, of course, and at least nice pickup from Helge, adding another 100k to his stack. And Christina, now we can see her anymore. She's really covered up.
Yeah. Maintaining that poker face, huh?
Yeah. So, but going back to the main event and the overall festival, Christopher, as now Lenka is also taking some nice pictures of us here.
She's an amazing photographer, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we should go away from the main event a little bit, we can talk about our common favorite game, maybe Sviten.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, because the 555 pot limit Sweden Championship. It kicked off yesterday, right?
Yep.
With day 1A, and it concluded maybe 1 hour ago.
Oh, it did, and I don't
Yeah.
know how it went. So please tell me.
Well, we had 3 Swedes on the final table, but it didn't come home.
Do you remember like 6 hours ago when I said who are going to be heads up in this one?
No.
I did say Lebedevs and Mehonen.
And you were correct.
I see now that I was.
Yes. Who did you have as the winner?
I actually had Lebedevs, so I was wrong there, right?
Yeah, Jari Mehonen won it. A very experienced player.
Indeed,
Yeah.
and he always comes to these series, goes deep in a lot of events, plays them all, I guess, as much as he can at least.
Yeah.
And now, although I think this is his big first Sweden win, or?
Could be. I wouldn't take poison on it,
No.
as we say in Swedish. But that could be the case.
Yeah, at least an accomplished player that knows a lot of plays a lot of the mixed games. So
Yeah.
even though maybe he hasn't won in Sweden before, he's familiar with the game and played it a lot. So nice win, and it wasn't coming home to Sweden then. Third place Swede or not?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll take it. The bronze
We'll
medal
take it.
is good enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of more notable names in the main event field, we had Finnish poker legend Juha Helppi.
Yeah.
He made the money, but is no longer in the tournament. The same goes for Ranu Sotla. Is
Yeah.
that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Sotla, maybe?
Sotla, yeah. And he actually won the first ever Kings of Tallinn
He did,
main
yeah.
event. Yeah.
Now then, let's get back to that soon, but we have Egidius now flopping. It's his turn to flop a top pair.
Yeah.
And nothing much than a gut shot for Davis, who we see here. We haven't seen him play the pot yet, but now he has the option to go at this pot from calling the big blind with Jack-7 of hearts. Does come for the small bet. It's a limp pot, so only 45k in the middle, and this bet is 25.
Yeah, and when it is a limped pot, you really the small blind has such a wide range, right? So,
But of course, we're not going anywhere with the king and the backdoor flush even possible for Egidius, but that's the pairing of the board yet again. 2 pairs now for Egidius. And no additional outs for Davis.
you think we'll see a 10 on the river?
I don't think we will.
No. Well, the odds indicate you are right, of course.
Let's see. Check again from Egidius. And check back from Davis. So on to the river then. Almost a 10.
Almost a 10, yet so far away.
So queens and 9s on the board, but Egidius has the king.
Yeah, 3 pairs, huh?
Is that a hand?
I wish it was.
So you're covering, of course, the main event now, but are you also, do you have other events today as well, or is the focus on the main?
Well, focus is on the main, really, but there will probably be some general updates about what's going on in the room as well.
Maybe about the Valentine's special?
That's a very romantic tournament.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Has it started yet?
I'm not sure, but we have to give that some love, actually. And then we also have 5-card mix tournament that is played today, and that's an interesting one.
What's that?
Well, it's button round each, I think, and it's Sweden, PLO 5, and 5-card draw. Am I correct there? Let's actually double check that.
We do have a PLO high-low. Oh, you mean it's... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There's the 5-card mix.
It starts tonight at 9. Sweden, PLO 5, and 5-card triple draw. Yeah, that is correct.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. Triple draw. All right.
Yeah, so if you like 5 cards...
Yeah, this is the one for you, right?
Yeah.
Starts at 9. And this Valentine's special that we're talking about starts in just 14 minutes. It's a 555 euro buy-in, and then it's for the full team of 2. You have to be 2 players, and you're taking turns playing 1 stack. Each player must play at minimum 3 levels. So that's an interesting one. Tag team version on Valentine's Day. How more romantic can it get?
Oh, it can't.
And we should say, because we've been talking about Rasmus, who was here earlier, who was supposed to play maybe with Jenny Westerlund, and we were talking about if Tele and Ranno would play, but you don't have to be man-woman playing. Could be 2 men or 2 women.
Of course, yeah.
Or us, could be us.
Yeah.
But we're here, so can.
Yeah, and I don't think we would have a good chance.
I didn't say that, absolutely, no. And also there are some shenanigans going on in the middle of the room here, because we have the finals of the Spin and Gold coming up, I think. Those short little 3-handed sit and goes has been ongoing the entire week, and it's a lot happening here, right?
Yeah, it is. And you know, I joined you here in the booth a couple of days ago, and I expressed how much I like this event, and how they just what they've done with the place. It's just amazing, really. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Likewise. We like having you, Christopher, and we like reading your reports. And now, Benny, the short-stacked Swede with 11 bigs in front of him. Okay. Is it a race or shove coming? What do you reckon?
Well, I would shove here.
As does Benny, although it's the bet non-all-in.
Yeah.
Saves 1 little chip behind, just in case we have some laddering going on, maybe.
Exactly.
And do we have a hand here now for Davidas? No, I don't see him calling with King 7. Just want some airtime.
Egidius might have a hand he can call
sorry.
with, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ouch. This is trouble for Benny Hagberg then, running into aces. We saw aces cracked in the start of the day today.
Oh, really?
For Martin, who won the 555 the other day, and got cracked by ace king. But it will be hard for Benny to repeat it, although the chance is there, of course. And now, if you're wondering why Egidius is taking his time, it's just because he would like to look not as strong as he is, of course, to get maybe 1 more person on board on this all-in train that is coming soon, or at least 3 betting.
Did we hear an all-in?
No, I think he just called.
Yeah.
Might wants to invite Christina if she happens to wake up with a hand, but I don't think she will be interested with this. But could have been also, as we saw her fold a jack. Of course, there are less outs for Benny. Jack 10, 2 of the outs that would help Benny either form a trips or a straight. So now then, we're not seeing the cards on the back, because as we know, Benny has saved 1 chip. Oh, who had the hearts? Oh, it's Egidius.
Yeah, but
so still
a gut shot.
Yeah. 3 outs, 1 10 is folded, so 3 10s remaining in the deck for Benny, as they, of course, managed to end up all in. And now we can see why Benny is not calling yet. I think we are on the money bubble, so that's why he's stalling a bit here now to be able to make the pay jump. Of course, he's not going to fold this one. He wasn't folding, even though the flop would have been something completely different. But that's the problem in these situations. That
he's thinking of calling.
He's right.
He picks up a chip.
Yeah.
Am I pot committed? He's thinking to
himself. And I think, knowing Benny, I know this hurts a bit, because he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
So he doesn't feel too comfortable, I think, about this stalling thing, because he's not a guy that would normally do this.
No.
But of course, you see, normally someone could stall a lot longer.
Yeah.
But being the guy he is, he now flicks in the chip and sees the bad news that he's really behind, because Egidius not only has the aces, he also had the ace of hearts. So that doesn't change anything. Benny now needed a 10 and a 10 only. That's not a heart, and it's not to be. So unfortunately, we are losing one of the Swedes remaining in the tournament in 57th place then, Benny Hagberg.
So aces are 1 win and 1 loss on the TV table today.
So as far as I know, yeah, absolutely. I think that's the case. So out then in 57th place for 2,900, and actually he would have needed to make two more persons go out before him to make the pay jump. So I guess that's why he gave up and flicked it in. And here we have the updated chip count after that elimination then on the TV table. So Benny Hagberg, our 57th place finisher in the main event.
Yeah, and Egidius now has 1.2 million. I would, from what I've been seeing when I've been browsing the floor, I would guess, I mean, it's a top 5 stack for sure at this point. Might even be top 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some big ones. I don't I think the chip leader had like 1.7 or something at the break. This tournament is concluding tomorrow. That's right.
It is for sure.
Yeah.
And we're playing. The plan is to play down to the final table today, although it's going to be a long day. So it might be that they stop around 2 tables instead, 16 players, and play a little bit longer tomorrow. Because if we're going to go all the way to the final table, we might be here very late.
Yeah, I actually heard a player joke about it before. Okay, so we play till 7 a.m. and then we start at 12 again.
Yeah. And no one laughs, but still. Yeah.
I chuckled a little bit.
Okay, you did.
And you're streaming tomorrow as well?
Of course.
The conclusion, yeah.
Definitely, absolutely, all the way till the end. So the plan is to have the stream from 12:30 tomorrow, since we're on a 30-minute delay, and all the way till the winner.
The winner takes it all.
Definitely. And the losers standing small are, among others, Junel Serbu out in 57th and Christian Hoffman 55th. Those were actually on this TV table. You can see that we're down to 54 in the background there on the clock. So our previous TV table players for this break are now eliminated, 2 of them. And this is what they will be fighting for tomorrow. The big 169.5 up top.
You mentioned that Junel Serbu went out in 57th place. If one is interested in how he got eliminated, one can read about it on www.poker.pro actually.
Really?
Yeah.
You have it all? So
have it all.
how is it possible when you're here and you write about it at the same time? Your magic fingers.
42 is a magic number, right?
Yeah. Christina now, we haven't seen her play a hand yet, but now that little Rubik's Cube is going off the chips because she needs to play the 7s, of course. And that's a Rubik's Cube that would suit me, actually, better than the real one.
I think it's still too complicated for me. But
now trouble for Christina because the chips are going in for Joel. He only has 155k, as you can see, 10 big blinds, which means that pair of 10s is the one we will go with for him.
And this is actually the battle of the horse against the Rubik's Cube then, because you can see he has his lucky horse as his card protector.
Yeah, and we've actually seen that before. He was on a big final table the other year here in Tallinn. And
with the horse?
Yeah. So it's been on feature tables before that horse, and here he flicks it in for the all-in.
Or is he leaving behind? No?
No, he did not. So 165 total, and seems like no one else is waking up with anything in between.
And Christina has to call it, right?
Yeah, she has. If it would have been north of 200, she might find the fold, but 165, which is 11 bigs, is a call snap. Here we go, just confirming that it was not more. And then she sees the unfortunate news that she's trailing. But of course, we haven't seen any 7s folded, so should be 2 in the deck and maybe find some other way to beat the 10s. But let's see the flop. Oh, that's one way. Bad news for Joel, or Joel maybe. That's no 10 either. He needs to find one of the 2 remaining 10s. Does not, so unfortunately, Joel is out. And Christina Solli chips up even more than as Joel Torres Jimenez, maybe a little better than Joel. I don't know, but pardon my Spanish, but he's unfortunately out in 54th place then.
That was amazing pronunciation, I must say that. I felt like I was in Barcelona for a second.
Barcelona.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wish. Although it's rather nice here in Tallinn as well.
Oh,
Just
it
those
is.
minus 15 outside might be a little less in Barcelona.
Barcelona. Have you been to Barcelona ever?
I have, yes. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, nice city.
Have you covered any events in Barcelona?
No, I have not.
No? Not yet?
No, I actually don't think I've been there. I've been in Madrid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But being a former tennis guy,
Yeah.
did you go around playing anything in Europe or did you mostly play in the Nordics?
I played solely in Sweden, actually.
Okay,
Yeah. And mildly successful. So,
Mildly?
Yeah.
And now then we also have Jason Glatzer coming back in the booth, so that means he's going to send you off to do the blog, I guess. And we all know now when we can find the updates, as we have Egidius opening to 30k and Christina in the hijack.
That being said, I refuse to not see this hand.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You may.
Because, you know, when I see the King Jack of Diamonds, I don't leave.
Oh, and Christina likes this as much as you do. She gets it raised up to 110. Oh, and with a perfect all-in stack, Rauno wakes up with the ace-king suited.
A big slick, right?
Yes, that's what they call them.
Yeah.
And now he's doing this Hollywooding of trying to look a bit weak before he ships it in.
Do you think Christina will have an as easy call as she had with the sevens?
This is a 250 more, so and she just I don't think she's gonna call this one off once we get back to her. I think she's just now regretting that 3-bet when this happens. Here we go, all in 360 total. And same thing here. If it would have been like 260, she has to call, of course, but 360 with just King Jack. You're dominated so often, so. And now Egidius has to do some Hollywooding because he doesn't want to let it go. Show that he was raising light. And back to Christina. See what the Rubik's Cube tells her, but just as the last time, she just wants to have the chip count first, but this time it's probably going to be a bit too much, but you never know. Might be, sounded like King Jack was your favorite hand, maybe it's hers as well.
Well, actually, it's Queen 10 of clubs that is my favorite.
Oh, that was a very specific one.
Yeah, but
there's the fold.
There is the fold. And I'm going to fold as well then.
Okay, thank you, Christopher.
I'm folding to Jason. And where can you read the live updates?
I think it's poker.pro,
All right. Yeah.
I'm going to check it out.
Check it out.
And welcome back, Christopher. Until next time.
I'll see you later, wise guy.
And here we have them. The feature table players. Are we getting a new face in here as well? Balancing some tables. When we're down to 53 now, actually, which means that in 54th place, yes, we have Joel Torres Jimenez leaving us. And in his seat, we have a new player. I think I recognize this guy, but I'm not certain of the name. I think he's been on a feature table or two before. Is he a familiar face to you, Jason? Seat number 3?
Seat number 3 is none other than Paul Newey.
Exactly. High-stakes player.
Yeah, legend of the game. But I was watching a little bit here, and I was just jealous that I actually gave up my seat seeing who was on the table. So I have a friend in Davis Muddins at the table. I have Christina Soli, who I'm rooting for as well, with a little Rubik's Cube there. Not afraid to make moves, as we saw on that last hand. Davidas as well. I mean, and Egidius is a local player. So, you know, it's exciting, actually. And Ranu Kivalu, who we've seen before in big spots with the local flavor, now here with the Queen Twos.
Now, I'm getting excited by having you coming back in excited about this. So
yeah,
this is good.
It's quite good. Davidas is quite a good player as well. So it's...
Has the day 2 of the spinning gold started?
It's about to start. While I was on break, I was coerced by none other than our day 2 qualifier Teddy to play a free roll. So we did free roll flip with Ane, and Ane won not a towel because I ran out of towels, but one of those nice gold card decks, and then I played another one because people asked me to, and I had queens twice in 4 hands, so it's easy game. That one was in Hold'em.
So you won?
I won a €5 spinning goal ticket, so I think that's the lowest prize on the board, but a win is a win.
A win is a win, for sure. Which reminds me, I have a €10 ticket from yesterday's spinning gold.
Yeah, I have that
Needs
one
to be
from
invested.
the paid one, so now I have 2 free roll tickets. But I may be saving them for Sunday evening before the party.
Yeah.
Along with a glass of red wine.
Oof. Alcohol-free, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's without saying.
Now then, we have seen a turn here. Some betting and floating and I don't know what here between the blinds. 6-3 and King-Jack. No diamonds. Neither player's hand, so now it goes check.
There's going to be a mutual respect between the 2 local players as well, and they may know a little bit more how each other play.
Now, when you say local, you mean Lithuanian local?
Lithuanian local. We could see the nice, pretty yellow, green, and red flag that I had on my shirt yesterday.
Yeah? Yeah, you were fully Lithuanian dressed yesterday. Now then, trying to get Aegidius of this one, but it's not going to work.
No, not right now. It was mistimed by Boot Norris. He could have gone away with it on a turn bet, but not the river. Of course, he doesn't know that Aegidius nailed that jack. So the timing is still good in a vacuum, but not good in reality.
A bit surprised he just didn't snap call there, because would you ever raise that jack on a paired and flushed board?
Maybe he was thinking that his opponent doesn't really have bluffs here for a second, you know, because it was 3 diamonds on the board as well. A paired queen, I believe. So it wasn't like all you really actually had was showdown value. So of course you're not thinking of the raise, but I don't think he was thinking of the fold either.
No.
So how is Paul's stack? I didn't look. Paul's often on these tables,
no,
not with a lot of chips.
Here we go. He's the shortest one.
He's a lot like Rudolph's from what we've seen. That like it seems like every time I see, there's been a couple times where he's been healthy, but it's usually like he's happy enough sticking around and finding his spots, especially in a well-structured event like this where you actually have time to do so.
And we've had Paul on a few feature tables here in Tallinn before. Do we know, because he goes around the world playing, does he live here or have any other connection? Are we aware?
No, I remember the story I think I heard last year, which is, he came to a Kings of Tallinn right after the pandemic, I believe. It could have been the one right before, and he just really liked how, he plays fairly anonymous here. Like there's not people really coming up to him. He gets to play. He's a nice guy, but he's a little bit on the quieter side, I would say. So I think that suits him first. And then second would be the fact that he was absolutely in love with the whole, tournament schedule, not just the well-structured multi-day events, but the fact that there's something always to play. So I heard that he gave that feedback as well. But it could be something else. Paul's not like a friend or anything. He's just somebody that I like in the poker world. We need more, Pauls around. That just, enjoy the atmosphere. Not everybody needs to be flamboyant. For example, we're very happy to have Frankie in this world, but I think we don't need 2 Frankies.
Are you calling him flamboyant?
Of course. Not in a bad way, though.
No, I agree that
flamboyant
one is enough.
a neutral word.
Even though I
yes.
love Frankie, but one is enough for
Exactly.
sure.
That's just an extreme example.
Interesting now, because Christina with the 3 ladies, 3 queens on this flop, and Davidas with the flush draw.
Yeah, he was floating off a reasonably sized stack, but it's still afloat with the 9-7, and now has the flush draw. Christina, in a vacuum or undergun range, is quite strong, but he's been now playing with Christina for a bit of time, and I assume she's been as active as she normally is, in which case this is a well-disguised queen. And I'm not surprised Davidas, actually, if you're going to be calling with speculative hands like 9-7 suited even in position, you got to try to be a little tricky with them at times. It's just not going to work. However, he has outs. He needs a spade, just not the 10 of spades. And the 4 of clubs. And another thing this accomplishes is if you want to slow down the action, you very often, if you get a call there, you get a check to follow. But let's see if, nope, Davidas basically just seeing a cheap river. And if Christina checks again, I would expect Davidas, with his showdown value now, to just check it behind. He's still behind not just a queen, but all those pocket pairs that Christina would be opening 8s through jacks, maybe even kings and aces. But Christina now probably senses this is good for her.
Now just the decision for Davidas is whether he puts Christina also on the flush draw.
This is a very inducing bet size, actually.
Yeah.
And Davidas doesn't... I like this by Christina because Davidas has likely been very active based on what we saw on the flop, that it's inducing another one of those small, clickbacks, to like, even to like when 40 is enough. If she doesn't have the queen, she's very often folding. We see she does have the queen, but you don't have to go all in. There's not much more that's going to fold from an all-in that's not going to fold to just a raise, but the likely scenario is just to call, not to turn your hand into a bluff, and does call.
Yeah, so Christina building a bit more.
It would have been a little bit ambitious for him to raise just to get out those 8s through jacks, and Christina would have called, obviously, with the queen there. Who's hiding from us? Is that
it's Mr.
Bangham?
Sweden, yes.
Yeah, it's Bangham, like half showing himself.
Yeah.
The inventor of Sweden Special. For those of you that don't know what he looks like, just watch during the breaks. Christopher Carlin is interviewing him. So Bangham, although he's being shy, his face has been coming up every 2 hours on here for extended periods of time, thanks to the interview with Chris.
Where you can see him being very modest about hardly knowing the rules of the game he invented. No, I don't have a chance against this field. I'm not going to win, which he eventually didn't. But still, I don't think, unfortunately, he made it today.
If he wins, he wins, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. That's like only 2 possibilities.
Exactly.
So we saw the chip counts, and it is Davidas Budnoris, a very strong Lithuanian player, as the table captain. He hasn't necessarily been dictating the flow of the table because there's other active players, but perhaps he was before I joined in while Christopher Carlin was joining Sir Wise Guy. And speaking of Budnoris, here we go with the King 10 on the cutoff. And he's not with the chip lead, actually. So it's Adigius with the chip lead. Maybe going to put pressure on him. Nope.
And you say Davis was also a person you know.
No, but it's a different Davis, actually.
Aha.
I know Davis Modens, and I thought it was a Latvian flag, and it is, but it's actually another Davis with an M, Davis Millicent. Somebody I actually don't know.
Aha, I see.
But Davis Modens has been on final tables at the Kings of Tallinn before. Very competitive guy.
I know we were talking about notable players before, both with you and Christopher. I see one name now I have missed that he's still in. Sebastian Wahl, Finland, still in the field. And a rather short stack right now, but still in the main event.
And all the former champions, I think, are now gone, but there's a couple of other big names to follow, especially if you follow online poker at all. We have G. Gordo still in.
Yeah.
Petri Leho is still in. There's a few players on this table that I pointed out already.
Ville-Matti Kärinen, also familiar face here in Tallinn. A lot of Finns still in.
Paul Newey, of course. And Risto Parnot, I believe, is still in as well for some Estonian flavor outside of what we see with Rano Kivalu, who's here at the feature table. Oh, and Natalia is dealing on the TV table now.
Yeah.
I don't think too many people work as hard as Natalia in the industry. She seems to be dealing 24/7.
Yeah.
Along with her husband, who's also a dealer, poker dealer.
At least At least it's a family fair. They
Yeah,
get to
yeah.
travel and go together to all the stops.
They're both from Ukraine, but they live, I believe, in the Baltics.
Yeah. So now then, 3-bet from Davis here now with the ace-10 against the table chip leader, Egidius, who has opened with the 8s. So interesting spot. He made it to min 30 and now 3-betted to 90k. And also Davis with only 365 behind, maybe not.
It's quite awkward, actually, for Egidius, even with the chip leading stack. And if it's more chips, you can easily call if you want to. If it's less chips, you can just shove it. Although, even then, maybe not, but I'm not sure what he wants to do here. Yeah, I mean, well played by Davis there. Denying the flip equity of his opponent with a 3-bet instead of just calling to see a flop.
And now we can see that we're down to 52.
Where have you updated since? Because
I think we lost Joel Torres Jimenez in 54th on this very table.
Okay,
so that's
tracking.
the latest one.
And Christian Hoffman, who was on the previous table,
Yeah.
was out right after. Oh, and then we
Before.
have a Lithuanian friend of mine, perhaps a friend of yours, a friend of many, in Algiris Savekas. He went out in 53rd place. And Helge Bjorlo from Norway. I either mispronounced one of your names, out in 52nd place.
Helge Torshaugen Björlov. Can you try that?
No, but we have
No?
pocket rockets for Bootnorris here.
Oh, okay. You got off the hook there.
Yeah. Thank you, Davidus. And of course he's going to open, and it's a min raise, and this is a 3-bet candidate kind of hand for Egidius. And Davidus just opened up the previous hand. Actually, it was Egidius that opened the previous hand.
Yeah, with the 8s, yeah. No, is that a call or a 3-bet? I didn't
It
catch
looked like
the
a
chips.
call. It looked
Yeah.
like 2 chips. Opting to float potentially in position, and will be in position barring any 3-bets, which wouldn't be necessarily turning out that well.
And now this is a bit of a spoiler because you happened to mention.
Yes. Well, we know what's going to happen, I guess. He's counting his chips. It actually is a fairly good squeeze spot, other than the fact that you have the Vitas off a shortish stack. There are a lot of open folds for him, but he is under the gun +1 on an active table. So it is a shove, folks. So you expect Paul to get out of the way. Davidus has about the same stack, so it says that he has a little bit less, but I really, if he lost his hand, whether he had a chip or two or not, wouldn't matter, but he's asking for a count.
And of course, he's not asking for a count because he's thinking about folding. He just wants to look not as strong to get Egidius on the train as well once he ships his chips into the middle as well, as he does there. So not enough for Egidius, though, to stay in. We have.
So Helge is going to need a miracle here. At least it wasn't too much of a spoiler.
Aces again on the feature table. We have seen them crack, though, earlier.
Oh, that's right before the break, too.
Oh, and the king also. Finding more outs for Helge Torshaugen Björlo. Turn doesn't help him. So king and a queen needed, not to be, but I think because the graphic says that he's not all in, but the dealer had the star as an all into that stack, so we'll see whether he's eliminated or not.
I mean, fair enough if it's off 25K, that's just 2 big lines at this point. It's hard to keep everything perfectly to the exact chip. The fact that it happens so often on the streams here at Olympic Park Casino is a good thing, but let's see if Helge gets a rebate or not.
Yeah, and we have Anna Boyko as well, one of our tournament directors, overlooking the dealer, Natalia, and making sure they have counted correctly and that Helge actually has few chips left.
It is fully accurate, in fact. So he has 25,000. Not too much time left to try to find a spot, and then the problem with folding into the blinds is part of that is going to go in as a big blind ante that you can't double up with, so it's always recommended to try to see if you find the spot before the blinds come around, but it doesn't mean you need to take any two to start your comeback.
Now then we can see also in the tournament clock behind the players, 1 hour and 17 minutes till the next break, and that's going to be the dinner break for these players. So if you want to plan your night and don't miss anything of the action here in the main event, you can count on that in 1 minute, 17 minutes time. We will also go on a 1 minute dinner break.
A 1 minute dinner break?
Not 1 hour, did I say 1 minute? Okay, sorry, 1 hour.
That would have been an awfully fast dinner.
Yeah. Done that before. No, we're going to have a full hour, so some time for some protein maybe to keep us up all night.
We can see what's at the OlyBet grill buffet today.
We could, actually. I'm not aware. Are you?
No.
Be a surprise for us.
Paul folding the 7-5 from the small blind, and Rano with the pocket pair against Christina opening from the cutoff. If it was a little higher, there would be likely a 3-bet. With the trays, you expect him to merely defend. But let's see what Rano does. A 3-bet would work in this spot, and decides to just call, playing it safe. And a 5 out of the window, so already ahead of the 3s for Christina.
Yeah, Rauno not
Christina
able
checking it back.
to set mine. Not on the turn either. No additional flush draw for either player. And you can see Rauno down to only 1 out. As 1-3 is folded.
Now Rano may actually think he's ahead after Christina checked back there, thinking that she's on maybe some of the high cards that she's opening with the cutoff. We can see that the range is a bit wider than that, based on the King 5. And it's exactly what he thinks. Because it isn't a big bet. This isn't a bet necessarily. It's more of a probing bet. And Christina could just be calling this with a club. It was so low, so no information to be had. And nobody with a club.
Probably slowing down the already slow action on this one.
But what's curious is because Rano actually bet, Christina may not realize that she's actually ahead and may not think she has any showdown value with 4 clubs on the board and may actually bet trying to get out, the 9-7 kind of hands.
Yeah, but Rano not likely to bet again because, of course, holding no clubs himself. Big chance that Christina would do that call with a club in her hand.
And you could see she didn't immediately check back. I think she's thinking about that. Yep, exactly, because it's not like she's trying to get a call from a hand like pocket 3s. It's more that she doesn't... Yeah, it would have worked out the same, obviously, but I kind of like that, actually, based on the information that she had that we have that she doesn't have, basically.
Yeah.
And here's a look at the chip count. So a bit of a different dynamic than the other tables where we have a few players above average, 3. The last 2, we were lucky to have 2 at times, and sometimes it was just 1 player.
Yep.
GPS and Davis folding. And Christina, let's see if she likes any suited cards. Not this low and not this gapped.
Queen 4 suited.
This might be the spot. It's unopened. I think it has to get in.
Yeah, here we go for Helge.
Does he have fold equity?
Oh.
This might be a spot where Paul just comes in over the top.
He does.
So Paul Newey, first hand we've seen him play since I've joined the booth.
Oh,
my!
snap call. Wow, that's
Davidas
why.
waking up with the ace king.
Ouch.
Some poor timing. And look at Paul. He's like, what happened? Don't you know that I was playing tight? But,
yeah.
And one of his queens is gone.
Exactly. Really good shape
His
for
heart
the
and
ace
diamond.
king.
It's not even good. Both covered. And it's an ace out of the window, along with a 10 and 6. So there is a Broadway thin hope for Paul. And the backdoor flush draw is now gone. So at least Helge we know is out. But is Paul also out? And it's a jack on the river. Wow. That's the second time we've seen like the Broadway come on the river just like that. Last time it was Tal cracking aces and then celebrating like there was no tomorrow. This time we have a much more composed gentleman with Paul Newey. You can see this guy has played a lot of poker. He's trying to hold back the big smile he has, but he understands the pain that he's delivered a little bit to Davidas. It's a little bit different since he still has chips than the last one, but it is a bad beat delivery.
It is, and we lose Helge from the table. We have one Norwegian left of this table, Christina, and down now to 6 players. So we might be getting an additional player coming in soon, but at the moment this is our feature table with Gideus still up top, 1,000,002, and Christina on the million. Paul still the table short stack, but now with 27 big blinds, so no danger on the roof for the Englishman.
Still a few left from the local crowd in. There's, in addition, we saw Risto earlier on the feature table, so he's still floating around.
Yeah.
With a short stack, I believe, on one of the side tables. He left anyway with the short stack. Otto Puck is still in. And of course, we have Rano Kivalu here at the feature table. So 3 Estonians left. So some hope for there to be one that makes the final table, but I don't think any of them have a lot of chips is the issue that we have at the moment. But meanwhile, back to the action, we have Christina opening up with suited King 10 from the hijack. Davidas thinking about if this is a spot to make a play with Ace 7 offsuit from the small blind. It looks like he's reaching for 3-bet sizing and pumps it up to 90,000. This may get the job done. He is marginally ahead of Christina's King 10. And Christina not showing any signs of anything other than very deep breathing. Now she woke up. I think she's asking to take a look at what Davidas has behind. And if Christina calls, she's in position. If she 4-bets, we would see what happened. I think she would get a fold. But she opts to call. Folding was also an option many players would have chosen. But no love for either player on the 9-4 deuce flop. And let's see if Davidas can continue. We have learned that the spinning gold is in the money.
They are.
And somehow, does Teddy have... I don't know. We don't know what happened there, but I think he's in the money too.
I think that's what he tried to signalize to us there by dancing in the background. How much have you locked up, Teddy?
6,000.
And if you're not familiar with this spinning gold, it's a 3-way turbo sit and go. And I think that's the only way this guy can actually win money in poker.
Oh, that was a low blow. He can also win just doing flips.
Oh, true. And this at least has some skill. You're allowed. You must make some decisions. You're not forced all in. You actually are making some decisions, which
seat
doesn't
to
explain
choose.
how we can lose to this guy yesterday.
Yeah.
Christina now not entering under the gun with queen 5 off, of course, goes into the muck. And Paul.
Hello.
Remind you that we are pretty short-handed at the moment, but decides not to open the king 10.
Yeah, I was about to say that I don't think he's going to open based on what we've seen of Paul before, where a lot of the other players that we've seen earlier at the feature table are opening king 10 from the hijack. But Paul plays a little bit tighter pre-flop than most players do.
Yeah, Rauno opening though with the ace 10 suited, of course, and Gideus in the small blind with the suited 10-7. And it looks like in the background, maybe we are getting another additional player coming in. See some chips in the rack.
It is down to 50 after the loss of Kauno Japanen from Finland.
Which means that we should have full tables of 8, right?
No, that would be when we're down to 48.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, but we still are only
but
6
maybe we
on this
play
one.
5 max and we can have 10 tables.
Why don't we? As we have a 7 high flop with 2 spades for the ace 10 of spades and the 6-5. Look at this for action, Jackson.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Maybe both players will slow play. Maybe it'll be played fast. This can go in any direction. This is what I love.
Yeah. Flopped straight for Davis and not flush draw for Rauno.
And it's a donk bet leading out.
Yeah. Which
that
will,
might
of
change
course,
things.
have someone biting.
But if it was a check by Davis and a bet by Rano, then I'm expecting Davis to check raise quite a lot. Now with Rano, he may now just wonder what he's up against. He has to at least see a turn, but whether he wants to deny his opponent to see a turn is a different story.
And while this happens, I think we have a Norwegian player, another one coming in to fill the seat of Helge, who was just eliminated, because it reads Poker Gutta on this man's shirt to our left, which means poker boy, more or less. Or the poker boys, maybe. It's a fraternity of
poker boy.
Now then, where do we go with the nut flush draw? We're not going home, at least.
He
going
is
upstairs.
jacking it. So
And
we're
this
getting the
is-
action we asked for.
Yeah, this is the action Davis wanted to induce with that donk bet on the flop with a flopped nuts.
I think you have to keep it going. If your opponent is raising you, is he bluffing you in this spot, or do you want to get those over pairs, in this case, a nut flush draw in, but does opt to call, which then makes a lead out on the turn a bit suspicious.
Oh, even worse card for Rauno now, because he's really...
In a way, it's a good card, because Rano now, after the Davis check, he can look at that raise now as just setting the tone and actually check back here and see a free river. The reason being is, if you're betting here, you're not really getting anything behind you to fold, and you still have a nice draw and a chance for your opponent to bluff. So we'll see if Rano's thinking similarly to how I would be thinking. I'm not saying my thought process is correct either.
No, he might check this one to get to the river, but the problem is if he doesn't hit the spade, when when Davis comes with the river bet, he will have to call with the ace that he wouldn't have had to if
Not
he...
necessarily. If it's a
missed.
shove, it depends
yeah.
on what the river is, to be fair.
Yeah.
If
We'll
it's a
see.
6 or 5, for example, it's another easy way to get out from a big blind. If he bets here, though, I think stacks get in. Whereas you can make that decision on the next street, potentially. Obviously, he would like to get out those 7/8s that can potentially deny equity of, but in this case, it's going to be potential trouble for one of these players, because I don't think Davis should just call anymore. There's 2 flush draws out there. does he want to pretend that he's on a draw? But the problem is there's no draw really left other than the spades that would have played it that way. The backdoor diamonds isn't really playing it the same. And I think Davis has disguised his hand fairly well by just calling the flop raise to his donk bet and then checking on the turn. He is jamming. All of a sudden takes the sweater out, commanding an all-in. And Rano now actually put himself in a weird spot. Like his chip EV-wise, it's possibly a call. But does he want to risk his tournament life, or does he want to come back with 13 bigs, maybe 10 soon enough with blinds going up? It may already be next hand 10-20, I think. So Rano Kivalu, exactly the reason I would say to check back, but that might just be because I'm looking at Davis having a straight, but I think even in a vacuum, I would do the same.
Yeah, and it's 200K to win, $1 million in chips, almost, and
yeah, that's the problem. It's
he knows he has live outs. Could even be more than the spades if his opponent has a 3-4 or a 3-7. Could have the 10s as outs as well, or the ace, but does come with the call. So showdown in the big pot now between Davis and Rauno.
So Rano at risk unless he hits a spade or just a spade?
Just a spade needed to stay in the tournament.
Oh, what a dagger.
An ace that doesn't help him. Wow.
And Rano doesn't look, he looks frustrated, I guess is the best way to put it. And Davis here winning a big hand, flopping the goods, and now is near chip millionaire status. And there's just 2 Estonians left, actually, after Rano hit the rail, and 49th place. But in 50th place, we had one of our OlyBet legends, a man that's frequently on the final tables, occasionally winning. In Finland, Sebastian Wall go out on 50th. So just 48 players left. 2 from the local crowd of Estonia, which I am rooting for. I think 3 actually still left. I forgot about Henry Jorgen Rautis because he's not one of the Estonians that I actually know. But Magnus Puck, a very good player, is still in. Oh, Risto Parnat, who we saw on the feature table, is still in. And Otto Martin Puck, another Puck, is still in as well.
Yep.
So
2 pucks and a dream.
2 pucks and a dream, that's absolutely correct.
And here we have the new guy on the table. Anton from Norway has joined us. Not getting a nice hand, but he has a nice stack of $1 million in chips.
We need Teddy back, actually. It's Anton Zal.
Per Anton Zal.
Yeah, I've seen the name. It's I probably know a good 300 Norwegian players personally. I have commentated even the Norwegian event before.
In Norwegian?
No, I'm the only one to ever do it in English,
though, okay.
Or at least in the last decade. And it isn't a player that I actually know, so maybe we can quickly look him up to see his success stories, or lack thereof.
Yeah, why don't we? Jason finding his way into the mob.
So he's Anton on here, and I know they're asking his names. In Hende Mob, he's actually Pirzal.
Yeah, but he just joined, so they might not have time to ask him, actually, because he just joined from another
But then
table.
they would have chosen Pierre, because it was Pierre Anton.
True, true.
He's been to the Kings of Tallinn now at least twice before. But
sorry to interrupt you, but we have a 3-bet. As we had Egidius with the min raise in the bottom position, and 3-bet from the small blind of Davis and Christina with a decent hand, but not in this position. And after these actions, and unfortunately for Davis, he's not going to get any more action out of Egidius unless he totally goes bananas with the Jack 6 suited.
Does he look like a player that's willing to
He
go bananas?
does not struck me as a player who would, no. I've seen stranger things happening at the poker table before.
Yes.
Not this time, though.
So back to our new player,
Yeah.
Pierre-Antoine Zal. It looks like he's actually a Kings of Tallinn regular, actually a regular casher, and he only has 7 cashes on his hand mob, and 2 of them come in this very event, the Kings of Tallinn main event.
Oh,
and those
okay.
are his only cashes in Tallinn. So I think he's a main event specialist.
Yeah.
Took 54th place back in 2024, so he's already one up that. We see 46 players, so we'll update you on the 2 that are out shortly enough. And last year he took 80th place, so this is his 3rd straight top 100 finish. So
Wow.
a rather strong type of results. He has a couple final tables in Norwegian events, and otherwise his biggest score came in October during the Norwegian event that was only available to Norwegians in Norway that they're able to do once a year.
Yeah.
So he's also probably gotten some local attention from that as well. So maybe has some fans watching him now. And welcome
And maybe
if
he's
you are.
poker boys, poker gutta.
Poker gutta,
Yeah.
poker boy. Ta, 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 ta.
Are you warming up for the karaoke now?
Are we doing karaoke? I thought there was a house band.
There was both, I think.
Oh.
Or I can get you on with the house band, maybe.
Can I bring a keyboard with me to do the karaoke?
I have
I've
to
been
draw the
practicing
line at
quite a
some
lot.
point, so I'll say no.
I've been doing a lot of. I've been learning through like 80 songs.
Oh
keyboard
yeah,
by
I saw a
myself.
photo of you with those. Yeah.
Yeah. That was not with me playing, obviously. I was
staged.
I was doing an aha type of thing because it's one of the Take On Me is one of the ones that I've learned already.
Ah, okay.
They're
Now
more
you see
basic
why
to
you
learn.
shouldn't miss the player party tomorrow if you're in Tallinn. You might have Jason doing aha on a keyboard.
Or Men Without Hats.
Speaking about aha in Norway, and seems like a
Norway
pot.
and Norway crime potentially going on between 2 premium hands and 7-5 offsuit and 6-5
And
offsuit.
I thought it was going to be 8-6-4 or something here now. But Ace King came after that window 8.
And Christina's life actually got a little bit more difficult with Anton sitting down because he does have chips. And as we mentioned, Anton appeared to be active during the Norwegian events, and we know Christina plays a lot of poker as well, so maybe came across. I won't be surprised to see Christina on the final table of this event based on not only what I know about her, but her play over here. She seems to always recognize kind of where she's at, which isn't an easy thing to do.
45 left, Jason. Who have we
Let's
lost?
go. We've lost from Latvia, Mark Sergens in 46th place. A regular, Vu Huang Wang in 47th place from Finland, 3350. I think Vu's been coming as long as I've been coming, so about 10 years.
Yeah.
This is not good. Another Estonian out. Otto Martin Puck.
One puck in a dream then.
Yeah,
in
there's
the
only
field.
one puck left. We still have 2 Estonians, I believe, at least. We have Risto Parna, 3. Henry Jorgen Rautits.
And the last puck standing.
Yeah, Magnus Puck is somewhere in the mix.
Lovely. As we go to Davis, not a premium this time.
And I do have a love for the Estonian poker community. I probably spend close to 2 months a year living up here, with the poker events and all.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that the trophy needs to stay home. We just want to have the sweat that it's staying home.
Christina staying active. Seems like Paul is not letting this one go, though. We said he was a player on the tighter end of the radio, but
this would be a tight fold too.
It would,
it's,
of course.
It's a dealer, a button open, and you have Queen 5 suited. It's. I
And
think even it would be too tight to fold.
Yeah, and he's not afraid of seeing a flop. Of course, has some post-flop skills in his arsenal, and now he goes quickly check as neither player has hit the board. And
now Paul can wrestle this one away if he bets because he has such a solid reputation.
Yeah.
But he's not opting to try to take it away. Maybe will on the river. But the river timing may not be good because now Christina, you let Christina get the hand. Paul could have bet on the turn there. I'm actually surprised he didn't because Christina is quite active. she's capable of setting a trap, but her go-to so far has been, pound, pound, pound versus, whether you have it or not, versus trap, trap, trap.
Trap, trap, trap. Now then.
Ooh, Enzo. Who's Enzo? We have another new player.
And Antti, right? We have a lot of new players on the table.
Okay, so let's first check Enzo. Enzo may be, I think they're picking up wrong names because it's the second name. And it's Alexis Lucarini. But Enzo is his middle name, so maybe that's correct, but it's just too coincidental that we have that. And let's see, Ante Rasu from Finland. Not a player I'm familiar with at the moment.
No, me
But
neither.
if he runs deep and we're on break, I'll message the administrator, Juhani, and maybe he has a lowdown, the encyclopedia of Finnish poker knowledge, who played in the celebrity event, but unfortunately couldn't make it with us for Finnish coverage this time. But much love to the administrator.
Absolutely, all the love to Juhani.
In fact, we didn't do prop bets this week in honor of him, which was a big sacrifice, as it turned out.
Yeah.
But we kept our word.
So
for
far,
now, yeah.
Because it's itching a bit to bet on what time this is going to end tonight. As an
I want
example.
to bet on what the next swap is going to be.
Aha, okay, you're that eager.
Are we going to have any cards under a 4 at odds? three adult beverages to 1.
Yeah.
If there's a deuce on the flop. But anyway, here's the chip counts. We have 3 chip millionaires on the table. The chip millionaires are going to start floating around like water pretty soon because, the blinds are going up and whatnot. But it is a nice table to watch, I have to say. A lot of action, a lot of different personalities. And it has a friendly atmosphere, yet, this competitive tension in the air at the same time. Christina with the trays. Thinking about how to play them against an under-the-gun open, and she's undeterred about the under-the-gun range, which apparently is super wide by Davidas with the King-8 suited. He's a very successful player, so perhaps has had luck with this hand before. And meanwhile, Paul Newey with a dominating pair to Christina's. In a weird spot, actually, after Christina flats. Yeah. I mean, he can flat behind, but you don't really want to do that on 330 stack. He could shove, but Davidas opened under the gun and not from mid-position, and opts to fold, actually. He usually takes, when there's these kind of choices, the more conservative approach 9 times out of 10. We have seen him on final tables before opening things up. It's not that he's incapable, as a wise guy said, of making these moves. But meanwhile, it's Ante instead making a move himself. And we got a quick fold from Boot Norris, but Christina now is priced in, I think, to call.
Yeah, I would think so, right?
We may see one hand and one hand only out of Ante if he doesn't win a flip. This is assuming Christina calls, but I don't see a fold by her.
No, 10 big blinds and a pair. Of course, so many times this will be a flip.
If she didn't open, then it's an easy fold.
Yeah.
But the fact that she already put 40K in and there's dead money in the spot.
Exactly.
Rasmus would want to see a call. I would just not be playing the 3s. They would have been in the muck and the hijack, but I'm not as good as Christina. And then if I was Paul, I would be thinking about what I knew about Davidas and probably fold anyway and not take the risk, to be fair, but I would be thinking about it a little bit.
Fold is there, so...
Yeah, so happy days for Ante. I thought Christina for sure was going to call, but we have Ante chipping up. Christina not wanting to risk a chunk of her 1 million stack. It would have been about close to 30%. So we're down to 45 players.
Yeah.
We lost a couple more. Let's see who we lost. Oh no, we were already updated from 45, so we didn't lose anybody in the last little bit actually.
You're right.
As we updated.
What happened
Mark
with the ace
Sergens.
queen? Yeah, I thought can't be folding. No, here we are. Opening to min 40. I
Or
think
was
it
it 48 we opened to? Because I think we actually said Wu Hong Wang was still in.
No, you said him that he was
And
out, but the 46 is
Mark
40.
Sergens, I started with Latvian players, so it was.
Yeah.
We're caught up.
Yeah, we're updated.
And we have a spoiler internally about who goes out next, even. Because we are on a 30-minute delay.
Exactly. As Anton now calls behind with the queen 10 dominated, and unfortunately some clubs are folded by Antti. Unfortunate for Anton, who needs them to get ahead, but we'll see what the flops brings us. Oh, there are some clubs and a gut shot as well, so not the worst of flops for Anton.
Let's see if Davis opts to continue or not.
We have some cheers in the chat as well. We have the YouTube OlyBet Poker chat open.
Let's check that out in a second because I'm curious how this plays out. If Anton, there's some scary spots, but I mean in general he has that flush draw, the jack to the straight. And I'm not sure if he's Pierre or Anton. Maybe there is a Norwegian in the chat. I can't read your laptop that can tell us whether they have his name correctly.
Anton is correct, yeah. We
Okay,
have
that's
his
very
friends from Poker Gutta. The Poker Boys are cheering for him in the chat.
Can we ask whether they have the song that I've been singing about the Poker Boys?
We can ask if they have a theme song. Oh, another king on the turn.
Yeah, this makes things difficult for Anton if Davis was able to find the bet there. But as things stand, this actually, in a way, favors Anton whether he realizes it or not, because the next bet should get through. So who's in the chat here while we're waiting? Because I think
we
this
had previously missed some comments actually.
QCC
so
showed up in person, so I don't know if she's in the chat.
Yeah,
but it was
maybe
very nice
not.
meeting her.
And we have also Drea Carlsen cheering for Christina.
Yes.
So a lot of Norwegian chants right now in the chat, and we had the question earlier about whether we have any
Happy
Swedes
Valentine's Day, Drea. I wish I could wish you in person, but it's nice that I can wish you at least a personal greeting, a personal Valentine's Day greeting on the stream. And hope you are enjoying the action, not just by Christina, who has been playing a very solid and tricky game. Oh, Vivian, happy Valentine's Day to you too, Vivian. And a heart thrown by Wise Guy.
Wow.
We won't tell Crystal about that one.
You can tell as much as you want. Now then.
So I don't know what Davis is still contemplating here. It's like you could be actually just drawing to that ace and drawing dead even to quads, but you know, it's still, maybe he realizes that there's not too many hands that actually could have connected with this board. And he's going to maybe make a move here. We haven't seen a move like this in a while. Wow. Turning his hand into a bluff more or less.
Wow.
This is like a bluff when you think you're actually even good. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to just deny equity maybe, but maybe it's to get like these lower poker pairs out, eights and lower, that could have just footed from the hijack. And Anton is doing the calculations.
He knows he has at least one out.
Yeah, no matter what, he has one out, actually. Even if Davis had ace-king for the quads, the jack would be a straight flush if it's a club. As it stands, he has a lot more than one out. And you can see all the outs up top. It's 16 outs, 12 clean ones.
Strong play from Davis here now.
And he winked to the camera. I don't know if that was intentional, but that's what it certainly looked like.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're being asked, I think, about the Swedes. We have Alabas, Cape Sakase. But let's look at the Swedes. I was speaking
okay.
my broken American Lithuanian to to somebody in the chat that's rooting for either Davidus or Egidius or both. Oh, it's not looking very good here for Sweden. I mean, Benny Hagberg went out in 56. Let's see if there's anybody that's still in.
We have there one, Anton.
There's one.
And then I think...
Habib Brahim, do you know him?
I don't know.
He's still in. And Anton Burval, do you know him?
By name, yeah.
By name.
But we have lost Johan Storkers earlier. I missed that, but maybe we did.
I don't see his name anywhere. Let's see where Johan went out. No, Johan's still in.
Oh, he should be, right?
I don't know why we didn't see him when we scroll past. There he is.
So 3 Swedes left in the field then for you guys in the chat asking about that. And at least 2 Norwegians because they are seated next to each other. But do we have anyone else from Norway?
Yeah, Vidar. Vidar,
also
all-around nice guy. Vidar Assersen is still in. Teddy is still in, but not in the main event. He's still in the flip and go.
Doesn't
spinning
count.
gold. It's flip and go is a different kind of game at OlyBet actually that I enjoy, but right now it's mirroring the spinning golds. And Teddy made round 3, I believe, and is in the money.
Wow.
First time ever.
Miracles
Teddy has
do
a lot
happen.
of nice cashes over the years. We like to give him a hard time.
Yes. And you see, I gave him a chocolate Valentine's heart. He ate it in seconds.
Wow. So
Such a sweet tooth, that guy.
We have the 2 Lithuanians. Boot Norris now is calling, and are we going to have some pressure put by Egidius? It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, most likely it's going to work because the 8-6 off. It's not going to be...
Yeah, Matonis gets it done.
Does.
Premium hands there. I'm not sure who I would root for on this table if I had to be a fan versus a commentator. I mean, I really like the way Christina plays. It's always nice to watch Paul. The 2 Lithuanian guys I know from around, but it's not like, they're besties or anything.
So 43 left. Who was number 45 and 44? Do we know that?
All 4 of those on the final table. 45 and 44. Let's see. Oof. No, don't like either of these. Risto Parnot, another Estonian, out in 44th place. We had him on the first feature table. Quite pleasant to watch. And also on, I think, the second feature table, who was the chip leader at the time, is Lukas Sorjanen, a very strong player. So I think the rest of the field will be happy that he's on the rail, but not necessarily players, fans from Finland, or Luka himself, or Luka's teammates.
Lukas Sorjanen out in 45th, and one of the favorites for me, seeing that he had a lot of chips earlier, so...
It was, relatively speaking, it was a lot on that table, but it was still just a little bit above average.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Anton Zal with the King-Jack.
Yeah, lost a bit of chips on that Queen 10 of clubs when he tried to bet Davis off the 3-King board, but didn't work out.
Which I thought was going to work, actually.
Really now he gets resistance again now, because Davidas is waking up with Ace-King in position on the button as well.
Too many chips to jam, so I expect a normal 3-bet.
Yeah.
It looks like up to 110, so 5.5 bigs. And Anton would have to play this hand out of position against a guy that's capable of 3-betting pretty wide, even off the stack.
Yeah, problem is it just has 350 behind, so you do indicate quite strongly that you have a hand when you 3-bet 1/4 of your stack, I guess. While we wait for the decision, Jason, how are you on the Rubik's Cube? Would you prefer that small one that Christina has?
I prefer the small one.
Yeah. Me too. I might be able to solve that one.
Although if you give one to Godris, he will solve it in under a minute, like the regular one.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
like,
Is it?
some people are really amazing
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, absolutely. And Godris,
I've
if
seen
you're
him do
listening, congratulations to the addition to the family as well.
This is news to me as well. So when did that happen?
A few days ago
Congratulations.
only, so that's the reason
that's
he's not
why,
here.
Not because he was also commentating the Super Bowl in
Yeah,
Lithuanian. So
yeah.
he's a man of many skills.
Definitely.
But is responsible for a lot of things that happen online at OlyBet Poker.
Yes. And we did see a call while we were talking about that from Anton, and a missed flop with the King Jack. So,
And I'll have to try to find the time to give a call over to my old friend Godris.
do that. Say hi from me as well. And hopefully he and the family are celebrating Valentine's together with the new...
Probably sleeping it through.
Edition.
If you just have a new edition, you're not getting much sleep. Very hard to also hand off a newborn to the grandparents, quite yet.
Yeah.
So
Most likely
something
so.
tells me there's going to be a delayed Valentine's Day celebration.
Yeah, but you can celebrate it as a small family. It doesn't have to be a romantic way. It's still cozy with the newborn and everything, right? It's still a family affair.
A family affair.
As Paul is still holding on to it. I don't know what's he got stuck there. It's like it froze.
I think at that point, if you're not pulling it back instantly,
it was a misdeal.
it's a
Okay.
fold. Okay, that makes more sense. But we
It was-
lost somebody else, or were we at 43 before?
I think we were 43,
Yeah,
right?
it was Risa that went out 44th.
Yeah. And
Chip
this
counts,
is-
everybody?
Yes, the feature table. Paul and Antti in the bottom, but still 17 bigs. And Davis up top together with Egidius. Over the million. Christina spot on the million in chips. And I think the average is right now about 700 something, could it be?
I think it should be something like that, but let's wait for the board. It would make sense based on what's happening. I could see what it is, sort of. Is that the clock of our event in the distance? Yeah, so I
Yes.
see what it is in real time.
Kings now for Enzo. Been rather quiet since he joined this table, but
First hand he's played.
Yes, and Antti with sixes behind him.
This could be trouble because he's looking down his chips.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh,
Did
he
he
get it
shove?
in? Oh, no.
Ouch. Bit of a mistake there, I would say, with a fairly early position as well. I mean, he would have been attacked in the blinds with sixes. We might be shoving, but
Or if
maybe
it's
not.
Davidus or Christina opening, I
Yeah,
like it actually.
yeah.
But it's going to be trouble for Ante. He still has a little bit of hope. It's not over yet.
No, I don't think we saw any sixes folded either, so there should be some outs in this deck. Oh, some straights.
No, but it's a
baby
set for
backdoor.
Enzo
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
2%.
for-
Oh, no. And they got the other set.
Rub
This is
it
just a
in.
big
One
needle, but
out.
One outer? One time?
Are we seeing it? Oh, we missed it, but it was not a six since he's tapping the table and standing up. It was a three of hearts, and Antti is eliminated. We have the Antti Rasu.
In 42nd place, and unfortunately for our Lithuanian viewers, we had Justus Vachilonis out in 43rd place just before this hand on one of the side tables.
So where are we now in payouts? Do we have a pay jump?
Not yet, but
No?
we can look up when the next one is. Next one will be when there's 39 remaining. It'll be another 500 in everybody's pocket. Right now, players are collecting payout slips of 33.50 when they lose their stacks. They just have to wait around a little bit longer, 4 more players, and they get 500 more. But
I
that's not
see.
what they're playing for. You know, if you're close, you know, you want to get that pay jump, but it's more about tomorrow than when the payouts are serious. A 500 pay jump is still nice even on 1100 buy-in, but it's still only half a buy-in when you're thinking about it that way.
Yeah.
But it also means with one more player eliminated that we will be down to just 5 tables. So we'll get a player or two coming fairly soon. It says 43 on the board, but it is 41 after Ante went out. And Egidius may actually be opening here. He does with the 6-3 suited. one of the few players at the table that can do that at the moment. And Davis seemed to want to maybe do something with his dominating 6-4 suited, and I really don't see Christina going anywhere from what we have seen from her. And is she going to call or raise is my question, but she is calling. And Anton, the other Norwegian at our table with the king tray, may feel like he's priced in, but we'll save a big blind and let Egidius and Christina battle heads up to the flop.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have Rob Schiffbauer cheering for New in the chat and more chance for
I haven't
Anton.
seen Rob this week. It would have been nice to see. We're a fellow American, even if I'm not waving the flag these days so high. It would have been nice to say hi. If you're around, come on to the booth just to say hello if you're still in the neighborhood. I did see your name in some of the payout lists that I was writing up. But it's not surprise. Gentlemen such as Robert, he's always carrying himself well, will be rooting for one of the classiest guys in poker, and Paul Newey. The leveling wars begin. I don't think Christina wants to give up for some reason.
For some reason, I get the same feeling, yeah. Interesting to see what she's thinking about. Next move here. And as we said, she folds. We have some more chance for Poker Gutta in the chat, which seems like maybe it's a community, or please tell us a little bit more about the thing we have on Anton's shirt.
And whether you have a theme song, most
Oh
importantly.
yeah, that's still your biggest question about it. As we now see 41 players remaining, 30 minutes or so till the dinner break. So in 31 minutes, we're going to send these guys off to a 1-hour dinner break, and the stream will also pause for the same time. So in case you have something you have to do, you will get the chance to do that within the dinner break of the players in 30 minutes.
Although Enzo might be taking his dinner break half-hour early. No, it looks like he's just getting something from his bag. And Egidius with the ducks.
Yeah.
Hard to get a read on Matonis at any stage. I haven't played with him a lot, but I have played with him a little bit. And Christina will get rid of her offsuit Jack-6. But Anton has decisions to make.
Comes along with the call. Paul Newey folds to the big blind. There's some 14 big blinds behind, but he's out of this one. So it's Anton and Egidius heads up to the flop. No deuce, but not much help for Anton either, as he doesn't connect with the paired board.
Although if Christina decided to go crazy for some reason, she would have flop trips.
Oh, yeah.
She folded the Jack-6, I think. So one of the sixes of Anton, I believe. But meanwhile, Egidius likely to continue on this kind of flop with the baby pair. It's not the worst one to see. You have to be worried, though, with the small blind calling with a lot of the higher pocket pairs, but he also has stack advantage. I'm just not sure this small of a bet, 1/4, is going to chase out. It's going to chase out a lot, but not necessarily this ace-6, so it is actually not a bad sizing. Don't gain that much information, but at least there's not like a 7-8 still in the mix. And is Anton going to check again? Indeed he does, and will this slow down Egidius? and decides to check it back. He's still ahead, leaning to the 10 of hearts river. And is Anton going to try to steal this one away? And if he checks, is Aegidius just going to turn his winning hand into a bluffing hand, because it is a scary board and he can rep a lot of what's on there.
Yep.
We see that he's ahead, but I think a lot of that is calling outside of maybe the 5, so what are you going to fold? So if Anton checks, I think it's being checked behind. A queen is calling, a 10 is maybe calling, a jack is raising if it's connected to something else. Hearts, of course.
Anton does check.
He is thinking about it, though, at least. And does check it back, understanding the situation. And we'll be pleased to see that Anton bricked the board, and Ducks wind up holding up for another pot for Aegidius.
Yes, indeed.
We have a dealer change. Let's see who it is. I can't tell from this angle.
Players from the deep stack policy bounty or moderator to take your seats with a mandatory stop in less than 3 minutes.
Aegidius has been fairly card dead lately. Hasn't played a hand in a while anyway. Folds around to Christina, who will likely fold as well, although our cards are being put in the box. But does fold. And Anton folding as well, so it's up to Paul Newey right now, who completes with Jack-9 from the small blind. And Enzo with a pretty 9-8 suited. He has a nice stack advantage on Paul, but should be concerned that Paul is setting a trap too. So opts to see a cheap flop. And interesting, we may have a spot here. Both players flopping middle pair in a blind versus blind situation. Ace of spades on the turn, so board is getting scarier and scarier, but nobody with premiums. Let's see if Paul thinks his 9 is good. He does have the better kicker if Enzo stays along. And Paul is a very tight player in comparison to the average player in the field. And it's going to be hard for Enzo to rep that ace of spades is any good for him in a limped pre-flop pot. And comes to the same conclusion and checks. And it's a 5 of hearts on the river. And Paul is thinking about whether he should bet or check. Paul already checked. It was Enzo that was tanking, thinking about whether he wants to bet. A quick call by Paul facing the 60,000 bet. The better kicker takes down the hand, and it's up to 425,000 in chips. So Paul always very patient, and sometimes patience pays off, such as it did right here. Still 41 players remaining, 22 minutes and change on the clock before the dinner break. Egidius and Davis still table captains with with 1.4, 1.3 million respectively, and Christina Soli is still hovering around that 1 million mark. Enzo, Davidis, Anton, and Paul also with stacks that they can play with. Nobody below 21 big blinds at the moment. It looks like Mr. Wise Guy is coming back, and I think he will have a special guest coming in fairly soon until the dinner break. And Rasmus wants to come back in. And I said I also would need to escape to the little boys' room, so wait for Wise Guy, and you can have a partner in crime anyway.
Sounds like a dream.
Especially on Valentine's Day, it's good to have a partner.
Oh, it's good, right? Shout out to my partner, though, Crystal.
Yes. The better half of the Wise Guy
Crystal
relationship.
Jack, 10.
Paul with the flush draw, Davidis with the 2 pair. And he needs to be slightly concerned that Paul is betting. His frequency of betting when he doesn't have something is quite low. And in this case, he didn't connect with the board, but he could have easily been doing that with a jack. And meanwhile, that provides more outs for Paul and another scare card for Davidis with the 10. He now has an open-ender to Broadway. And both players check, and the straight is completed. But it's not going to get Paul too much unless Davidis tries to bluff, which he doesn't. I expect Paul to be actually trying to get some value here, but there are actually hands that he needs to be concerned about that would be slow playing, but it would be losing an opportunity not to at least bet something here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have more people that wants to come into the booth, I think.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we have the first ever Kings of Tallinn main event champion at our miss, 4-time trophy winner over in Asia, none other than Rano Sutla. We also have Rasmus Lundström as well.
I think actually Rano is still in the 3K, so we might check with him whether he's on a break or not, but we're going to see
I think the 3K is on a break.
What's happening with Paul here? Does he go for value? No, he doesn't actually check behind here.
That's interesting.
And
I think he missed a spot there. I mean, I don't know if I don't think Davidis is calling anyway, but he should still be betting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to head out for an early dinner break, but guys, stay tuned. You'll have a guest joining Wise Guy. I believe it will be Rasmus because he was first in line, but we'll be checking Rano's availability as well. See you guys soon.
And now we have a new man in the booth, but he's been here before during these days. Rasmus Lundström, welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice to have you. And how's your day been?
They've been slow. I just got here. I've been sorting out my own stuff outside of the poker rooms.
There are stuff outside the poker as well, yeah?
Unfortunately, yes.
Exactly. So not played anything today then?
I'm going to be playing cash all day and night.
That's the plan.
Yeah,
You're well rested for a full night of cash.
Yeah, because yesterday went quite long as well. We had a great cash session going.
Okay, interesting.
I was awake around 5 a.m. or so, I think. So I decided to take a late day today because of that, really rest and relax and
Sounds like a good plan. And then you can start with a little stint here in the booth, although we will have the dinner break coming up in some 15-20 minutes. So then we will be going on the dinner break here in the stream as well. But it's nice to have you here for a little bit. 18 more minutes at least until we go on the dinner break. We see from the clock in the background.
And I already have a favorite player of the table because I see there's a 3-bet here to put the pressure on this middle-sized stack from the button. Like this.
And actually,
well.
Enzo haven't been on the table too long, but he's not been playing any hands except kings. So I'm a bit surprised to see this 3-bet here. So it's really finding the right spot to do it as well, because Anton has been playing a lot of hands, so probably Enzo has been sitting back looking at Anton. Also only been on the table for from 40 minutes, but played maybe 10 hands within those 40 minutes. So
when I was waiting to come into the booth, a friend of mine looked at him and said, "Look, it's Rasmus with a beard." And I don't know if I see the resemblance myself, but I thought it was a very funny comment.
Absolutely.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Perhaps when it's a bit blurry like this from far away, I can see it.
So how are when you were here last time, you were talking a bit about the team competition. How's it been for you since? Have you collected any team points for the whole team?
I mean, I've only collected a few small cashes. I had decently deep runs in the 350 and 555, both finishing around 30th place.
Okay.
And both had about 100 people in the money, just shy of that, maybe 80 or so.
Yeah.
So deep runs in those, but unfortunately the deep runs don't get you very many points unless you're on the final table. So I haven't earned us very many points at all. And I actually believe that the only one who has earned us any relevant points is Franke, because Alexander Latikas, who had a big shot at good points in the 5-5, ended up busting in 12th.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Again, outside the final table, not a lot of points there.
Yeah.
Even though it is an extremely deep run in a 600-player event.
It is for sure, yeah, exactly. I just reminded me that when you came here that we haven't talked about the team competition at all today, because we have on the previous stream. So taking a look at it, it seems like one team is running away with the points right now with the lead. And
Indeed.
It's the Finnish team of Oni Hutunen, who's been running deep in several events, and was second the other day. Was it the 5-5-5?
He was second in the 5-5-5 indeed, and I know Mika Teuras has had many deep runs. He was second in the suite, and that Franke ended up winning, among other runs. Jussi as well, I think he was on the deuce to 7 final table, finished 4th or 3rd in that one. So Alex is the only one I haven't really been keeping track on, but he scored great points for the teams, much better than Mika and Jussi actually, which means that I'm sure he's had some deep runs, probably in the Omaha events that I don't look at as closely.
Yeah, so this team actually has 247 points, and second place is 182. So we'll get back to the team competition, but let's look at the action on the flop as well. Yes.
Davis choosing to go for a lead here. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I actually didn't catch the. Oh, it was just an open from Enzo.
Open from Enzo
and cut off, and yeah.
And being this very friendly board to the big blind, Davis chooses to take a lead. It's impossible to know, of course, what amount of hands he's choosing here. And on the offsuit king, I expect to see a fair bit of checking.
Yeah, I think it slows down Davis, right?
Yeah,
many kings
when he does bet, you expect him to bet quite big, especially covering Enzo. But the king isn't really a card that favors him. So when he bets, he's basically saying that he beats a hand that hit the king, which warrants a big bet. Enzo now with everything in the world, he can do anything he likes here, but with the stack sizes this deep in the event, I actually don't know, because your hand is strong enough to call a raise even if you get check raised.
Yeah.
But it's gonna put you in very tough river spots. Generally speaking, I like aggression over passivity, but I'm very okay with checking this if that's the line he chooses. Now, if there was a size I wouldn't go for here, I think it is this this very big bet, because ironically the times you do get raised, you're going to be in a very annoying spot, because with your high equity you're just going to call off, but you don't expect to be good a lot of the time. Of course, Davis does not have a lot of raises here. to this size, and he decides to fold. Good fold.
Yeah. And looking further at the team competition, there's a Finnish team in second place as well, and one of them is Joel Holmberg that we had on the feature table in the main event as well earlier today. He's unfortunately out of the main event, but this team also has a lot of points. And third place is a team called Norway, so with Tarjei Forus and some others. And Vidar Asarsen is actually still in the main event, so might be chances for him to pick up points for the current third placed team then.
Yeah, I've met many of the Norwegian guys from that team. They're very good players. I like sitting down with them. They're also quite entertaining, you know, smiling at the tables, keeping up with some light table talk. I like the atmosphere they bring to these events.
Yeah. So I should say that there's a total of 96 teams entering. I think that's a new record in number of teams in this competition. And if you're not familiar with the team competition, 2% from all the turnover in the events from every event goes to the prize pool of the team competition.
Yeah.
And now with the monster, Anton, as we said, playing a lot of hands, now opening under the gun, and understandably so with the ace-queen suited. Let's see if someone... Oh, we have a new player at the table as well, Shawl.
Davidas, with one of these combos you could bluff, but against the under the gun open you're not going to. You're not going to choose that hand. If it was a late open, maybe. And Christina's going to be getting out of here.
Yeah, so some chips back for Anton, losing a bit since he joined this table. And we saw a new face at the table in the, I think it was 5th seat. Yes, Shawl Weinstein, who was the chip leader coming into day 3 today. And he still sits now with 1.1 million, no longer the chip leader, but a healthy stack, as the average is right now 774,000.
Yeah, it's important not to get lost in the average and concentrating on your own game. But in a structure like this, having over 50 blinds is very comfortable. The levels don't come at you fast at all. You have a lot of time to maneuver, and I think he's going to be quite satisfied where he is, even though perhaps he was hoping that he would just run away with it after coming in to the day in the position he was. I know Anton from the last hand, when you're playing this aggressive style and then you actually get a hand and everyone folds,
yeah.
I know that can sting a little bit.
Now you can 3-bet me, please.
Yeah, exactly.
And it doesn't happen.
I know from my own aggression that it always feels very unfortunate when you pick up a massive premium and that's the only time you don't face any pushback. As Christina.
Battle of the Norwegian blinds here now.
And she has an interesting choice here. I think it's too deep to jam, especially this deep into an event. I think Anton is just shy of 30 bigs, 27, 28 bigs. But I like this open.
Yeah, racing to 45. Small blind versus Anton now with the 10-6 suited. What do you make of this?
Well, the size is very small. I think this is a 100% a call, and I think Anton thinks the same. Just gonna take a moment and then put in the chips, so we are gonna be seeing a flop here. I'm actually surprised Christina went for such a small raise. In the blind versus blind situations, you often go for a bigger one, especially when you can put on the pressure on Anton like this. Being the covering stack.
Ooh,
I know I go on and on about that. And Anton must have some good karma, because he just wished for a flop and he's seeing it right now.
Exactly. And of course also Christina, not the worst of flops, where, I mean, she would think there's at least only 2 overcards, and I'm not guessing she's gonna slow down or just see one more street, right?
I'm not sure. Against this very small bet, yeah, probably. But if the bet was bigger, then without the heart or anything, there's a possibility she just folds, because her hand has no redraws or no good cards aside from the 2 outer. This, on the other hand, is a very good turn for Christina. She's going to be happy to see this. And I believe Anton is going to check here with the redraw. That means also that if the river bricks out, especially if it's a deuce, I think it's quite likely that Anton gets value here. Oh, interesting. So Christina now with no showdown.
Goes for the
1.5 big blind, small blocky bet. You rarely see people take this block bet with a complete airball, but she finds it here. Anton wondering if he can raise her value, but this block bet is very dangerous to raise. That's the whole point of the bet.
Yeah.
That occasionally there is monsters hiding under the bed. Christina did check the flop, I think is what he's thinking here. She opened and then she checked, called the flop. And I think that removes a lot of the King X combos, and he thinks the same, because he does raise. Strong play here from Anton, I like it. Christina, of course, not going to call this unless she doesn't realize that her pair has been downgraded to a high card. I doubt that's the case. She seems very capable and understanding of the situation. So she's going to let go of that bluff. Christina saving her a bit of money by choosing that small open, because I believe against the bigger open we see quite similar action on future streets with this run out. So probably saved her a fair few blinds there.
Yeah, and here we have the updated chip count from our feature table. We're down to 40 players, as you can see, and I think we owe you for the first place elimination. Jari-Pekka Nikunlassi was our 41st place finisher, also taking down 3,350.
I see there's been a couple familiar names here in the last few eliminations with Sebastian Wahl and Lukas Sorainen cutting the top 50 but not making it to dinner break.
Yeah.
As well as Justas.
And now surely opening from the cutoff. Davis, the ace-jack off.
Absolute premium in the cutoff. But a hand that really wants to go post-flop, but doesn't really want to face too much action pre-flop, because it's not gonna get raised for value by many worse hands. Christina with a choice here. Not folding.
On the button, king, queen.
I like this. She's thinking about the aggressive route. And in poker, especially in Hold'em, aggression is often rewarded. And this is what I mean with the ace-jack. Ace-jack is a lovely hand, but can be put in some tough positions. I don't think he's folding just yet.
We quickly saw one jack folded there, in case we do get to see a flop here, but let's see what Davis ends up with. Once it's back on him, it's 150k 3-bet from Christina, so it's 105 more to call.
Yeah, she's sizing up here a little bit. Of course, Davis did not min open, but the 3-bet is quite chunky. And he does call.
And
we see a jack. Oh, what a flop for Davis. So clean. Snap check from Christina, interestingly.
No help for her on the turn, though, and now Davis surely wants to protect his ace-jack. Coming with the bet, right?
I think so, but I think there's a good possibility he comes with a very small, inviting bet here, because there are very few things that he doesn't want to see on the river. And he's even holding the ace of hearts, blocking a lot of those heart draws. So I think a small ace sizing is going to be what he goes for here, inviting her to call. Goes for the more medium size. Oh no, that is indeed the small size of about 1/3 pot.
Yeah.
Targeting hands like the ace highs or certain pocket pairs, certain bluffs that have 1 pairs here. Maybe a 7-6 of spades or something along those lines. Wheel ace is going to be calling this every time.
And PL4, PL5. For 550.
She does let it go.
Next blind level 100, small blind 300, big blind and big blind 150.
Just 3 minutes left before we will be going on an hour-long dinner break. So presumably one of the last shuffles we'll see here for these players. 40 remaining, 5 tabled in the main event, with that huge grand prize up top of 166 or so thousand.
169.5 even, I think.
Wow.
Some extra juice.
Indeed.
Yeah, big one. And that's tomorrow, because today we're going to play down to, well, the aim was final table, but it might be that it stops on 2 tables actually, because otherwise it's going to be a real late night for these guys. We'll see about that later on, but what for sure is that we will have more action after the dinner break, because these 40 players will go on a dinner break soon, in a couple of minutes. And we will also, in the stream, have 60 minutes off, and then we come back to follow the action all through the night till we have at least 16 or less players left, and then we'll back tomorrow from 12:30 with the final day of the main event. As now it has been raised by Davidas. Anton is just calling behind on the button with the 9s, and Enzo in the big blind with 8s now. Interesting spot after a raise and a flat call.
I think this is just an easy call. 8s is not a hand I would raise here. But Enzo did choose a very aggressive sizing earlier with the king 4, so perhaps he chooses to take the aggressive line here. And I think if he does, it might go fold call. But depends on the size, because Anton has a very handcuffed chip size, and a 3-bet here would be north of 180,000. He just jams. With Davida's stack size, I guess this works much better. I didn't actually realize that Davidas was on that 20-25 big blind mark.
Yeah.
And as such, I like the play. I thought Davidas had closer to 40, but I was incorrect. Now Anton, having flatted such a strong hand, the question is, does Enzo have bluffs? Does he have the 7s, the 8s? And does he 3-bet the super premiums, not all in? Because Anton has a potential call here. We could yet be seeing fireworks before the break on what is more than likely our final hand, as we saw just 2 minutes on the clock, 2:50 behind us before this shuffle was dealt. But Anton does decide to fold. Enzo taking it down, and especially if Anton is going to be folding these quite strong flats, then that play is even stronger, as we see the players getting up for their dinner break.
Yes, which means that we are going on the break as well. Maybe we'll come back to the studio just before that. And here we have us as well, Rasmus Lundström in the booth with me, and we'll head off to the break. I guess we'll send you down to the cash game area, perhaps, get your night started.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, but if you're if you're walking around and have nothing to do, you're more than welcome to join us, because as we said, it would be a rather late night before we have our final day tomorrow and the players that we need for that one. But now, dinner break, 60 minutes, and then we'll be back with more action from the main event, Kings of Tallinn 2026. See you soon.
ise kolida keskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Talent. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence. And winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2. Okay, a month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective.
Yeah.
You know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Talent, because that's how much it means to you. Because you are a champion for that many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So, Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And you know, this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, you know, potentially doing some Elliot Draw MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and you know, things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because you know, as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset, you know.
I love that because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, you know. In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah? Thank you. You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Tallinn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden. Amazing,
and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke. Yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to seven triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. Maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah. That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha. You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get 1 million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call.
My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with 2 hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it.
Yeah.
Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball! Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at the Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say any more.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're the main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekottikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. It must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence, and winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, almost 2 times average, and just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was completely it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective, you know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Talent, because that's how much it means to you, because you are a champion for that many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Talent is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Talent champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And you know, this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, you know, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and you know, things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because you know, as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset, you know.
I love that, because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business you're running, and if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, you know. In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, oh, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room, because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys, and we thought mix some games, and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. No. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. what do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
In the bottom 20%.
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to seven triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You've never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
So now you are here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah. That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha. You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 5x5 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what, this is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get a million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with two hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever, and if push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it. Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball!
Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I gotta bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser's standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you, Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the Legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team. Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at the Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, which is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice.
No filter.
The jam is it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in. Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say any more.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
We are back from Tallinn, Kings of Tallinn, the biggest poker festival in the north of Europe. This is Jason Glatzer to my right, and we are in the middle of the mix of the big main event.
Yes, we are, and it's been quite exciting thus far. We've had a lot of diverse feature tables with different styles of play. It looks like we had about 10 chip millionaires going into the break. Artur's Dogis was still hovering around 2 million, as was Christopher Bering at one point as well, who's now showing in second place, but at one point did overtake Arturis. Just 5 tables or so left, or maybe 6. I think we're coming back to 41, or is it 40?
I think we're down to 40, right?
Okay,
so,
down to 40. So
yeah.
we're not only going to have a new table, but everybody else is going to be, we may see some familiar players at this stage as well, because of the whole situation of shorthanded play and 2 or 3 new players coming to each table.
So let's head over to our new feature table in the main event. 40 players remaining, coming back from the dinner break. And as you can see, we're just a few seconds away from getting started. I do recognize Christopher showing up to greet Johan Storåkers in seat number 8. Some good luck in Swedish, maybe. And then we have some other familiar faces as well that we will get to know shortly.
And it was Jari Nikunlasi who must have gone out in the last hand right before the dinner break in 41st place from Finland, 3,350 euros. So I think we've caught up all the way through 40 now.
I think so too, yeah, absolutely. And here we have Girts in seat number 1, Henry Jörgen of Estonia, seat number 2, Arturs, Latvia, with the Ducks.
He was the chip leader.
Number 4.
Christopher actually was the chip leader at the break, but Artur's a healthy stack of 1.6 million, as you see there. Was the chip leader throughout most of the day, in fact.
Now then.
What's Nicholas going to do here? Okay, we have new styles of play, because Nicholas raising off basically a 12 big blind stack with just 7-5 suited. But if nobody lakes up with anything, that was Petri Leho.
Oh, and Johan chips it in with ace-10. And quick fold with just 10 big blinds behind, so it didn't work out for the Greek this time.
And Johan here to play.
Absolutely.
I think that's the first time today that we have a wrong name in the system, but if we can get that one fixed up at some stage, he's a pretty well-known player, Johan Storåkers. Or at least in Sweden, he's actually fairly much a legend. Is that how it is pretty much in Sweden? Everybody must know who he is.
Yeah, he's a well-known player, and he was actually first known for something. I don't know if he was the first in Europe to do it, but at least in Sweden, he got some big headlines that he was selling shares and going around playing the European Poker Tour and other stuff like that in maybe 25 years ago.
Interesting.
So he went public, like you can buy shares in his, like today's staking, but back then it wasn't known in the same way. So he pretty much made it like a public company that you bought the shares and then you staked him for a year. And
similar to what maybe you're doing right now in a different medium, if more or less.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's quite interesting.
Exactly. And now Petteri, Finland.
Petteri is a very methodical player. I played with him over the course of a few days back in Riga last year. And going with a slightly bigger than min raise, opening size to 60,000, and it's Johan. He's not 3-betting 2 hands in a row. This time he is flatting from the small blind with ace-9 suited. And Gertz from Latvia folding and saving his chips for another day.
It will be 9 levels of late registration. If you are wishing to play, you are more welcome to our stage.
And the Jack-10 floor flop doesn't hit either player. Petteri is still ahead. Let's see if he continues. If he continues, Johan Storikers has potential, but now it went check. And let's see if it's... should we start just calling him Martin? But it seems awkward.
No, we'll have to call him Johan, I think. But when we say Johan, we are talking about this guy, Johan Martin, second name than Storakers.
And a set on the river, so Petteri shouldn't be nervous about an 8-9. There are some that would call from the small blind, the suited kind, but there probably would have been action on the turn after it went check on the flop. And Petteri reaching for some chips. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be a quick fold by Johan. But still picked up a small pot there off of Storikers.
Yep.
And the other thing that I noticed is that we had a player with an Iceland flag, but I didn't think we had any Icelandic players remaining in the field, and there was a small confusion. It's one letter difference. It's actually John Dwyer from Ireland. So for those of you watching from Ireland, our apologies for making your country-mate Icelandic, but hopefully now everybody knows that he is indeed an Irishman.
Right.
So let's see, Nicholas with a sub-10 big blind stack, opting to min-raise. He min-raised earlier with 7-5 suited off a small stack. So it seems to be more than comfortable with non-shove plays with marginal holdings, even as low as 10 big blinds. This is a bit better than the 7-5 suited, although one might argue the 7-5 suited flops a bit better. And this time he doesn't really have very much fold equity. So we'll see how one of the 2 or 3 remaining Estonians and Henry Jorgen approaches this.
Yeah, just 200 behind before calling that one. 180 behind now for Henry Jürgen.
An ace, deuce, 5 flops to the 3 with the gutter, but it's 2 pair for Nick.
Yeah.
Let's see what Henry Jorgen does here. He checks. Is he going to believe Nick if he does something outlandish like shove even? You know, the SPR, the stack to pot ratio, doesn't really dictate a shove, but it can. You know, you have 1.5x. I would still just bet very small here. And it's as small as it can come, a min bet of 25,000. And a disciplined fold there by Henry Jorgen, recognizing not to go nuts, hoping for a 3 or 4, and that his opponent likely has a lot of aces in his range.
Yeah. So we've lost one player on the outer table.
And it's the jinx continues. It was a player that was on our previous TV table. Unfortunately, it was Poker Boy Anton Zal out in 40th place for 3,350 euros. So I do hope the Norwegian contingent sticks around. There's still a bunch of Norwegian players left. We have Vidar still in. He had 380,000 on break. Christina Soli, who was just on our TV table with 455 on the break. And I believe that's it, but 2 is better than 0. And there's still 2 Estonians left, too, Magnus Puck and the player we see over here, the short-stacked Henry Jorgen Rautis. Hello, Jax. Ville opting for a jam, and nobody waking up with anything to call yet. And John Dwyer also winds up folding, and Billy picks up 60,000, so a little less than 20% of his stack on a pickup. You don't necessarily mind that with jacks. It's hard to play post-flop, especially out of position on a lot of boards. So at this stage, there's something about also stack survival on top of accumulating chips, from both ends of the equation.
Some orders being taken as well. Players getting thirsty under the lights, although they just sat down, but it's hot up there.
It is hot up there. I mean, I don't know about specifically today, but in general, when you're playing at any TV table, it can be hot. And the better the production, the hotter it can be. Because of, the better the lighting is, typically that lighting gives off some heat. And Gertz, let's see, this is the awkward stack size of 14.5 bigs, give or take, from the cutoff. Some players shove here, some players open. A smaller fraction of the players would consider folding. And just shoving, getting some of those hands out, but I don't think this is going to be one of them. Henry Jorgen can't really wait around. Yeah, he calls off, so he's in okay shape with this call. He would have preferred to see an ace-10 than what he's about to see, which are two live cards that are beating at least the jack. And look at this, Arthur's, I mean, he's going to have to fold even off the big stack, but he could actually put two players at risk if he wants to. If it was a bounty, he would.
Yeah, exactly. Bounty tournament or some similar, he would.
But meanwhile, it's Henry Jorgen off to the races, and if Gert's hand doesn't hold, he's going to be, they basically would be flipping stacks at that point. And if Gertz can hold, he'll be at a much healthier position as well. But we want to keep the Estonians in. We are in the capital.
We are indeed. So let's see if that favors Henry Jorgen. King.
Oof, that's not the flop, but maybe some hearts for Henry Jorgen. And the ace is still alive as well. Queen of Hearts would be a nice. You can't get that one.
No,
Four
that would be hard.
spades.
But
yeah.
So now down to the ace, right? The
Yeah,
ace
it's not looking very good for him.
Oh, not
Six
to
of
be.
diamonds on the river. Gert's up to 590, and we've lost one of our two Estonians in Henry Jorgen Rautis, and there was nobody that went out in between, actually, so he's out in 39th place for 3,350 euros.
And the next pay jump is at 36?
It's very close. No, 38.
Oh, okay.
It's basically, we have a pay jump right now. So every remaining player is guaranteed 3,850 euros, although the clock is still reading 39 players, but it may not have actually recorded this elimination yet.
Yeah, I think it's coming soon. And here are the updated chip counts on our feature table.
Quite diverse, two short but not really, and complete desperation stacks and a couple big ones, and everybody else kind of hovering in the middle.
And Ville now folding over the gun, leaving over to his countryman Petteri. And Johan Martin also folding. And raise from John now on the button with ace-9 off. Big stack of Arthurs gets out of the way. What about our man in the big blind from Greece, Nikolaos? 11 bigs behind. Comes along for the call.
You can't really blame him, actually, on a
No.
button raise. It's just unfortunate for him if a 9 comes.
6 high flop.
Meanwhile, that hits his range a little better than the buttons. Button equity-wise is miles ahead still, but range-wise maybe not. So let's see how this plays. The problem is Nick has a short stack and would probably have had to fold to a bet there, but now that it checked on over, Also with the king of clubs. Yeah, it's tricky because it would actually be, in theory, a good spot to, to stab here, just to try to take down the pot. And if not, at least you have the backup plan with the king of clubs. But we see he's kind of screwed on both ends, both on the 9 and on the club.
Yeah, problem for Nicolaus now. If he bets this one, he's going to get called with the nut flush draw from John, and then he has to bet again on the river.
I do like that. Well, he's sizing it up a little bit. You didn't need the, 70,000 he's doing, 75. With the king of clubs in your hand, backing up this play, I think it could have been a little bit smaller even. You're repping pretty much a lot of these straights already, and then if that doesn't work,
and John comes up the top and shoves
this might
all
actually
in.
save him because, let's do the calculations. It's 170 into 805. If he thinks his king of clubs is live, he didn't even need to. We don't even need to think about this. Nick just going back down to 170 straight off the bat, and maybe John did him a favor there. We don't know what the river would bring.
Nicolaus now down to 7 big blinds, slightly less. Needs to find something.
It's a kind of interesting play against the short stack as well. You don't perceive a lot of fold equity into that bet, which is maybe why Nick so quickly folded. But I suppose you don't want to get shoved on in the river. I don't know. I think you just call there. But these guys are in the final 5 tables. You have to play good poker to get to the final 5 tables of an event like the Kings of Tallinn. Well, luck can carry you, but you would have to be so lucky to get this far, just on luck.
And some momentum now for John as he finds another premium. At least this short-handed, racing with the ace-jack.
It would have been nice to have one of the Rasmuses around to ask that question about the ace-9, but I'll remember it to ask later. I'm not really quite sure. But anyway, Arturs, is he making a move?
Yeah, 3-bet coming. 140.
A cutoff button situation. So is John going to put him on a wide range like this? Or is he too worried about the premiums? If he calls, he's playing it out of position. If he 4-bets, it's rather risky. If you flop an ace, you're not really sure if you're thinking about this long. So he is 4-betting.
Wow.
Keep in mind that Arturs probably did this quite a bit to get to 1.5 million to begin with. So maybe there's a pre-TV table read on this. But it looks super strong. And it's going to be awfully hard for Arturs to come over the top with a 5-bet. If he wants, he's maybe feeling he's priced in to just call and see a flop in position. We see he has 2 live cards. But unless John has been 4-betting before, this smells so much stronger than ace-jack. You have to be concerned here if you're Arturs. It looks like he's going to call.
Ooh,
interesting.
Yeah, that's off to.
I don't mind this that much, but the pot is very bloated at the moment. 600,000 in the middle already. Both players with live cards, so the equity is rather close with one player having the suited spades. And both players hit a piece of this 10-jack 4 flop. This could be a little bit troublesome for Arturs. Neither player with hearts in their hands as well. And John, with less than a pot-sized bet behind, has a couple of options available to him, one of which is what he did, which is bet around a little more than 1/3 of the pot, I believe. A little less, 180. Good sizing and good non-all-in sizing, and Arthur's now needs to think. It's kind of an awkward spot that you got yourself into, Arthur's, in a bloated pot, even in position. But you can't blame him for calling at least one street here. Maybe this slows things down. Nobody with hearts, or maybe we actually can lead to Arthur stealing it away from John, but I don't think John is going anywhere.
No, I mean 355 behind, still the top pair. Already invested $500,000. Yeah, he shoves. And tough one now for Arthurs with just one pair and no hearts. Redraw.
And this is going to be based on his read, I think, more than anything else. How much is John capable of bluffing is the question you have to ask.
Yeah. I mean, you're only beating ace, king, ace, queen. You have a king yourself that will play the hand like John has played this one. I don't see him doing this with eights or nines or...
No.
So...
But I also don't see him four-betting on a non-all-in size with eights or nines.
No.
And and playing it out of position if you're called.
So the only thing you can be ahead of is ace, king, or ace, queen.
And aces and kings would only be maybe doing this as well, especially if a heart is involved, but aces, kings, queens. So it's ace, not that many combinations of four-betting, actually.
No.
And maybe ace-jack isn't even in his mind as a four-bet potential combination when ace-jack suited, but maybe. And John trying not to give away any information. And does call, wow.
Oh.
He's not going to be happy with what he sees. There's not too many outs. All five of them, though, are alive and not in somebody else's hand, but that's all there is.
King or 10 is the thing that could eliminate John. He's at risk, but in good shape so far. And no showers for John. He holds up, and Arthurs has to give away a lot of chips here now, doubling John up to 1.7 million.
And this is interesting because Arthurs has been a chip millionaire. He was the first chip millionaire and just maintained status for a while. And it's not that he's in jeopardy now, but you can see the chip stacks right here. He's only got 28 big blinds now. Not a position that he's really used to. Meanwhile, John is up to 1.7 million, and that likely puts him in the neighborhood of the chip leaders. There were at break once again around 10 chip millionaires, so there could be a few players around the 2 million mark at this stage. And we're down to 36 players, so we lost a couple of new players, one of which is from Sweden. And you're going to need to help me on this one, wise guy, because Jonas, I can tell, is a first name. But it looks like he has two surnames. Which one am I choosing here?
I think actually it's a double one. Jonas Eriksson Silver. So
oh, wow.
He has two last names.
The rare double banger in Sweden.
Yeah.
Usually there's like 6 names, and you choose 2 and keep your fingers crossed if you don't know the person. But being around for so long, I have met not most, but a lot of the Swedish poker community. And in 38th, a player from Germany, Bernd Reich. So well done to both those players. Pretty sure you wanted to go a little bit longer. There was somebody asking about Sweden earlier. I'm sure you're curious too. And, we have Johan on the table, but there's also the ever-imposing Christopher Winterstein still in.
Oh, yeah.
You never really want to count him out.
And now Nikolaus has shoved the last pieces of his stack in, but no takers as Petri folding in the big blind. Queen 3 off, not good enough. And some blinds and ante for the Greek.
I enjoyed getting to know Petteri in Riga last year. It was around the time of the upcoming, actually, OlyBet. It was the same festival, but in 2025, and now it's coming up in March 14th to 22. It's the OlyBet Showdown Riga Voodoo Spring Edition.
Oh, yeah.
This time there's a 1K main event. I think it was less last time, but now everything is kind of standardizing, around the Baltics for the major international festivals.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty of events that are also of lower buy-in, so it caters to most, and then the cash games range as well, but there'll always be low-stakes cash games, and on the weekend nights for sure there's higher games, and during festivals often not. But Gertz, speaking of Latvia, we have a Latvian waking up with pocket queens, and Gertz Zarins will be opening. It's a little bit chunkier than a min raise to 65,000, and Arthur is a fellow Latvian who just lost a big chunk of his stack to John Dwyer. Was thinking about what to do with Jack 10, maybe a hand he would play around with when he had all those chips, but this time around they go away. And this could be a little bit dangerous for Billy if it wasn't an under the gun open and a cutoff open. You'd maybe see a 3-bet shove, but we'll see in this instance. It's chunkier than a min raise, and didn't take that much time actually. Petteri folds, and let's.
The Roker's already folding.
Yeah.
Wearing a Poker Pro patch. We've talked about him selling shares earlier. Are you staking him in this one?
I am not able to stake players into this, unfortunately, but he is a close friend with one of the owners of Poker Pro, but not actively involved. So he's just wearing it for to help for pride and to support us. So.
Yeah, exactly.
He's somebody that we write about as well occasionally, when he's up to something. He's been quiet in the poker circles, but more recently we've seen him come out of the shadows again.
Yeah, Johan does a fair bit of coaching as well. I know he has some 10, 15 students maybe that he's coaching. So, been around the block for a long time and has many different things within poker going as well. And now he finds the Queen Jack off. Blind versus blind. Expecting him to raise this one. I think he made it 80, 85, 80, yeah.
That seems pretty standard from the small blind, everything that's happening here. And Gertz with the 6-4 is not giving up right away, but I think that was just to prevent Johan from potentially doing that, consistently, let's just say.
Yeah. So down to final 35, and we still haven't heard a decision on whether we will go to 16 or more today, but it's...
it still says 9 on the board, I believe, but
yeah.
Or some reasonable time. And it was Alberto Gonzalez out in 36th place. But that does get him on the Hendon Mob over 100,000. So congratulations on the new milestone, Alberto. Looking at some of his results, and they mostly date back all the way to 2011. He did cash in a $2,000 buy-in event here. And it's possible with a name like Alberto Gonzalez that there is more than one. It is like a common first name and a common surname in Spain, but I believe we are looking at the same person from what I'm looking at. But just in case.
Yeah.
And 38.50 for him as well. The next pay jump isn't until another table breaks, actually. We can see it on the board. It's 44.50 when there's 31 left. It looks like most of the pay jumps right now are going to be when it's like balanced table-wise, which is kind of cool. I know how much OlyBet focuses on doing that on bubbles. That tables should always be balanced when there's bubble play. But where they can, they even go one step further, like you see here in a lot of the main events, where it's balanced on pay jumps where it can. It doesn't matter as much when you still have like 13 tables in play, but when you get down to 5, 4, 3 tables, it is nice. And then once it's down to 2 tables, typically, then you'll get payouts within the payouts. Like it'll be a few bumps before you get to the final table.
Yep.
I really like the structure in the payouts as well. It's an underrated thing, actually, because if you think about some of the other places that we visit, it can be quite haphazard how they're choosing payouts.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this case, it gets more clean and visible for the players and understandable as well. So I think most players will like this one, or all players will set up. And Petri now opening to 50, minimum raise with the king, queen. So far, no takers, and 9-3 suited in the big blind for Arturs.
There are a lot of players that like calling any suiteds. Let's see if Arturs is one. We'll learn that in a minute.
Yeah.
I don't mind the fold. I don't mind the call. It's one of these really borderline spots, I believe. But he opts for the call. He likes to see some flops, and the queen 8-10 flop is much better for Petri than it is for the gut shot and backdoor flush draw for Arturs. But I don't see Petri getting any more value out of the hand and does need to protect it.
Yeah,
it would be a little bit ambitious to call here. Putting out of position is always dangerous, and he doesn't have that much to go on. And I think that was just pausing for when he had something. It wasn't that big of a tank there. So Petri taking down another pot.
Yep, and we should say, if you're new to the stream, that we are having the OlyBet Poker YouTube chat open in the booth in case you want to connect or ask questions, stuff like that. And we do have a question there about the if the tournament is a 2-day event, but it's not. It's a 4-day event. This is day 3, and we had several starting days. Of course, I believe it was 6 of them.
I think 4, just 4.
Oh yeah, 4 start. Okay,
day
4
1 A and B
fights,
were
yeah.
on Thursday, and day on Wednesday, and day 1 C and D on Thursday, day 2 on Friday. Today is Saturday, day 3. And tomorrow, one player will win 169,500 euros. We'll be back with you for that as well.
Absolutely.
Right now, we're going to find out a little bit more about who those players might be, along with how they're playing. We're going to see some of these players again tomorrow, I'm sure. Juan Dwyer is one of the favorites to be there after winning a big double-up not too long ago against Arturs Dogus. And speaking of which, Arturs falls around to him in the small blind. Last time this happened, he more or less 3x'd. This time around, he's happy to see a flop, and Nicholas may have other ideas. He would like that 3 to be something like the 10 of spades, and then he's shoving here, I'm pretty sure. And I think that was correct, just to check it back there. It could be a trap as well. And Jack 3 does not play well against much. So a 2 ace 4 flop with 2 diamonds. So interesting slightly for both players. Nobody hits. Arturs is going to pretend this was good. And Nicholas, that with the 5, one of them is in Arthur's hand, is really what he'd be looking for if he calls this min bet. But it's hard for Nicholas to really put any chips in any pot. He shouldn't be speculating at this stage. And unless if he has a read and wants to shove, I would understand that a lot better than a call. But I think even to this bet, you just fold and go ahead and see if something improves when you're next hand in the small blind. But what do I know? He's going to call. It's the one player that... and he gets rewarded.
Wow.
So Arthur's stack is going to continue to decimate. The TV table has not been kind to him.
At least goes for the check now, but let's see what Nikolaus chooses now. Of course, wants to get some more chips in already on the turn here, if possible.
Checks it back. A little bit dangerous with 2 potential flush draws there, one of which completed. And we know he shouldn't be folding anyway, but...
Yeah, but no longer the nuts for Nikolaus.
But it may pay off. You see Arthurs isn't acting right away. He may get another bet trying to steal this away.
Yeah.
Nick's check back being suspicious when there's 2 flush draws there. Most players would bet there, so I think it's kind of like Arthurs maybe might level himself into actually giving up some chips here. So instead it was a check, a really quick all-in,
What?
and then not even thinking about it, call.
Okay. I
That's
thought
what
first
it
it went
looked like.
check. I was like, what happened here?
No, no, it was a check,
okay.
but
Yeah.
it went so fast we didn't
Yeah.
even see the jam in the call.
No.
But it was both players around 420,000, and the unfortunate decline of Arthurs has continued. He was near 2 million coming into the break. Still has 17 big blinds though, so as long as he remains composed and you have hour-long blind levels, it's not disaster zone. And I have unfortunate news for you about who went out 35th place. It's a friend of a lot of in the Swedish poker community, I believe, and Christopher Winterstein. Always a fun guy to be around.
Yeah, absolutely. So Swedes are getting fewer in this one.
Yeah, but we missed a couple in our review, so I was about to give you the good news that it's not just Johan left. We forgot about Anton Burval.
Yeah.
And we forgot about Habib Ramin. And Habib looks like he's hovering around 1 million at the break, so there's still a bit more hope for the Swedish contingency than the Estonian at this stage.
As we have Lenka now. Leica, I was about to say, but that's maybe the camera. Lenka is up there taking some nice photos of these guys.
Lenka, shove. You have suited connectors, Lenka. Oh, she's not doing that. She's taking pictures. Sorry.
And if you're hearing some laughters in the background of us, we have a full table of PLO guys sitting near us in the booth. Having
With Phil there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Phil Gross and others. So a bit loud table near us.
I don't think they could pick that up, though, in the microphone, but it's
Maybe
more
not.
distracting to us than to anybody, but it's
Might
funny.
be. I don't bother either. So.
No, anytime Phil's around, that's a good time. But it was
actually-
Petteri that opened up, but Billy hitting the nut flush draw. Petteri with bottom pair. Range hits him. I expect him to continue, even against a short stack. One third of the pot, exactly, 45,000. No, 40,000, so less than 1/3 of the pot.
Yeah, of course, Ville not going anywhere with the nut flush draw.
He'll at least see a turn, I believe. He can't really raise unless he understands that Petteri has something like 8-7 suited, but certainly, regardless of what his opponent has, he still has considerable equity. Even if his opponent has a made flush, there's some equity. We can see it's 50-50. Did he say all in? Yes, he's going for it, folks. Does not believe there's an ace or king or doesn't mind.
Yeah.
And
Timing is
Petteri
good.
laying it down. So, good read on a fin-on-fin battle.
Yeah. Might have played many hands together, these guys. We don't know about that, but of course this is not a new form table, so at least they have played maybe since the start of today. Might be some history involved as well, but of course not Totally wrong, just re-jamming with the nut flush draw. He knows he will always have outs at least. And here we have the updated chip count. You can see John now almost double the stack of the second biggest stack on the table. And now we have Johan.
Yes.
The name has changed.
Thank you, guys.
Like a miracle.
Yeah, that was actually exactly when we said it, because when we say it, we're actually they're actually tracking the hands live. We don't see them until 30 minutes later, like at least. So I imagine John is not going to be Icelandic pretty soon too.
For much longer.
We asked
exactly.
that like I think a minute or two later.
And
I hope you enjoyed your Icelandic citizenship while it lasted.
Yeah.
So Nicholas
maybe he had
back to
time
min
to see the volcanoes and stuff like that.
Hopefully. I think he was playing poker though. Ville, who just was able to check jam a flop that he just had the nut flush draw on, opting to fold his ace in this spot where Petteri opts to call his suited baby connectors from the big blind. Tens should not be necessarily that afraid of this flop. Only one overcard, and it was a big blind call. Petteri, though, although has no clubs, the floor is live for him. $40K incoming. No, but check back. Interesting. That's okay.
And now Petri with one small pair.
If Nicholas isn't worried about the king, this actually worked in his favor, this check, because he has a 10 of hearts. Plus he has Petteri potentially thinking his 6 is good. Petteri wants to throw out a probing bet just to see what happens. It's 40,000. He'll get some information anyway by what happens next, or maybe even take it down, which wouldn't be the worst case scenario on an all red board, but 2 black cards, and even though it's a second pair, it's a weak one. So Nicholas making the call. Ooh, this could be juicy. Petteri has to be thinking that my opponent doesn't have too many 5s and 3s, but maybe he has an ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah, the bet was 40K from Petteri, but of course he's been looked up by Nikolaus.
We want to wish the Kings of Tallinn tournament director a very happy Valentine's Day. I hope she's been enjoying her day.
She's right next to us in the booth now, playing with some Valentine's things. Not
we
playing,
won't say
but she was
what was happening there, but we were getting a unique hello, I believe. And there's 32 left right now, so they're going to be coming down to 4 tables. Alexander Sibirtsev, who was on our first featured table, I believe, was out in 33rd place for 38.50. Davidas Butnoris, who was on our featured table just before the break, also out in 34th place for the same amount.
And now we have a familiar face coming back to the TV table.
Wearing the media pass is none other than Chris Carlin.
I was talking about the player in C2, but okay, Christopher as well.
Who's in C2? I didn't see that far.
Here we have him.
It's, I think, our Italian player, Alexis, it said, right?
Yeah, I think we had another name last time he was on the table, but...
Yeah, they had his middle name on last time.
Enzo was it last time, and now he's Alexis.
Actually, it's French.
Yeah. Tens again, this time for Ville. It's been rather quiet, and now he ships it in. Some 15, 16 bigs. Right in. And, oh, look at this.
Hello.
Wow.
Mr. Stolrakers waking up with the pocket rockets. Everybody's going to want that patch now, but let's see. We have Ville with the 10s. There's still some outs here. Big pot here.
Yeah,
and
aces versus
Ville
10s.
in a bit of trouble.
And it's almost $1 million. Oof, look at this. Still backdoor outs, of course, for the 10s, but
not
Johan
very many.
Finding an ace.
And that's one of the backdoors.
The queen would kill the aces. And it's not to be, and it's an elimination of Ville from Finland.
Ville Milimaki out in 32nd place for 3,850 euros, and the remaining 31 players now have locked up a whopping 4,450 euros, and Johan Stolreker is our latest chip millionaire after that hand as well, with none other than Poker Pro's Christopher Carlin standing along there too.
Yeah, looking really excited. Of course, keeping neutral.
Where's his patch, though?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Johan S. now up to second place in chips on this very feature table. John D. now with an Irish flag corrected is our table captain and chip leader. And shortest on the table is Arturs with 17 big blinds at the moment. And average, as you can see in the background, almost a million, 999,000 plus. Is the average stack at the moment, as we're down to 31 players.
There must have been a massive pot on the side tables because we have a player at 3.5 million at some stage, either now or in the next 10 minutes at some of the side tables. I didn't see when this got updated, but it was Tal Barovsky who should basically be decimated in chips after getting supremely lucky, getting a 10 on the TV table and then celebrating the demise of someone that had not the hand locked up, but top set. He may have hurt the hopes and dreams of somebody else, because 3.5 million, and then the start of the day chip leader is now over 2 million too, and Shmuel Weinstein. So we have two Israelis leading the way, one of which we've seen a bit, and one who actually we haven't seen yet.
Yep.
And G. Gordo has popped up also near 2 million, Guillermo Gordo.
Yeah, we had both of these on the feature table, though. Both
Joel was on too?
Yeah. Before the break.
Okay,
Just
it was because I was also gave my seat up, I believe, to Rasmus, who only had about 20 minutes before he needed to run, so I missed that.
He was just on for the last 15
So
minutes.
it wasn't long enough to really get an idea of his style of play or demeanor at the table, etc. Because all these guys, they look like they've been there before.
But he did not have that big stack when he was on the TV table, so he also must have doubled up since going to the outer tables after the dinner break. And now Arturs with the threes decides not to go with that one, despite being rather short. Don't think Johan Storokers will use the position of the button to do anything.
He seemed a little disgusted that he had that 5 high, but I think he was just busy focusing on piling his chips up still.
Yeah, and Gears now, of course, will enter the pot. Just a question of how, and now he's got a new player to his left that he has maybe played with before in this tournament. They could have, but maybe not.
And when in doubt, raise your ace-king if you don't think you could be trappy with it. There's some players that always raise when you limp a blind. That makes it easier to do a limp and a fold than when you have it limp 3-bet or 3-bet light sometimes, or even just call.
Actually, Alexis finding a little piece of this one.
Yeah, the raise was too small. At the min-raise, you're basically saying call with anything, and then let's play ace-king out of position. And Alexis, it's still not like an unscary board for him. There's 2 overcards. Obviously, they're all connected, and he has no possibility to further really improve that way. And there's other ways he can improve. But for 40,000, I don't think he's going to fold.
Does not.
It got a little trickier here, but that may slow down Gertz. If it doesn't slow him down, I don't think Alexis can continue to anything, really. But he does slow down with a check. And Alexis, who probably doesn't know that he's actually ahead now. which might lead him to do something other than checking, but does check. And another club, the 2 of clubs on the river. Alexis with the check mark, but maybe now Gert understands what Alexis might have had, like an 8 or a 9, that isn't going to call. But it's also possible he was slow playing a queen. But Gertz hasn't, not really showdown value anymore with this ace-king, but you never know. It could have been like something weird that just floated a flop. But I think anything that was floating the flop gets there. And we see Alexis wasn't floating the flop. He just wanted to call with bottom pair.
And Alexis now turning his winning hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. Just, you know, if we didn't know what Gertz has, I would even think to bet a little bit bigger here. You want to fold that 9 or 10 out, better 8. You're going to maybe get a call from 2 pairs. You're going to get a call from the 7 and the queen. With this sizing, though, you can get a call from even a 9 or a 10, you know, in a blind versus blind situation. But I don't think Gertz is going to call here. He may be thinking about raising, but I don't think he's thinking that either. And Alexis, now a chip millionaire himself after Gertz folds. And we're down to 31 players.
Yeah.
With Ville being the last one to go out at the TV table not so long ago. So that's more than 1,000 entries out of the field. Started with 1,033 entries. Today began with 135 entries on day 3. The maximum we'll play down to is a final table today. But it might be cut off earlier. I think a final table would run late, and it's going to be up to the discretion of the staff. During each of the breaks, we do try to check to see if there's any new information. But right now, our last information that we have shared with us is that more announcements will be made later. And Gertz, who just lost a hand in the small blind with ace-king, folding the queen-6 from the button. Alexis was on the winning end of that hand with 8-6. It's his turn in the small blind, and it's his turn to just complete, but he has a stronger queen-10 than he did previously with the 8-6. And it's dominating John's queen-4, so it's a limp pot, though. And the queen-4 pulling ahead with bottom pair. And Alexis opting to throw out a bet to see what happens. It's a min bet. No connectivity to the board. John not feeling that happy about his bottom pair, but happy to call for 1 chip. And 5 of clubs on the turn. And Alexis checks this time. Maybe John will, John checks back. And the check mark will be with John with the 8 of hearts on the board, but it's not that John can really bet. There's nothing, I mean, he could bet if he's turning his hand into a bluff to fold out some of those other hands that are beating him. That would be valid, but it would be tough to bet for value here. And I expect him to check quite often with good showdown value. So he does check, and Alexis doesn't lose much. Just the completion of the blinds and a min bet on the flop. For those of you just tuning in, what you're watching here is the penultimate day, day 3 of the 2026 Kings of Tallinn main event with a €1 million prize pool. Tomorrow they'll be playing for $169,500 top prize, along with the prestige of the trophy and the honor of having their name on the stairs during all the Kings of Tallinn events down the line. There's also occasionally special events for the previous main event winners. So it is quite prestigious to become a champion here at the Kings of Tallinn, and becoming a main event champion is even more prestigious. Thankfully, I got the monkey off my back last year, so this year was focusing a little more on work than pleasure. Won a trophy last year in the stud high-low, and I can still say I'm the defending champion because there was no pot limit stud high-low on the schedule this time, but it was substituted by some other amazing games, including the 5-card mix that's taking place this evening. My name is Jason Glatzer. I'm the CEO of Poker Pro. You'll see Johan wearing the patch, actually. And I'm joined by Andreas Wiseguy Hoagland, the actual host of the Kings of Tallinn, the main commentator. He's been the commentator for a few years now, typically with George being over in Brazil at the moment. Happy to do my best to fill his shoes. And we're going to see a flop. 3, 6, king, 2 hearts. Very good for Gertz on the heart side, and Petteri not really connecting with his open. May opt to try to rep the king, but it's a great spot for Gert to raise over. So Petteri actually quickly checking, and I think Gertz will try to take advantage of the equity he has now with a bet, hoping for a fold, and if he's called, he's hoping to get a heart. A little bit of a juicer, 35,000, so less than a quarter of the pot. I don't think Petteri will be lured into it, but I stand corrected. Perhaps with plans later in the hand, depending on what happens. Queen of spades on the turn. Neither player directly connecting. Gertz with still the hearts to get him ahead. Petteri technically ahead now, but there's a lot of chop rivers and a lot of rivers that bring the flush over to Gertz. But with some of those cards in other people's hands, the computer down here has Petteri at a 2-to-1 advantage, but in a vacuum, it's not quite that thick. And both players check. And it's a heart on the river, the 6 of heart, but the board is also paired. And is Petteri going to try to rep that flush? Because he did bet the flop. Nope, he's going to slow down a bit, understanding he has showdown value, and he kind of hopes Gertz checks behind. But there's almost no chance that he does that with rivering that flush. And bets 80,000, and Petteri is trying to figure out what his opponent could be betting with, and thinking that more times than not, he's no good. And Gertz picking up a pot up to 655,000. We'll have a hand or two more at this blind level before things get a little bit wackier at the 15,000, 30,000 level. Right now there's 60,000 of chips going in every hand before the flop, and that'll go up to 75,000. So a 25% jump coming out of player stacks. And that means we'll likely, in the first half of that blind level, maybe not on this table, but some other tables, begin to see some players drop again, because we've kind of stalled out at 31. And in general, we're going to see drips and drabs of players. Petteri, who just gave up a little bit in that last hand, waking up with jacks here. Alexis folding his king 10. And John Dwyer getting rid of his 6-4. Folds around to Nicholas. Let's see if he opts to defend. Nicholas, who previously to doubling was min-raising off a very short stack and continue betting sometimes with nothing. I think he's going to be calling here. He seems to be comfortable playing this small ball game, for better or for worse. And lucky for him, he doesn't flop a top pair with that 8-9 because he'll be able to get out of the way when Petteri continues with just one overcard. And having played a bit with Petteri, as mentioned in Riga, I can assure you that he plays a pretty solid game. He's quiet now, and he's usually quiet at the tables, but he's happy to have a conversation if someone starts one as well. He's a very friendly guy.
And the Swede is coming back to the booth and to see the other Swede at the table, finding the kings under the gun. Johan Storåkers has raised it, and Arthur's folding a suited ace on the button. Nikolaus also out. What about Petteri in the big blind? Worst possible hand. So no takers for the kings of Johan. He shows them.
Looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We lost another player down to 30. Who might that be? Only one way to know, and it is a player we didn't have on the feature table, I don't believe it. Ola Pritsak from Ukraine.
No, I don't think we did.
And that means a pay jump has taken place. Although I thought the pay jump was at 31. It might have been at 30.
Did you
yeah,
spread
it should be
false
at 31.
information?
No, but according to here, it's 31.
Okay.
And according to here, it was 38.50.
That's interesting. Someone just scammed him over a couple of hundreds. Probably some typo, some kind of in either of these. And now our table chip leader, John, gets in the mix with the king 3 off. Hijack position. So far no takers while we reach to the blinds. And Petteri won't call this one either. What about Johan? Not finding a premium this time. Folds the 9 deuce face up.
And lines are not out. 15,030.
Yeah. And after this level, there's a 20-minute break, and we also have a redraw on 24. So we will see.
Ooh, we get a
which
bunch
one
of stretch time.
We get first.
If it's around the same time, they may just push the break to actually the redraw break.
Maybe.
But the redraws typically in Tallinn happen quickly within a few minutes, so I don't think that they're even going to allow players to leave the room. If it's close to the break and deal with it that way is my guess.
Are you saying they're gonna lock everyone in?
Well, you can miss some hands, but you should at least move your chips to the new table first.
Yeah.
And then I think they're going to immediately resume play unless it's like halfway in between breaks. They may give the guys 5 minutes to use, and one gal a chance to use the facilities. Because we still have Christina Soli battling away. I think in the middle of the pack at this stage. She was near the top before. And Arthurs, who was at the top of the pack most of today, finds himself near the bottom.
Just 12 bigs, and they were in the middle, but no takers. So we will gain a few more blinds.
Up to 14.5 bigs now.
Wow. Well, I'd rather have that than nothing.
Yeah.
I was about to say then sit here, but I like sitting here. But if I play the tournament, I'd rather have 14 than nothing, of course. And dealer change coming up. Quickly managed. And 1,033 entrants down to the final 30. And the goal right now is to play down to the final table today, although if it takes too long of a time, might be that we take a break earlier than that. And no matter what, we are coming back with the final day tomorrow.
We'll see. I imagine by the time that we're on break, players are on break 30 minutes before us because of our delay, that maybe we can get a narrowed down plan. They also have to estimate from at which stage how long tomorrow is going to be, because you want to make sure players have enough rest and not go too late tonight, but you also want to balance the fact that tomorrow shouldn't be a 15-hour day.
Exactly. That's the case.
And that's why we have such quality people like Olivier. We have Anna Boyko on the floor. Sarah's around too. Teresa running the entire show. They will come to the correct decision, but I think they may need to actually see how this goes a little bit longer before being able to do that. But to play down to a final table at this stage is not on the clock anymore, so I think they understand that that's going to be likely too late to go to. But to maintain that flexibility at this stage, I think, is important to them. So maybe we won't know at break. We might not know until a little bit later.
Yeah, might be the case. Now, sevens, lucky sevens for Petteri.
Easy,
with some
open.
20 bigs behind.
Looks like a min raise.
Yeah.
Gertz is gone. Alexis has one of those sevens, but doesn't want to play the suited gappers from the small blind. And is John going to defend his queen 5?
Let's it go.
And Petteri can't be too upset with that result. Sevens doesn't flop super well. I mean, the fact that you would have been in position against the blinds increases your chances of winning the hand, but as things are, he had a guaranteed 2.5 big blind without having to see anything. So John and Johan still 1 and 2. As chip millionaires, Alexis not that far behind. Nobody really in super jeopardy once again. Nobody has to shove if they don't want to pre-flop. I mean, I suppose you never really have to shove, but nobody should feel the overwhelming need to do so. And unfortunately, a friend of mine, a friend of many of us that have been to OlyBet events. He's been to Vilnius, he's been to Riga a few times, in fact, to both locations, but he's best known for coming here to Tallinn for the Kings of Tallinn. And Vidar Asserson from Norway out in 30th place. And that leaves the Norwegian contingent down to Christina Soli and Christina Soli only. So
how's she doing? Do we have an updated stack on her?
It's hard to tell from here. I don't know when it was updated, but the last time it was updated was 870,000, which is healthy enough if she still has that.
And we will get a full update on the break coming in about 40 minutes, is it? 50 minutes? So after that one, we'll be able to give you the updated chip count for the entire field as well.
Ooh, that could be fun. I read off all 29 names, and we can do the over-under on how many I butcher.
But we're not supposed to have side bets.
Well, we're allowed to have side bets as long as we're not actually betting anything.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fair enough.
Then it's just pride.
Yeah,
we have to still practice.
Yeah. For when Juhani returns.
Of course, and we have a spectator. We have paparazzi without the paparazzi equipment, but a special thank you to who's watching, and Jan Vebel, the head of everything that you see here at OlyBet that relates to poker. Fantastic changes. The whole spinning gold arena was a big hit. I know at least Andreas, Teddy, and I took full advantage of the enjoyment of that pit. And the return of the lounge is amazing. I know players have loved the variety of the events. And it's nice to see an old friend back running the show once again with a big passion towards also the Estonian poker community to add.
Now he's trying to tear down the setup here as well. We still have one more day, Jan.
Yeah, we have to wait. We can have that party tomorrow. Edgar's maybe wouldn't like that too much, but I can run pretty fast.
Ace King suited now for Geert. Hijack position. Grabbing some chips. Is it going to be the min 60, or is he putting some a little bit extra juice, right?
Yeah,
so
looks like
more
there's
than a little
some
bit.
icing on the cake.
Yeah, a little bit more. 75.
A lot more, 2.5x. John folding the inferior clubs. A quick fold by Arthurs. And Nicholas seemed to want to have played that. Maybe if it was a min-raise, he would have. He loves peeling. And now we have more paparazzi here. Unless Jan has changed like a chameleon. So 29 players remaining. That means 1,004 entries worth of players have played this event and no longer have a stack.
This guy has a stack of 1 million, but he has a weak hand, so he will not be entering this one. But Geertz, another big one. Ace Queen off this time. So he will come racing again. Let's see if someone gets tired of him opening 2 in a row and gets over the top. Because now it makes it a bit less.
Yeah. So playing around with his opening sizes, maybe based on hands, maybe based on feel, maybe based on an RNG in his head.
Might be the case.
But I like to start to try to pick up patterns when I'm at the table, and it's easier in the booth based on bet sizing when people vary it so much. So we saw a strong hand from in position. I think it was the hijack with Ace King for 75. And a little bit less strong with an offsuit Ace Queen with the smaller opening, but still quite a strong hand.
Yeah, Petri defending with the Ace-3 suited. Is he getting rewarded? Open-ended with Ace-3.
It depends on how you define getting rewarded.
Yeah.
I think in this case, yeah, especially with the quick check back, it invites now Petri. Although that's actually, even though he connected with the 3, a scare card for him, even though we see how good it is for him. But I think that will prevent him from turning his hand into a bluff like he might have with, let's say, like a 9 of clubs.
And now Geertz decides to come with the 60K
Yeah, there's no
bet.
folds with Petri to this. He shouldn't be concerned that all of a sudden Petri deciding to check the flop and get value out of a weird flush on the turn. Has no 7s really in his range other than pocket 7s, and it's a king of spades on the river. So if Petri can stay in the hand, he will win it. And if Geertz bets big though.
Yeah, it's going to need a big bet, but he gives up, checks behind, and Petri will be happy to see that that little 3 on the turn earns him this pot.
A little bit of a smile
Ah,
there, a little
look.
bigger there, yeah.
That's as much you can get out of a Finn playing poker, right, at the table. Not much shenanigans.
I made him
normally
laugh a
going
bit,
on.
Enrico. He's
Okay.
all right.
But by the table or off the table?
No, on the table. We were
Okay.
sitting next to each other, so it was fun.
Yeah.
I got to know him a little bit.
And
which, oddly enough, I never played with the 2 Latvians that are in the mix after being in Riga for so long. Maybe Arthurs, but there's so many others I recognize from Riga that aren't Latvian. I'm trying to convince Mr. Wise Guy to come to Riga as well. Maybe if we get enough of you in the chat that say that you want Wise Guy to come to Riga, he has to come. But I'll be there from the beginning. It's March 14th to 22nd. At least that first weekend, I'll have a little bit of fun with the poker community.
Yeah, I like the Riga casino. I don't mind going there, actually. So, I mean, now living here in Tallinn, I can just hop on the bus, right?
I do love the bus.
We do love the Lux Express buses.
Ooh, free
Not
advertisement.
paid. No, I was just, no, maybe I could get a free ticket now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to clip this, and maybe we both have free tickets for life.
Another
But I do love the luxury
suited
buses.
diamond ace for Petri. Took it down a notch, though. Now the ace deuce suited. And it was Arthur's opening with queen jack off, and they go to the flop. And this time it's no open-ender for Petri.
But
But
oh, there it is. A two pair for Arthur's. This could actually be quite dangerous for Petri. He did just peel from the small blind, but just based on stack depths, and the only thing that can really slow this down is if Arthur's just decides to check it back, but it's too dangerous of a flop to do that, even with a hand as strong as his, and he wants to pot build a bit.
Yeah.
So I like the bet, and Petri's not going to be raising here, but it can't be folding either. So that just leaves one thing, and that's what he did, is call. And the four of hearts on the turn shouldn't really bother Arthur's too much. If I was Arthur's, I would put Petri on some kind of 10-9 draw, you know, some suitedness, and weak aces like he has that are also suited. But that's just because I played with him quite a bit. It wasn't just one event.
It's a 110 bet.
Could actually have bet a little bit bigger there, but it's still good that he found the bet, and he knows better than me. And Leho, it would be still hard to lay down, but now it looks strong, the double bet. If it was a bigger sizing, it would actually look a little less strong, to be fair. This just looks like milking the cow, which is exactly what it is.
The moolah.
The moolah cow. And he didn't look happy about it, actually, but he did call. There's some cards that can help him, a 4, deuce, or ace. And it's the deuce that comes, so this is dirty. This could spell trouble for the one-time chip leader, Arthur's Doggis. He was leading most of today, and it could be Petri Leho putting him to rest, but perhaps this check saves Arthur's. Because he should still be targeting some hands, but that ace deuce, ace 4 suited were two of those hands he's targeting. There's already enough in the pot that if his 2 pair is good, he should be happy with that. Is he going to risk his tournament life on his 2 pair? Which is often good. We see it's not.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be targeting some polarized hands like ace 10 if you're going to get called by something worse here than your 2 pairs. But
exactly. Ace 5 suited, ace 6 suited are candidates. All the suited aces that didn't connect, but I like the check back.
Yeah.
And he'll like the check back when he sees what happened, but he's going to hate that river.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be both mostly unhappy, of course, showing that he was ahead all the time. And yeah.
Frustrating for Arthur's, but still with the stack. It's more than a single chip in a chair anyway.
It is for sure.
And if it says 29 players here. If we get a scan on the clock in real time, obviously a player or two have hit the rail. That's not a spoiler that a player or two or more have gone out in the last 30 minutes. That's going to be throughout today. But we'll not be updating in real time here. But if you are kind of curious about a sneak peek off the stream, Christopher Carlin is doing reporting on Poker.pro about the side tables, and you may catch a snippet or two of somebody that you are curious about or following, or just want to know what's happening in general while we're focused on a single table. And John Dwyer has been a little bit quiet lately, but really just not getting cards, opening his suited gappers for a little more than a min raise. Nick taking his time from the cutoff. It would have been a hand from the past set we know he would have actually min opened if he was following the same pattern. But he's actually thinking of doing something here, maybe sensing something from John that he's opening a little bit weak. It is an early position open. And he is. He's reaching for chips.
Yes, he is. Coming for the 3-bet here now.
And found actually a good spot against John, assuming nobody else wakes up with hands. Let's see, Petteri quickly folding. Johan also the same. We don't even see what he had because it all goes all the way around to Gert. So back to John.
I don't know exactly about this from Nick though. I mean, King 7 suited with just 270 behind now. If he gets called by John, it's just 75 more for him.
And it's such a light 3-bet too.
Yeah.
If you're going to 3-bet, you know, I think you 3-bet a little bit bigger. But off this stack size, I guess that's what the determining factor is. And maybe he's thinking if I do it like this, it looks like aces. But Nick is, I would say, the most unconventional player that's found success that we've seen so far on any of the feature tables.
Johnny's staying in though, so they're heads up to the flop.
With both players quite nervous about what has happened.
Exactly, they're a bit off both of them from their comfort zone. Let's see who favors from the flop of.
Oh, 2 hearts. Flush draw for Nicholas. Nothing doing for John, though. So it worked out for him. He was able to juice up the pot a little bit, even got a call.
And now less than pot behind for
Yeah, I just
Nick.
get it in here, to be fair. And happy if I get a fold. And if I don't, I should have live outs most of the time. It's just like a few hands that would be bad. And most of those contain an ace of hearts. But Nick, who likes to play his short stack differently from what we've seen before, opting for 40,000, which certainly would get almost anything to call, but is that enough for John to fold, or is he trying to induce a raise? It's interesting, this bet. I don't know what this means, but it definitely can induce, you know, to other holdings if that's what he was trying to do, and it's good enough at just betting literally like a little more than 10% of the pot.
Yeah.
And showing the 7 of hearts.
7 of hearts, yeah.
Like a dunk. So 28 left now, wise guy.
Yeah.
And
These
I
are
imagine
unlucky number 29.
I imagine that we're going to keep going at this pace, but it is a Lithuanian that we did see at the feature table today in Davidas Dobaris, who played very well at the feature table, and 4,450 reasons to be a little bit happy, but of course when you get to the final 4 tables you want to keep going, so I feel your pain, Davidas, and onward and upward. But from Lithuania, because we like to do these nationalized updates, I think we only have 1 player to root for. No, we have 2, okay, thankfully, which would be rare since the pandemic ended when Lithuanians started coming in better numbers. And it's GTS as well that's still in, who we had earlier, actually playing next to Davidas at the time, and at GTS Metonas, and Paulius Kiselis, who I believe either won or took second in a side event yesterday on his day off, I suppose, or later. It must have been a nighttime or the day before, but I know I wrote about him recently. is also in, and it appears with one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah.
Sweden still has Anton, Johan, who we have on the table, and Habib. And Habib has a stack. The last update on him is up to 2.5 million.
Wow.
But meanwhile, boring hand here. Petteri picking up a small stack, small pot. Two Greek players left, so the infamous AK who we had earlier. I'm not
Still
sure if
in?
we're allowed to say his name because, you know, in the reporting it's still going to come up. So you could figure out who AKN is still in. And same with Nick. And it's Arthur's Doggis, the one-time overall chip leader for a good part of the day, folding his sub-10 big blind stack from under the gun. Folds around to Johan. Pocket rockets for the second time on the feature table. He's going to want to wear that patch every time he plays on a TV table. It gives him Superman type of power.
If you want to keep it. The lucky patch. Maybe. We don't know that yet. He hasn't won neither this hand or the tournament yet by far, but would be trouble for Geertz now if he decides to come over the top, though, at least, because
I think it's that bigger opening size instead of doing a min raise may have actually stopped that in its tracks.
Yeah, it has some.
I'm not sure he would have done it anyway. I don't think he would have, but it would have made it much more likely. Is he going to show them again? He does show them. Johan likes to have fun.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of showing cards, but it's his choice.
Yeah. I mean, and on a TV table, actually, you know, it's less of a problem because they're going to find out soon anyway if they really want to know.
Yeah, and there's a redraw coming up, so it won't be the same tables after a few more eliminations, but still.
Yeah, that's right. Just 4 more to go. And maybe that'll happen at around, the best thing would be it happens right before the break.
Exactly at the break, right?
That would be the best, but even if it's like 5-10 minutes before the break. But the pace of play, my bet would be, I mean, I just looked at the clock, so I'm not going to give away any information. I should have kept my eyes away from that. I'll position myself, I think, tomorrow that I can't see anything. Maybe we close actually all the doors tomorrow is a good idea, unless you like having spoilers.
No.
We can get them anyway when we want them.
Yeah, exactly. As now, another premium hand with Geertz.
We don't too big to jam from the cutoff, but I won't blame him if he wants to do that on this kind of table, where players at this stage are a little more capable of figuring things out and putting you in uncomfortable spots.
Shoves, right?
I don't mind this. It's a little bit big. I would open, but if I determine that I'm at a disadvantage in post-flop play and just want to take it down and if
I mean
not see
also
5 cards.
the big blind is short, so also makes it less of a decision.
I think on this table, when you have the 2 players after you, though, in Alexis and John, neither have really been kind of doing anything fancy with the 3 bets. Maybe they were before, and you shouldn't really care that much if you peel. I know you don't want to be putting chips in and then folding, but you still have more than 15 big blinds, and it's better, I think, to juice up the pot a little bit. You can play ace-queen in position. And then if you get 3-bet and there's a 4-bet, you can get out of the way still as well. And if you shove and one of those players shows up, you're probably going to be pretty far behind. So there's a few reasons why, at least personally, I open there in that spot. But I also don't have the endurance to play 4-day events like these players do. It's very hard. It's very easy to make mistakes that are much bigger than that potential mistake, which I'm not even thinking as a mistake, as I said, shoving also is quite good option. But John, meanwhile, has ace-jack. Certainly going to open. Let's see what he chooses this time. He moves it around himself as well. It looks like a chip more than a min-raise.
And short stack Arturs already folding. Nikolaos then the suited ace. Of course, minimum a call here, but could be 3-betting.
The problem with 3-betting is it's too much the shove, and then you're bloating a pot and playing out of position. I like this option of just calling. You can still be in a massive amount of trouble on an ace-high flop, but in a vacuum, I like the call. And we have, instead of deuce 10-5 flop, does not hit either player. And John with a decision to make. Reaching down. The decision has been made. A bet is incoming. Looks like 90,000, so a little more than half the pot if that's correct. 65,000, so about a third of the pot. And Nick going into the tank here has a backdoor flush draw. Nick is being a little bit sticky. And Nick actually gave John a moment to pause there. And very often this just goes check, check.
John now with the gut shot and the ace of spades. Potential flush blocker if there another spade would come.
It's still ace-jack, John, I think. It's not the game where you can exchange cards. I think that ended earlier today in the Sweden Special. Did you see who won it?
Yes, the Sweden was won by Jari Mehonen, is his name, right?
From Finland, right?
Yes.
Jari Mehonen, yeah.
And
he's been coming here even longer than me, actually.
Yeah, and he was heads up against Denis Lebedevs.
Yeah, he was in the lead, Lebedevs, to start the final day.
Yeah.
So was able to parlay that at least into heads up. I don't necessarily remember where Jari was in that mix.
I think he came third, actually.
And we have Nicholas, who called a flop with nothing. He's looking like he feels like his ace-9 might be ahead even after the queen of spades come. And John doing this whole production act of rechecking his cards, pausing to maybe try to make this bet seem stronger than it is, but he was betting while he was ahead. And Nick seems to think maybe he shouldn't have folded. He's trying to get some information from John, what he actually had.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't really believe whatever John might be telling him. Poker players shouldn't necessarily always tell the truth about what they have.
And Arthur's now down to less than 7 big blinds, so getting a bit urgent for him to find something. And getting back to the Sweden, Jari was actually 5th.
Ooh.
Greger Larsson, Sweden 4th, and then we had all the medals went to non-Swedes. Carlo Braccini 3rd, Denis Lebedev 2nd, and it was Jari Mehonen taking the win and the
so
12K.
That's the take runner-up, okay. And Carlo goes wherever there be mixed games, and there's certain plenty here.
Yeah.
There'll be plenty more soon where you're going next, which I believe is Bratislava for the festival series. Lots of mixed games there.
So there were 5 Swedes coming back for day 2 today out of the 11 remaining, but they didn't manage to snatch any podium position.
No medals for Sweden
no
in
medals.
Sweden. That's embarrassing.
Alexis now, min-racing hijack with a suited ace-king. What will
Are you
it be?
embarrassed for your country?
About Sweden?
Yes.
A little bit. Little bit. Nikolaus, probably not
I mean,
biting.
two of them weren't even Scandinavian.
Exactly. And
I think it's because Frankie couldn't play because he was still in the main event
Oh,
when
yeah.
Late Reg closed. He was in today. He was one of the early casualties.
Yeah.
And it looks like players are on break in real time if the clock that we see on the screen is correct, because there is a break as the next level listed, and we are 30 minutes behind. So we
be
should
the
get some
case.
idea of the break chip count soon, but we'll share them when we're actually in the right time. But
Yep, so in about 27 minutes we will have a 20-minute break here in the main event and also in the stream. So in case you have something you need to plan for yourself back home, you will be able to without missing any hands if you wait until the break in 26-something minutes. But right now we are live from Kings of Tallinn. This is the main event, 1,100 euro buy-in, 1,033 players, down to our final 28th, is it now?
It indeed is, and Gertz will be opening with a pretty suited king-queen from under the gun for a min-raise, it looks like.
It does. And let's see if our short stack finds something to shove with here. Doesn't seem so, no. Arctus releases his hand and Nikolaus does the same on the button.
They're playing fast now, and a suited king-queen now
Another
for
one.
Petteri, so maybe we have some leveling wars going on. I don't see a 3-bet incoming with the king-queen suited.
No, I think you're right.
Sasha Mans is so mature doing the 6-7, so mature. Maybe that means he took 67th place in something.
Did we get the
out
big
of
blind along
68
as well? I
players.
missed it.
It looks like we're heads up to a flop
Ah,
with
yeah.
just
No one folded.
two identical hands in different suits. So I would expect Gertz, though, to continue on an ace-high flop opening under the gun despite not connecting, but he chooses a different option,
Yeah, bit
respecting
surprised.
Petteri's small blind calling range, including some suited aces. So maybe Petteri now wants to try to take a stab. The first player to bet it should get it.
That is Petteri, and then we'll see whether you're right or not.
I mean, he could have opted to. He could opt to actually raise over the top, but a call would be a bit ambitious. And
Yeah.
I think on this stack size, if you didn't bet the flop, you probably should be folding here. And Gertz folding the identical hand. Petteri's stealing it away, and he's at a all-time high for him, at least at this table,
I
for
think so,
1.3 million.
Yeah, slowly building. Secretly in that corner of his chipping up to a nice stack now.
He's very comfortable playing flops. You know, that's something that usually you say in Omaha. And that, you know, he actually navigates quite well. You know, I never know when, you know, it's hard to get a read on him physically, and it's hard to get even a read with him when he's doing stuff like calling from the small blind with a wider range than a lot of players do. I mean, that was in the range, but I've seen other spots where he's playing a little bit on the trickier side. Even in turbos, I was on a turbo final table with him, and it was quite similar.
Was that the one you won?
Did I win one in Riga? I don't think I won in Riga.
Ah, it was Riga. Okay, no, sorry. You win almost everywhere. I can't keep track.
I think I took runner-up in that one, to be fair.
Ah,
but
you
it
see
was, yeah.
how close it was. Now then, let's see if he attacks the blinds. Petteri with the queen 9 on the button, folded to him, and here we go with a min raise to 60.
No, Riga's the one trophy I'm missing, actually, I believe.
Ah, to complete your Grand Slam.
Yes. Then I have to go to the smaller casinos that also have festivals, like in Klaipėda, Palanga, Kaunas. I do go to Kaunas once in a while for the smaller ones because it's a little more than an hour drive. I'll go up with a friend usually for the night and then drive home if neither of us back up, or probably go home either way and come back in the morning.
Nice. And Geertz folding the big blind now, so Petri amassing some more, slowly building, and well over the average stack of 1.1 million now then, as we're still on 28th and 22 minutes till that break.
And then blinds will go up to 2040. So the jumps are getting serious at this stage.
Yeah, quite a big jump, right?
That's a 33% jump, and we're typically looking at 20 to 25% jumps. But once in a while, there has to be a bigger one, just because you're not going to go to a awkward. I've seen it, but it's already a 4-day festival with this amazing structure. There's no reason to add a 20,000, 35,000 level. So sometimes that'll happen, but still, it's not that drastic. Back in the day, you've seen structures where the blinds just randomly double, or go up at 60%, and you don't see at least that very often anymore. Nicolas back to opening off a 15 big blind stack with 9-8 of hearts. Petri folding a dominating 10-8 offsuit. But Johan on the button. A few options available to him. That's certainly one of them, which is fold. Against a 15 big blind open, I do actually like the fold, but we've seen what Nicholas has been opening with in general, and Johan has not. So nice for Nicholas there. He got a few better hands to fold.
Yep.
No reason to jam, and it just opens to 15 big blind stack and up to 17.5 big blinds. John Dwyer and Petri Leho up top as chip millionaires. Johan up to nearly $1 million again. Alexis approaching that area as well. And Nick just chipped up to 525. And Gertz and Arthurs are two Latvians at the table, are the short stacks. Arthur being the shortest of them all, our one-time overall chip leader until basically, he was in the top 2 at least when he reached this table. So it hasn't been very good, but maybe this is his spot. Look what he's waking up with, and perfect timing it is from under the gun. There's only one move to make off a sub-7 big blind stack under the gun, and
and look at this, out of turn.
Wow.
He has a raise out of turn to his left.
Now you can actually... No, you can't, because anything he does other than fold changes the action.
Yeah.
I was going to say, now you can play that to your advantage, but he can't.
But at least he knows that those are in the pot already, the raise to 60, so...
No, it gets taken back if the action changes, actually, according to the TDA. So let's see. Nick is asking for a clarification on it about what his options are. But this comes up. It happens every now and again, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't done intentionally as an angle. It just looked like the way the chips are positioned, that actually does look like, depending on the angle you're looking, like possible that Arthur's was in the big blind. But meanwhile, it's a shove by Arthur's, and Nicholas now, I believe, can take back his bet. You don't believe so?
No.
But the action has changed.
Yeah, so he can either... I mean, you can never take back your chips. Doesn't matter if the action changes in front of you, right? I'd be surprised.
Then it becomes invalid what he did. That move became invalid, but it looks like it doesn't really matter with Nick anyway. That he may play this regardless.
No, but I mean, he's getting punished for betting out of turn by having to... He has to give up his chips.
It would just be like a one-hand penalty or something like that the first time you do it.
Because you already took 16.
So it's after me.
Yes.
But even if it was after me, I could grade.
It's not like you like said it was same time. So I do it like it was in order.
An out of the turn check call. But an out of turn check raise may be returned. I'm curious what the ruling is here. I should know the answer, but we've been in the booth for a while. If you bet out of turn and the action doesn't change before it reaches you, your bet is usually binding and must stay in the pot. And you did wind up calling. So Arthur's in a good spot, actually.
Oh, look at this. Jacks for Alexis now, and after all this confusion, he wakes up with a major hand in the small blind, and he of course knows that Arthur's is already all in, and Nikolaus is really committed with almost half his stack already.
I think based on all that table talk by Nick, Alexis should come over the top and not just call.
Yeah, absolutely he should.
Although it could have been the best Hollywood act ever, and he's doing it with aces,
Yeah,
so maybe
yeah,
that's
sure,
what Alexis
sure.
is thinking about. Was he trying to make it look
still,
like
it
he's
would only
weak?
be he will still be left with over 300 if he's wrong, or if he's.
He jams it. I love
Yeah.
it. And Nick is going to get double punished after
Yeah.
putting it in a second time. I mean, he may call, but we've seen him fold with a short stack before after putting a good portion of his chips in. Maybe this is another time.
Not sure why he asked for a count, because surely he can see with his own eyes that he's covered by Alexis, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty apparent. Maybe he wants a count on his stack instead. But we see, it's also possible that the graphics are wrong and he has more than 325 back, but I think we saw he didn't have that much in his stack.
No, I think we're all good with the graphics.
It's been quite solid, I would say.
And also now imagine if he ends up folding here, and then he would have had the winning hand eventually. Would be a third punishment as well.
And I'm going to punish you right now because unfortunately another Swedish player just hit the rail.
I just saw that,
player, Anton Erland Bruval for 450 euros. Getting us closer to that three-table redraw. We're also itching a little bit on the break, so I think it's going to be break then redraw, but time will tell. We'd have to have 3 players drop in 15 minutes. There could be 2 players dropping here if Nicholas finds a call and doesn't improve against Alexis's jacks. And we see there's only 2 kings out, but there's diamonds and does
There's
fold.
the fold.
And he's going to step away
Yeah,
to gain
needs
some
a breather
steam.
here now.
Yeah.
Exactly, and now we see
Can't
the
blame
hands.
him.
No.
So off to the races with the one-time overall chip leader, Arthur's Doggis, at risk.
Now it's a chance to triple up against one hand only.
Against
Because
Alexis
extra 200.
Busabrini, who may become our latest chip millionaire on Who Wants to Be a Chip Millionaire.
No help for the ace king.
Yeah.
Backdoor flush possible.
Arthur's needs some help. I kind of feel for him because he's had nothing go his way since he's been on the table. Club for a sweat. Well, we saw a 3 of hearts. I guess it's going to be a burn card because it's a 10 of hearts that hits the board. So that's actually good news for the ace king. That's one less card to come on the river. That is no bueno. But now it's an ace or a king, and it's a 10 of clubs.
King 10 folded by Nick.
Oh my God.
Wow, and he comes back to
Oh my
see this
God.
as well. You should have stayed away from the table and never asked about that board. Wow. Well,
Yeah.
we should Honor Arters, who's leaving us now in, I think, 27th place.
He's actually in 26th place because
Okay.
around the same time we had Denmark's Christopher Bering hit the rail. So in a way, all that shenanigans was good for Arthurs because he managed to ladder up.
Oh, I made the pay jump just because of the
Unless there's-
confusion.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just
so-
going to double check that
Some extra-
coincides with us. I think there's something off where the pay jump actually took place one person before. I'm going to see if we could double check this on the break as well when we're on break. Because I think Christopher also deserved 5,100 for 27th place, but it says 44.50 in the back end.
Well,
But I'll double check
about
against
that.
the official clock. It's possible at least one piece of our information is not coinciding with the other at the moment, though.
All right, so down to 25 and a few more minutes before we have our break. So we'll see whether we get the redraw before or after the break.
Yeah, the sweat is real now, actually.
Yeah, itching closer. So full redraw on 24, and then when they form their last 3 tables, we will of course have a new TV table in place as well. And then we're going to follow this, and we'll see whether we get to the stop of 16 or 9 or somewhere in between until we go to the day 4 tomorrow. Because the aim is to play down to final 9, but might be a bit too late. And they need some time off as well before we restart at noon tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, being that it's already 10:20 local time, I mean, they can play more than the 2 levels after the next break, but not that much more to give the players rest. So we'll probably hear some updates on that soon as well.
Yeah.
So it's 6-5 suited against 6-4 in a blind versus blind pot.
No connection to the boards for either player. John, though, with the backdoor flush draw. And Nick has to lay down another hand. Getting really short now then. Less than 10 big blinds.
I'm kind of rooting for Nick now to make a comeback.
Yeah, you
I
can see
feel
that he's
it
still
was a little
suffering.
bit,
He's still suffering from that hand.
that mistake just kind of compounded itself. And it was just an innocent mistake, actually, I think anyway, that the player next to him was in the big blind instead of under the gun. But you're accountable for your actions at the table. You should always be paying attention. It's a little bit harder sometimes when you're this deep in an event to stay 100% focused 100% of the time. Hello, Queens.
Oh.
And Alexis will be opening. Min-raise from the cutoff. John with the mystery cards coming in the box. King 5 suited. Folds the button. Nick with the A3 off quickly folds from the small blind, and Petri with pocket 4s. He'll at least be calling. There's no reason to be 3-betting, especially against a player with nearly an identical stack to yours. But no reason to fold when you're getting some good odds on the set line, implied odds.
Yeah, as you said, Petri also like a guy who likes to play post flop. Not a stranger to getting frisky after the flop or later in the hand as well. So starting with the set mind, that doesn't work out, but there's a king, a bit scary for Alexis.
A little bit scary.
Small, little.
I think he should feel confident. And
Yeah, of
bet
course,
here.
not scared at all. But if Petri thinks that he's doing something, but now really not connected with the board at all, maybe
It's not that
give this
Petri
one
never
up.
folds.
Or
it is a small bet, but still. Look at the evil eye there. I love this. And he is going to call, hoping to do something later. Perhaps a read that he was a little bit nervous about that He plays the player a little bit too, I think.
Yeah.
And the jack as well, but this often will go check, and depending on a river, maybe we'll see Petteri stab.
Alexis now, though, 2 blockers to the nuts.
He can still bet here as well if he's been paying attention to Petteri not having a full button that often to small flop bets. Denies some equity, but on the flush draw potential, he's blocking straight opportunities potentially. Doesn't need to be concerned about a queen 10 so much, but there are some kings that would call from the big blind that wouldn't 3-bet. And Alexis, 100,000 into 265. And this time Petteri folds.
Yeah. Not sticking around for one more.
And look who's here.
The better half.
It's Ms. Wise Guy.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of paparazzis and stuff floating around
Ms.
here.
Wise Guy.
Well, isn't there a better way to spend Valentine's than in the casino? I don't think so, right?
Depends on the relationship. I could see that actually being good for many around here, but if I wasn't on the road, my wife might have something else to say about that.
It wouldn't be your preferred choice to book a table.
I mean, my preferred choice is different than, what's good for us to stay married.
Yeah, exactly. Now then, 6 minutes till that break, so we'll see whether we get another elimination to do the redraw or not before the break, but that remains to be seen. We start with this hand on this table with the fairly short stacked Geertz. 13 big blinds in front of him and a queen 10 under the gun. Eventually lets it go. John then mixing it up a bit. He stays active for a while and then he's quiet for a while, and seems like
this is almost a mandatory open though.
Yeah. Especially now they're playing more short-handed as well. And
interesting, Nick folding his ace-5, respecting what you just said, that John hasn't been as active as he was when he first came to the table. Or just wanting to find a better spot in general, but Johan is at least going to call here.
Yeah. To ducks.
Quack, quack. So the ace-5 of Nick, every time he's folding something that he would have maybe out of the situation. I don't mind the fold there, actually.
No,
I'm probably folding there, but you know what I mean? He was calling with that earlier. And Johan showing his ducks for some reason, and John is going to know he got away with one. And I think Nick is trying to ask whether John had an ace. But nothing really Johan can do there. Once you don't flop the set, you're going to have to let it go very often.
And Nick now, 8 bigs. See if he could get something going before the break.
He's at comfort zone until 5, I think, based on what we've seen. He can still min-raise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually. And Johan now, not entering any pots for a while, losing a bit of chips on the blinds and antes.
Let's see Nick get one back before we switch tables, or maybe he'll be back on the redraw table. I imagine if the redraw doesn't take place before the break, that we may even see these players come back, because anyway, they're going to have to switch the tables on a redraw, which should happen very quickly, either before or after the break. But we don't have too much more time for it.
John has the momentum going, raising another one. Queen 8 off this time.
Yeah, now John, you can say, is back to being a little more frisky.
Yeah,
King Jack was an easy candidate. This one is a fold for many players, but John with some chips, trying to push some players around a little bit.
And Geertz, which just now 11 bigs behind, but decides to let the 9-7 go. Not going up against John. Biggest stack on this table, but not in the tournament, because as we said, we have a few big stacks on the outer tables. And once we get back from this break coming up, we will update you on the chip count that was in this break as well.
So unless a player goes out in this hand, on this table, or other tables, it looks like it'll be after the break, the redraw.
Yeah, it looked like it now, yeah.
It looked like that for a while until we got down to 25 pretty quickly from 28.
We'll see though, we have 2 short stacks on this table and one of them is looking back at the clock now, so I don't think Nick has seen his cards yet, but it might be that he wants to get it in before the break. We'll see.
This is
Jack
a candidate,
10 suited,
actually.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he had seen his hand.
From the high jack. Is he going to min-raise, though? He might fold here, but the shove is the...
Oh, really? Oh, the min-raise, or the raise non-all-in is what's coming here.
Okay, that's very good. I like this.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't want anybody to wake up with anything, but if somebody does, and as long as it's not like aces, kings, queens, or jacks, he has some equity. And even those hands are more cracked by a hand like Jack 10 than some of the other combinations.
Johan asked for a count, so maybe he has woken up with something. Actually, does come with a call. And the hand is
King Queen, so a dominating hand of King Queen.
One Jack folded as well, but there's one King folded, so Nick still needing help.
And I haven't seen too many clubs folded, actually, so there's a lot of possibilities for Nick. I don't think Nick has any fold equity. It looks like they're just going to get it in on the flop. At least Johan plans to if it's checked to him.
Johan being the old school players, not from really one of these, should we get it in, you know, like not adapting to this thing of keeping one chip back. There might be some stalling because we are on a pay jump. So Nick does this for a reason, but now when he flops the top 2,
happy days,
bricks it in, but it's open-ended for Johan, so by no means dead. 60-40-ish.
And all those cards are live. Any ace, any 9. Of course, there's redraws with the Jack 10 for a boat.
Not sure why that 5K chip is going to the main pot, but it's got to stay there apparently. And that's no help for Johan, so Nick still...
It actually hurts Johan because some of those outs no longer exist.
The flush even gets there with the straight, so
yeah,
Johan gets there,
turn.
but yeah, exactly the wrong 9 for Johan, but the good one for Nick, so he doubles up just before the break. It seems like they are leaving the table, so we might have reached that 20-minute break just now.
I believe we have. Yep, the clock is on 1 second with players getting up.
Yep.
Doesn't look like a redraw either. And here's a look at the chip count. So John basically got a lot of those chips very early in him joining the feature table and still has around 2 million. Nicholas out of danger zone. And we're down to 25 players.
Okay, yeah. We did not reach that redraw just before the break, as we were saying we were going to be on the line, but it will happen once we're down to 24. But now still 25 players in the main event here in Kings of Tallinn, and we will have a 20-minute break. Jason, is it time for some refreshments?
It's time for some refreshments and maybe to check to see if we can gain any additional information that we can also share with the viewers when we get back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Some chip counts coming up as well. And stay tuned because we've got a lot of poker left on this main event today. See you soon.
suuremat sisekotikeskust.
When a woman realizes that she's not alone in this big poker world, she gains motivation, confidence, just becomes a strong warrior. A lot of people think that in women-only poker tournaments, the skill level is not the same. But a lot of people keep on forgetting that anybody can beat anybody. Women play poker a little bit differently than men. They are more sticky players, but I have never seen a female poker player flipping over the poker table because of the bad beat. Queens of Tallinn stopped being just women's tournament practically when it was just announced in 2023, because this was the first time in Europe when we had the 3-day non-stop poker games. So this was something fantastic.
One in a million, one in a million, one in a million.
I really hope that the future players, when they hear the Queens of Tallinn, they will feel this warmth that comes out of the players that we have over here, and that this is something that they will be, trying to participate and achieve and get that crown. Competition at Queens of Tallinn can be tough. It depends, of course, on the table, but at the same time, it's a friendly competition. It is very important to see women lifting trophies, no matter the tournament. Of course, in Queens, it's especially nice because everybody, is so friendly and familiar with each other. But just in general, to see a woman win is always nice, and it's very motivating.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rano. 2015, you were the previous champion. Must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me, because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence, and winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective, you know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Tallinn, because that's how much it means to you, because you are a champion for that many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And you know, this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know.
It's a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a tournament, a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, you know, potentially doing some Elliot Row MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and you know, things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because you know, as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset, you know.
I love that because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, you know. In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters, and being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I enter you, Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stairs. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Tallinn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn. It's another busy day. Right now behind me, we are playing the 555 Pot Limit Sweden Championship, and I'm joined by Anders Bengan Bengtsson. How are you feeling, Bengan?
Good.
Good, and it's nice to have you here. And you are actually a very important person in this room because you invented this game. Can you tell me about the night the game was invented?
Yes, it's very, very drunk, very, very late. We were 4 guys and we thought mix some games and we invented Sweden.
Amazing, and what an amazing invention it has been. You know, during the WSOP Circuit Tallinn back in August, they actually had, it was the first ever time it was played as a ring event, and you weren't here. Where were you back in August?
I was working.
Well, you were getting married, wasn't you?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was getting married.
Yeah, he was getting married, and we shot a celebratory video for him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, everyone who's been playing Sweden says that it's so much fun. Everyone who's played it think it's their personal favorite game. Why do you think that is?
Because it's such a social game. Everyone is having fun. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's always fun to play.
I agree, and compared to Texas, there's a lot more action, of course. So how are you getting along in this tournament so far, being the inventor and everything?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Well, to be fair, right before we started, he actually split a pot here. So a split pot, that happens, that's very rare in this game, isn't it?
No, it's not rare. It happens every hand.
So Sweden, obviously, it has become like one of the most popular games in Sweden, I think. What do you think is the reason that Sweden has been able to spread across Europe and the world?
Franke.
Franke, yeah. Of course, Franke, who's a big poker entrepreneur, one might say. He's been taking the game across the seas and everything. There are many Swedes in the field here. Who would you say, as the inventor, is the best Sweden player alive?
Everyone say Peter Laterra, but he sucks. So I would say Jari.
Yeah, okay. And where do you rank yourself in this?
How, like, in the bottom 20%?
You're being modest. I think you're playing great. So, if you can't choose Sweden, what is your favorite game? Because you don't strike me as a Texas guy.
No, I hate it.
Do you like deuce to seven triple draw or 5-card draw or something else like that?
Nah, not really. So, maybe Omaha. If I'm supposed to play anything, I play Omaha.
Which is as close to Sweden as it gets, right?
Yeah.
So let's actually talk about one more thing. You were playing a Texas tournament yesterday. You bought into the 200 progressive knockout. And what happened then?
I sat down at the table and I got my chips and I thought everyone was playing really tight, so I picked up a lot of blinds and did a couple of bluffs. Worked my stack up to, I don't know, but it was going great. And then you came and said, hey, you're playing main event.
That's right. So he actually registered for the Texas 200 progressive knockout, but then he was seated at the wrong table, the main event table. And when we realized, as you said, you had 40,000, I think, and starting stack was 30,000. So you were on a roll. Yeah. And when was the last time you played a Texas 1K main event?
I've never done it.
You've never done it. And maybe we won't see you do that anytime soon.
Never.
Never. So now you're here in Tallinn, of course, during the Kings of Tallinn. What an amazing event this has been. Do you travel a lot for poker nowadays?
No, not really. Not anymore. It was a long time ago.
And you and many Swedes, you basically only came here to play the Sweden event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
Do you have any more future trips planned ahead?
As long as it's Sweden, I'm going.
And there you have it. As long as there's Sweden, he's going. Anders Bengan Bengtsson, the inventor of the game, and we will see if he manages to take the tournament home.
No. No chance.
Actually, last question. What is the most common mistake you see people do at the Sweden tables?
Omaha.
Omaha.
You need to play the draw hand.
You need to focus more on the draw hand. Okay, yeah. And there you have it. Now you can also become a Sweden master. So once again...
I'm not a master.
You're a modest again. You are a master. So, again, the Sweden 555 championship going on right now. Soon our winner will be crowned. And we hope it will be this man.
Yes.
Where else will I get the chance to truly be myself?
I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival, so I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
I'm a maniac on the floor.
I just randomly wander into a corner of New York, rap, freestyle, get a million views, feel that energy coursing through me. Fly out to Vegas. I go out and buy a cowboy hat. I step into character. Then I'm that guy.
Right, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the No Filter series here in Tallinn at the OlyBet Casino in Hilton Park. Wow, what a week. I'm with a very special guest. I know we spoke to him early on. Duncan Blake, welcome. How are you, sir? Nice to catch up.
I am right as rain. It is good to be seeing you. It's good to be seeing you all here. And it's an honor to sit with you, Glenn. Come on.
Thank you very much. I want to find out who the real Duncan Blake is.
He's serenading me to call. My name is Duncan Blake. I'm 26 days old. Duncan Bradford Horst was a being who had 39 good years, died in the middle of France after a castle fell on his head, and Duncan Blake came here with two hats. White hat is for loving people.
I'm a maniac.
Black hat is for taking everybody's chips.
We're gonna do it because it's about energy. Excuse my French.
Estonia. You've come out to Estonia. It's your first trip here. What do you think of Tallinn?
I mean, this is the real Wild West now, right? Tallinn, Estonia, beautiful people.
Respect from America. Crushed it.
Beautiful women, beautiful men. I love the old town. So I surf out of here. I walk straight through the park. I go to an old town place. I eat a deer. I absorb its energy. I come back. I hunt.
Need you more than ever. And if you love me, hold me tight. And you push them in forever.
Poker brings you around the world to do it.
Yeah.
Poker brings you around the world to meet people, meet men, meet women you would never meet otherwise.
Play ball! Let's go! No. I mean, I watched you on the WSOP singing to people at the tables and stuff, and the next thing I know, I meet you in Estonia. So how does it go from there to here?
What actually ends up happening, I hear somebody call the World Series of Poker a poker festival. So I'm like, you know what? This is going to be my Burning Man this year. But where's the music? Okay, I got to bring the music.
Winner takes it all, the loser standing small.
I wear an American flag suit, and at exactly midnight on July 4th, I sing, God Bless America. It gets like 1 million views on the WSOP, right? Mike Murphy, tournament director, is in it. All the tournament directors know me, love me now. And then 2 dudes are like, yo, are you playing the main event? I was gonna fly home on the 6th. I was like, no. They're like, no, you have to play. The energy's amazing. I'm like, I'm not planning on it, guys. My clothes stink. They smell like a dog rolled in something dead. They're like, all right, we will roll you.
All I wanted was to break your walls.
So that's how I got to the main event. Then day 2, I'm singing at the table. Munir hears me on the table, hears that people are paying me to sing songs. He pays me $20 for Hotel California, which is his favorite song for obvious reasons. We stay friends. He's like, come drinking with me tonight. I'm like, that's a terrible idea. All right, let's do it. So, you know, I meet that guy and he's like, you know, we have this no filter poker tour. I think you would be perfect for it, Duncan. Come on, let's go. Let's do this thing.
I will stop you. Duncan Blake, citizen of Sweden.
I fly in last minute, feel this, get to see Sweden, get to see Estonia. Get surrounded by 7 Finnish people at the final table of the legends and get absolutely sniper rifled by their snow team.
Finland is for me.
Okay, good luck, Duncan. Tommy with the snap call.
For Duncan, it's not to be, unfortunately.
Good luck, Finland. Run it up, take it down. You got my chips, that's worth a lot. If you don't win it, I'll be disappointed, sonny boy.
How did that feel? Because you did really well at Legends as well. So you've turned up here, not only singing to everyone, entertaining everyone all week, this is just, I know you're pulling the energy from everyone else in, but exhausting. But you actually made the Legends final table as well, which was great fun. How did that feel to make, knowing like people like Mizrachi's here, Scotty's here, Helpy's here?
I mean, it feels phenomenal to actually have the results to back it up, to play with some of the best here, to get to know the world, to get to know the players, to get to share my unique brand of love and fire to everybody who's here. It makes me a bigger person. It makes me a better voice. The jam is, it's about love. Poker is the best form of therapy for men. If you can get it, I'm in. We're in Tallinn.
It's been great to get to know the real Duncan Blake.
My honor, Glenn. You absolutely bring it. You're here for the long haul and you're here for the right reasons.
All the best, man. Safe flight home. Guys, Duncan Blake. I need not say anymore.
Lose your filters right now. We're playing poker, baby. Woo!
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity. It's a great hobby. You use your brain. You meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules. So you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
Back from Kings of Tallinn, this is the main event, the stream. We are following it all the way down to the final table. That's at least the assumption right now, and then coming back tomorrow to have the winner. But we are in the middle of a big day, the day 3 of the main event, Jason, and we're just coming back. 25 players.
Yeah, 25 left, and when it hits 24, as we mentioned before the break, we'll have a short little break for a redraw. Expect that to happen at some time at the early portions of this blind level. Naturally, we always lose somebody when blind levels increase. But it's Tal Barasovsky, from Israel, who's in the lead with nearly 4 million in chips, 3.75 million. And Shaul Weinstein in third with 2.2 million. But in between is one of the tougher players that you're going to see in this field, and Guillermo Gordo. He's with a little bit over 3 million. There are some short stacks in play, so we could actually wind up going down fairly fast. There'll be a redraw, which will slow down the eliminations because every table will be back to 8 max. But after a couple, usually the pattern is when you're shorthanded, you lose players faster, just because ranges open up, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see if we reach a final table today. I know they're not going to have them play till an unreasonable time either, so there's a balancing act that they play, but it should be in for an exciting conclusion to day 3, regardless of whether we hit the final table or not.
Yeah, so let's head back to the table, because we are now at the same table we had before the break, since we're still playing on 25. And then redraw, then, if you're not familiar with that, means that we will have a full new seating. They will form 3 new tables down to 24. And then we will have one of those tables on this feature table. Surely a few of these players will be on that as well, but mostly new faces probably. And now coming back from the break, you can see 25 players remaining out of the 1,033 that started this main event. And it's a 4-day event. We had 4 starting flights, then we had the day 2 yesterday, day 3 is today, and day 4, final day tomorrow, Sunday, where we'll crown the winner of 169,500 euros.
Not bad at all.
Not bad.
So the clock has begun and cards are in the air. As Wise Guy mentioned, if you were tuning in before, you'll be familiar with all the players at the table. We'll see some new ones, I'm sure, when we're down to 24 and the redraw takes place. And Nicholas back to his min-raising ways, this time on a 14.5 big blind stack from under the gun with Queen Jack. Petri folding his Ace-9. And don't expect Gertz to do anything but be disgusted with his cards and fold. And let's see if John has something to defend with. He could defend with Queen-9. It turns out that Nick has dominating Queen-Jack. Let's see. Nick got himself short twice, doubled up both times. And this time he finds himself in pretty good shape with a dominating Queen-Jack to John's Queen-9 after getting a call. Interesting flop, actually. Neither player hitting it directly. John with a gutter to the Jack. Nick with a gutter to the 9 and is ahead with his Queen-Jack at the moment. And if he bets small, he'll probably get a call from John, seeing what he has, just to see a turn. Also hits John's range this flop quite many times, where Nicholas has a lot of the premium cards, but we've seen Nicholas play different cards in different positions before. And is continuing for, it appears to be 95,000, so around 40%, no, 120,000. So half pot bet. So maybe John will give up here. We can see how bad off John is. Basically just drawing to a jack.
Yeah.
And John not playing around here. So Nicholas, I think this is the highest we've seen him at 715. He was down to 200 something just before the break.
Yeah, after that unlucky hand where he called off half his stack and then had to fold when he got reshoved behind. And here we see the updated chip count from this feature table. And then, as you said, Jason, we have some bigger stacks on the outer tables as well.
Correct. The 1.7 million ranks somewhere in the top 10, but it's around 7th or 6th place. Petteri with the pocket rockets from under the gun.
Oh.
Opening up with a min raise. Hoping somebody 3-bets him, I'm sure. It won't be Johan with the 10-7. Alexis folding king 5, no, 10-6 offsuited. And John is going to fall from the small blind. And it'll be tricky. Nikki up next from the big blind with, whoa, this is not going to look that good. I mean, I feel bad for Nick, but he must 3-bet. And if he calls, actually, he'll be potentially saving himself. But most players are 3-betting here.
Yeah, you would expect him to, even though Petri opening under the gun, but it's still short-handed table and ace-king suited just too strong. And here we go. Unfortunately, at least so far.
And Petri just double-checking he has the aces, never hurts to look, and makes the easy call. And could be among the chip leaders himself if his aces hold. At least it'll push him into the top 10.
Yeah. And no reason to count the chips now, but apparently that's what we're doing.
It's good to do. You don't want to set the pot. You could wait till after, but on... he has to. It wasn't a 3-bet shove.
Ah, okay. He wasn't on all-in.
Yeah, so it's mandatory, actually, not just optional to do this.
Yeah, of course. And keeping that chip behind. And the reason for that, Jason, explain for those who might not know why he's keeping one behind.
I mean, you have a pay jump looming, but you would need actually 2 players to go out, so I don't think it's that. It may just be like a lucky play. Maybe it's just his default. But I think in this spot, it doesn't really make a difference, and it's not that important for this particular hand. Maybe, especially when you're not thinking about future hands in this spot because you're covered.
Yeah, you can see these both old school players don't understand this new thing of keeping one chip behind. Not a fan.
Oh, wow. Nick with some hope, and now he's actually excited and thinks he's ahead, but it's not going to turn out that way. He's still far behind. Needs a club. 2 of them were in other people's hands, so 7 remaining, but technically 9.
And needs to find one more club.
Oh, wow. The case
doesn't
is...
change too much, though, because he still needs that club, and it's not to be for Nikolaos Oikonomou of Greece. Is our 24th place finisher, which means
25th.
25th, sorry, which means we're down to 24.
Correct, and we will have a redraw as well.
Yes, exactly. So just shortly after the break, they come back, play a few hands, and now we're down to the final 24. This is the 5 remaining on the feature table, but they will now consolidate into 3 full tables of 8. So I think that means that we will go on a break now to have the tables set up. And 10-minute break coming up shortly, but let's summarize these few hands. Nicolaus really having a roller coaster.
I mean, what can you do there? You have ace king. You know, he could have just shoved it. It didn't really matter, but I don't mind him playing it the way he did. And then the emotions that he must have felt, you know, thinking, you could tell he thought he was like, you know, going to win that one, but running into Petri's rockets, a bit little too much, not enough luck on his side to get all the way there. It would have been the bad beat delivered to Petri. But down to 24, we may actually be able to reach that final table depending on how fast the pace of play is. And
you're still a believer.
To see. I mean, I really don't think we will, but I would like to hope. You know, it would be nice to start tomorrow with a final table, but we shall see. But we'll have new players, new excitement, and we'll be back in less than 10 minutes.
See you soon.
täna me avame Baltimaade kõige suuremat isekotikeskust.
I'm very, very happy that we're coming back to Estonia, back to Olympic Casino. We will do 2 stops here in Tallinn, one in the summer and one in the autumn. And then we will have a stop each weekend in Vilnius and in Riga. So I'm very, very excited coming back home. I think we at the festival, we bring a community like no other event, in the sense that it's truly are as many people from Hungary, as from Germany, as from Ireland, as from Sweden. Somehow with the mixed games, but still a lot of Texas, but with the mixed games, the road is open to get to know people from all walks of life, from all countries. So we bring a different community.
Right, good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the Kings of Talent. I'm here with an absolute legend, Rana. 2015, you were the previous champion. Must feel like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that feels a long time ago for sure. Yeah. My beard was not even growing then. Like I was like so young in the picture. I just recently looked it up. It was actually like very important tournament for me because that kind of was the starting of my like a live poker scene area.
Yeah, okay.
And that gave me a lot of confidence. And winning at my hometown with all my friends there, it was like amazing experience.
I mean, you've been known as an Estonian legend. Obviously, I met you in the summer. You were introduced to a legend. I mean, how is it going? First things first, how's it going today? Because your day 2 has started.
Yeah. I'm cruising. I have a very good stack, like almost 2 times average, and yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
So you've actually been in Asia for 2-3 weeks, something like that? A couple of weeks?
Actually, more. I was a month and 2 weeks.
A month and 2 weeks. The results were really good out there. I saw your results. How did you enjoy Asia? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun. It was like completely like it's a very different culture, and how the game plays, it's very different. So I have to adapt, and you see things you don't normally see, like the aggression from the local players, and it's just like it's a completely new world out there.
But it must be nice to go and experience new worlds, not just play your local players.
Absolutely, it widens your perspective. You know.
What I love is the fact that you've actually left Asia to come back here to play the King's Tallinn, because that's how much it means to you. Because you are a champion for that many years ago. But I know you came back just to play this main event. So. Is that something that is in your heart? Is this the sort of heart that Kings of Tallinn is always going to be there for you?
Yeah, for sure. As I said before, like I had this very beautiful experience of being fortunate enough to be the first ever Kings of Tallinn champion, and that stays in my heart forever. And this series, I hear it actually from everybody, even when I play like in other places in the world. All the people say the Kings of Tallinn is the real deal, and for me it's also like the people, the fun, like it runs so well. Teresa does amazing work. Everybody does great work. It's just an enjoyable series, you know. It's
a fun with over 70 events now. It's getting bigger and bigger. I'm going to ask you one more thing before you shoot. I know you're on a break, so I know I've quickly grabbed you. I've got to ask you a question. And a lot of poker players have different routines. How do you prepare for a big tournament like this? Do you have a routine you go through? Do you just go, right, I'm going to go play poker tomorrow? Or was there anything that you do to like get a routine ready? How do you prepare?
Yeah, I actually work with a performance coach. So we have like a protocol and things that we do. Like one of my things for me is that I just write down some like notes or some ideas, like things that I want to keep like connect myself connected with, some thoughts, reminders, and then during the breaks or like during the game I might sometimes review them. Also like getting in some exercise, potentially doing some Elliot Draw MP3, like listening some stuff, getting my mind prepared, and things like that can really add up long term and can avoid you like burning out and like staying focused more on the process, not so much on the result. Because as a poker players, we don't have like so much control of short-term results, and if we try to do our best to be focused more on the process and things we can control, then it's just gonna be much like easier to take up the losses and like carry on with like a healthier mindset.
I love that, because it's more than a passion, it's a job.
Yeah, it is.
It's a job. So at the end of the day, it's your business, you're running it. And if you can control that business the best way you can, you're going to take every advantage that suits your head as well. Because poker's a funny game, as we know. It's a long game, and we have ups and downs like everyone else. And if that's how you control it, I think that's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. It's every edge matters, In a game of pressing small edges, every edge matters. And being prepared mentally can give you a pretty significant edge, I'd say.
I love that. Thank you very much for opening up and telling me about that. Next time I interview Rana, I'm going to get some platform shoes, all right, so I can actually jump up on the stair. He goes, that's much better. Rana, thank you very much, man, and good luck. Play well, yeah?
Thank you.
You never know, we might be interviewing him, holding the crown at the very end for the Kings of Tallinn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So why would you come to Estonia to play poker? Well, it's the epicenter of Nordic poker. It's the only casino of this size where you can have players from not only the Nordics, but actually all of Europe nowadays playing games of different choices, not only Texas. A good component of any tournament series out there is, of course, a great community. Prize pool doesn't matter. 90% of us will lose money. So we need to have a good time when we're at location.
Yeah, there's a special community always here when you come to play Olympic Casino tournaments in Tallinn. I have formed many friendships with poker. I think Kings of Tallinn is a lot of fun, nice challenge for everybody because the level of play is nowadays quite high.
High quality of service, dealers, organization. Of course, the marketing and also communication between the players.
A lot of Finnish players come, a lot of Swedish players come, and a lot of local players come and they have fun. So it's a bit more relaxed here than in most other poker stops. It means a lot to be a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. You get your name to the stairs here, and you're appreciated in many ways when you're a main event winner here, and you get invited to special events, so it's a very nice thing.
It's a great pastime activity, it's a great hobby. You use your brain, you meet people from all walks of life. You can travel a fair bit, and wherever you go, most people knows the rules, so you meet people in different cultures, different settings, but they play all the same game, and we all love the game. That's why poker.
We are live from Tallinn. This is Kings of Tallinn main event, day 3. We are down to our final 24 players and Jason Glatzer in the booth with me. We still have a long way to go until we reach that final table.
Yeah, whether it'll be today or early tomorrow is still up in the air. They're going to do their best to get there today, but the pace of play will have to pick up a little bit, I think, for us to reach it. But we're going to find that along with you. It's going to be close, I think.
Yeah. So we came back from a break some 10 minutes ago and then played a few orbits before, a few hands actually, before we got down to the final 24. So let's head back to the tables now to see the new formed feature table for us. And we recognize a few of these. A few are coming back from the earlier feature table, and we at least see we have Ville-Matti Kärrinen in seat number 1. We have Kristina Solli seat 2. Paul Newey seat 3. Those are some notables. And
Tallinn 7.
Yeah. And then we also had this guy on the feature table earlier today. So we recognize most of these players, but a few really new faces as well.
But one thing I've noticed, they also come back to a money jump. So they've locked in 5,100. The top 23 are guaranteed 5,900. So the pay jumps are a bit more serious now, which temporarily may even slow down the play, at least for some of the short stacks.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they have a hand to think about a little bit longer, that type of action. But Veli-Pekka is not one of the short stacks and is happy to open up his king-jack from early position on a full ring table now of 8 players.
And Antoine is back also on the feature table. Now on the shorter stack than he was here moments ago. And this guy has chipped up since last we saw him.
Yeah, he's the overall chip leader. He had nearly 4 million on the break. It looks like he gave up a blind or 2. He did get extremely lucky earlier with Queen King to River Broadway after everything was when a 10 coming on the river with them getting it all in on the turn. But sometimes a little luck never hurts, and it looks like he's used those chips well since then as well.
Petteri still on this feature table, and now Ville-Matti. So we have Veli-Pekka and Ville-Matti, the two Finns with the double names, but no interaction with this one for Ville-Matti.
And I expect Kristina to be defending here, and she will be fortunate enough to have 2 live cards if she does.
790k behind, so pretty much the same stack she left the feature table with a couple of hours ago.
Maybe they just froze her stack.
Yeah, she's been sitting on a side table just waiting, like in team poker, right? Now then, off to the flop between these two, and favoring the aggressor, even though not hitting with the king-jack, but of course more in the range advantage of the opener. And if Veli-Pekka, like he seems to be doing, continues here, I expect him to take this pot down already here.
Power of position and pre-flop aggression in full display at the moment.
We have seen some moves from Christina before, though, already today, but maybe this is not the spot.
We could see that she wasn't really that bad off,
No.
but against the range of the opener, she could be very in bad shape.
So if you're for some reason just tuned in, this is the new formed feature table at the Kings of Tallinn main event. Final 24 players, 3 full tables of 8 have just formed. We have 3 Finns on this feature table. We have Tal from Israel up top, overall chip leader. And actually I got some information, interesting information in the break, because I've been talking about the team competition earlier, also with Rasmus who was here. And you know, you form a team of 4 and you gather as many team points as you can throughout the full series. And there were some discussions because, the Scott Kenyon who we had.
I was going to say, I think it was Poker Bros that you were talking to.
He was a bit worried because his team is 3rd or 4th right now. I think it pays 5. And 3 players in this 24-man field is in the same team.
Do we know which 3?
Yes, we do. It's the team of Israel.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's the 3 Israel.
So Tal, Shaul, and there was a 3rd Israeli I missed, Lev Margolin.
Yeah, exactly. They're in the same team, and they are really in the bottom of the standings before this one. But of course, or not in the bottom. They have 33 points, but they're not in the running before going really deep in this one. But if they all, let's say they all make final table, they will have a big score. And I think the first place in this pays over 100 team points. So current leaders has some 220, I think, the leading team. But now it's Mathieu.
Interesting call here by Petteri, but we've seen him like to do this in and out of position, both from late position and the binds. Call with the suited aces.
Oh, look at this one for Paul New in the big blind.
I don't expect just a call. He's looking at the stacks of players, but he'll see that they both have more than him, which makes decision making a little bit easier.
He just shoves right in.
Wow, that's a bit bold here, Paul.
Yeah.
That's a 35 big blind shove at least.
Wow. Against 2 stacks that cover him, but he's not afraid. Of course, it's a premium hand, so he should definitely raise, but a bit surprised to see him just shove, but that's the choice of line he takes. And
we can see actually it's not actually based on what the computer is showing there, 42%. It's actually not as bad of a shove as I thought against these 2 players, but I find it hard to believe that Petteri is as high as 35% there. Especially with the 9 of hearts there. I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. But Paul taking it down.
Yeah. And he's been chipping up since last we saw him. He was on this feature table earlier with a little bit less than $1 million, and now nearing that 2 million mark. And you can see in the background, the average stack right now is almost 1.3 million on 24 left.
Who is the 4th person on this all Israel team?
You mean the only one who didn't make it?
Yeah, who do we name and shame?
It should be Elshai Ben Tov.
Okay, I don't know any of those 4 players from before, I don't believe. We've had 2 of them on the TV table, with Tal getting the most time. Speaking of which, the overall chip leader.
I don't know what I'm most impressed about, his amassing of chips or the fact that he's still wearing that winter hoodie under the lights, because it's warm up there.
And showing some nervous energy, actually. Maybe it's just the excitement of being a chip leader at this stage. I'm not saying it's causing him to play differently, but it's evident that he's excited.
All-in train for Ville-Matti Kärnen has just got started.
Oh, no.
And he's in for, this is trouble.
Yeah, Paul.
For the short stack.
Paul might just jam it based on what he did with the kings. He also understands there's a ladder brewing, but that shouldn't really affect his decision-making at this stage. Paul Newey, no stranger to TV tables. And he does shove.
Yeah.
Protecting Veli Mate a little bit. And Veli Pekka, wow.
Oh.
If he just calls, I don't know, maybe or raises, maybe there's a side pot, I don't know. But Veli Pekka is going to need to lay this down, actually, even though it hurts so much to do. There's no point in risking your whole stack at this stage. Although if it's in a vacuum and not Paul Newey actually doing this shove, maybe it's a little bit different. The fact that it's also Paul, who is, at least I would say the majority of the time, not going to be light here.
No.
But if Veli Mate folded his fours, then we're really in for some interesting raising wars between the blinds. But Veli Mate does have to shove his fours from the cutoff in an unopened pot. Not too many options with 6.5 big blinds for him. And Veli Pekka may talk himself into doing something, but does eventually fold. And it's Veli Mate at risk, needs a 4 or some other love to get ahead of Paul's ladies.
Here we have the
and we see Chris
reporter,
on the screen,
Christopher
yes.
Carlin, in the background as well, really eyeing, see if he can find a 4 for Veli Mate.
Oh my God, wow.
It was hidden as well underneath.
Sneaky 4 on the flop to push Veli Mate ahead, and now
down to
it's
two
just
queens,
a
or
queen that
actually
can
one.
hurt him, just one. And it's the 2 of hearts, so it's a full house for Veli Mate to double up. And we have actually some new information that Veli Mate now has a better chance to make the final day. Our sideline reporter, our live reporter at Poker.pro, we've seen him here in the commentating booth, and we'll get him back in a little bit tomorrow, Christopher Carlin. Amazing, he dropped in to tell us that they plan to play either to the end of level 28 or down to 16. Is it the sooner of or the later of?
I think it's the sooner of.
Okay, that's very good news for the players because they'll be well rested, and if they need a longer day tomorrow, well, it is the final day. All their energy can go into that. And we may have more information, apparently, because we've been just told by our producer to check messages, but maybe...
no, it's the same. Whichever comes first.
Whichever comes first. So it's a maximum of another hour and a half, give or take, on stream time. About an hour and 37 minutes if we're being precise.
Yep. We'll see about that. Or 40 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, and I think 16 is going to be a coin flip, actually, whether it gets down that far.
Is it time for that side bet action now? I'm saying we're not going to reach 16.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close, and too much needs to happen. It's also that this next blind level doesn't really, it's only a 25% bump, actually, so it's fairly flat now for the next hour and a half, give or take. And we're dealing with an average. Where's the average? That'll help me a little bit. Let's get that clock going.
I think 1.2.
So then that would bring the average to around 1.8.
And while Jason is deep
okay,
in
I'll
the
take it. We're not able to. We're not even wagering anything because of Juhani. So
no, we're not.
It's a friendly one. But I'm not sure I would have taken it if it was as serious as a beverage ticket bet.
Now then, under the gun race from Antoine, with just 500 behind, our chip leader with 6s. Under the gun +1.
If it was any other player, I would say it would be silly to be actually thinking here, but Tal with the chips, maybe getting a visual on Antoine's stack. It's still early position. I think that would lead most players to find actually a fold here with so many more players to act.
Yeah.
But Tal is the one player that people don't want to really mess around with. And we actually have new paparazzi and Teresa.
She's in good spirits today.
Yes.
Dancing
Well, it is
outside our
Valentine's
booth.
Day. Perhaps,
Yeah.
perhaps our partner in life for at least a decade, or maybe it's a decade exactly. We get confirmation that the decade is accurate information. Gave a nice present for Valentine's Day, or at least a nice hug for Valentine's Day.
We got drumsticks for Valentine's from this very same guy.
Oh, he bought roses, so well done, Jarkko. If those of you want to check out Teresa, just come here. But if you want to check out Jarkko, well, you can come here too. But I recommend you go to
Rantalarock.com, maybe.
No, that. But he also has a drum course. But what is he on Instagram, Teresa?
Yeah, his homepage is rantalarock.com, but his Monaco band is
Sublime Tragedy is his new band. They were just actually in the limelight where all the scouts go, where the new up-and-coming bands have been coming up since the 60s, in fact, at Whiskey Go-Go. I remember I was there once. I would have loved to have been there for my friend Jarkko, but going out to LA just to support a friend is a bit of an ask with the family back home.
I think you need to get your priorities straight, Jason. Next time we go, okay?
Next time.
Now then, will it be trouble for Antoine? Because we have seen a 5 folded, so if there is a case where these guys go at it here now, with the 3-bet from Tal, Antoine will be in trouble.
I think Antoine, from what we know of him, is not going to be messing around here.
No, he's not. Lays
and
it
nice
down.
read by Antoine, and Tal actually
really
with
wants
a
to
nice
see
read
the
as
hand.
well. Yeah, Tal is a character.
Okay, I
to
was
say the
more
least.
intrigued about what that was.
Yes.
Yeah, that now we know the reason why Teresa's dancing. It's just an hour to go. But she never leaves this room.
Teresa says that she wants the final table finished tonight, and she wants players to go until about 1 p.m. until they're done.
Yeah, we know that Teresa.
It'll be free coffee for the players if that happens. Maybe on my tab now, but I think we are ending in an hour and change, so that won't come into play. But we're having a little fun now. It is getting late for us as well, so pardon our little giddiness there. But that was Teresa, the tournament director, also making sure that we got the information. So that's now the third person. We're actually we're being treated very well, actually. We even had the tournament director come to confirm. But it was first actually the sideline reporter, Christopher Carlin, taking care of us, and Edgar's was literally about 5 seconds later.
Could any of these guys also service some oysters and stuff, you think, or they just service information?
I think mostly information.
Okay.
Although, to be fair, if we ask Edgar's, when we were used to be like locked away in a booth, now we're kind of out in the open for a beverage. He was always happy to help out with that if he was in the area.
True that.
And
now,
same with Mr. Carlin.
Sorry, Jason, but I just have to get back to the table for a little.
Yeah, there's a little jammy going on. It went from 5s to 4s, but this time it's a jam.
1-4 folded, so in case he needs to better his hand, he will have less outs, but seems like there are no takers. Or do we have a big blind already committed? No, not committed, but he has committed a parts of his stack, but lays it down, saves
So
it
getting
for
the
a
chips
rainy day.
back. He lost 80 before, gained 100 back, so
yeah,
1 for 2, up 20K. Let's see if we can get a glance at the clock to see whether the next pay jump bubble broke. Not this hand, it doesn't look like. No, the guys in the studio have been doing a good job updating the field size, but we can always be like a half a hand ahead when we see the clock as well. And I'm anxious.
You're anxious?
Yes.
Just because you're about to make it to day 4. You're making a deep run.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to be here tomorrow,
stack?
right?
Oh, yeah.
A deep run in the booth, I mean.
A deep run in the booth?
Yeah, it's been a while, right?
Are we going to play open-faced Chinese in the booth and have deep runs?
No, but just by commentating on a day 4.
The last time with you was, I think, Kings of Tallinn last year, and then I think I did most of it actually with Colin Grant at Poker News.
True that. Now then, queens for Veli-Pekka. And surely putting some chips into play, making it a min 80k race. We are on a 20-40k blind level still. And now then, unfortunately for Antoine, this is not something we can fold on 10 big blinds.
It's just unfortunate timing. And we did see for a second there that there are still 24 left, so maybe he's going to take his time for that reason. But we know that it's going to get in. He can't call. A fold would be good in this particular situation, but in a vacuum, a small blind versus cutoff, you have jacks with 10 big blinds. There's just really one move, maybe 1.5 if you're going to leave a chip or two behind. I don't think that's Antoine's style, though.
No,
it wouldn't hurt to do in this particular case with the money bubble looming. Not bubble, but money jump. Yeah, it'd be one heck of a payout right now if it was money bubble.
Yeah, sure. But here, the chips go in. So unless someone else wants to get involved, we will have a showdown between Finland and Netherlands.
And you never know with Tal, but we know at least with this one where it's going. But Tal has been playing a little bit tricky.
Yeah, now we have the bad news for Antoine, but of course he has outs, ways to win the hand.
And does have 50k back. So
he did, so just another one.
Well.
Oh, he did adapt to this new thing. With keeping some chips behind on the pay jump.
But Antoine has the ability, Veli-Pekka has the ability just to put him in now, but it could take enough time off the clock for him to ladder up. Or for him to summon a jack.
Yeah, okay, so Veli-Pekka has put him all in. He's just waiting because we are on a pay jump, stalling a bit.
It's a kind of situation, though, like from a realistic point, that if you really are at the table, you can almost call clock right away. That's what he's doing. You don't need to be that upset about it, but you understand, that emotions can run high on day 3 of a main after so many hours invested in play. But when it's this obvious what you're doing and that you're always going to call, the floor can intervene and put you on a 10-second clock immediately. Okay. What was that?
Still waiting for the decision whether it was a race or not, because Veli-Pekka meant to raise him all in, but unless he put enough chips in, it's not a race, so then he can still stall with the 50k behind, and the player in between them is not happy about this either, so we're still waiting for the floorman decision, I think, whether it's a race or if it's just a call from Veli-Pekka.
Meanwhile, Antoine may earn an extra 800 euros out of all this.
Yeah, exactly, so he don't want this to go in already if he doesn't have to. And now I don't know if we're still waiting for the decision or whether we are on the time clock for Antoine to call, maybe. And here we go. It was a race and he was forced to call, of course, and just waited as long as he could. The time minute, and now showdown.
So Antoine, as of now, needs a jack to stay alive. It's interesting, a player from the Netherlands, 420,000 all in. But let's see if he can get some love. He has played well on both times he's been at the feature table. No love on the king, deuce, tray, flop. Neither player with clubs. Queen still miles ahead. King of spades on the turn. It's just 2 outs to save the day for Antoine. And it's a 10 of hearts. That is not one of them. So Antoine out in 24th place for 5,100, and the remaining 23 players now have locked up an extra 800 euros. 5,900 locked up and loaded. Great news for everybody with the short stacks anyway. the bigger stacks just want play to move a little bit quicker.
Yep. Absolutely.
Take advantage of the tired short stacks. For those of you not watching locally, we are at 11:40 p.m. local time. It is day 3 that they began at 12 o'clock local time, 12:30 stream time. So they've already been playing for more than 11 hours just today, and it is day 3. However, they don't have too much more to go. They'll finish this level, they'll finish that level, and if we get to 16 before then, they'll cut it off and restart the clock where it ends. But both Wise Guy and I do think that the likely scenario is that we're going to play out the 2 levels rather than reach 16. But
it will be just about,
we both think it'll be close anyway. Yeah. I have a friendly non-monetary wager, Juhani, of 16 will be reached, but if I was betting with with a little bit of more than just wanting to have some action, I would have chosen the same side as Wise Guy.
Yes, I'm going to go with that. We are going to be 17 coming back tomorrow. Well, we'll see about that in an hour and so.
But then you just keep playing to get to 16, so you could start with the Queen 2 tables. Or are we going to start the stream with the short-handed table, which could be interesting dynamic as well. Either way,
the decision has been made. Whatever comes first, either time or 16. So if we're time-wise down, 17 left, I guess we
But what
are
about
stopping.
bomb pots? Do we just go to bomb pots
We
if
could do
it's
that.
17?
Or we just do that here in the booth. And we vote one guy out to get it to 2 clean tables, right? Tal now.
Or it could be like one of these elimination game shows that if you're on the bottom stack with 17 left, you're just automatically eliminated, chips redistributed. But no, of course, it's just going to be whatever it is, and we'll see where we wind up. We'll find out along with you in about an hour and change.
And Jason, I have a question in the YouTube chat of OlyBet Poker for you. How many Lithuanians still in the main event?
Well, unfortunately, unfortunately, I think we're just down to Polis, but I'm going to double check that. No, Egidius Matonis is still in.
Right.
As of last break, he had close to 1 million. So there's 2 Lithuanians still in. Polis did have a short stack the last time I checked on him, and Davidas Dobaris, a very good player, also went out in 29th, and another Davidas and Davidas Butnoris, who we had on the TV table for quite some time, out in 34th. So 4 Lithuanians in the top 34. Justus Vichilonis in 43rd. Algirdas, a friend of mine, out in 53rd, Algirdas Savekas. And Rytis Bitauskis in 58th, and a few other Lithuanians also in the top 100, including my friend Stanislavas.
We also see in the YouTube chat that we had some cheers for Antoine before he went out, some flags flying in the chat, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to give him the correct one. And that actually should be, we have French flags.
Yeah, that was maybe for Baptiste or Matu. Baptiste isn't on the table, so it must be for Matu.
Yeah.
And Baptiste, I believe, went out much earlier anyway. And the other French person, Alexis, we had on our TV table earlier, so it depends on when those flags came in.
Yeah. I bet they're still French, though.
Maybe rooting for both.
Exactly. Ville-Matti Kärinen in the big blind, looking to maybe defend. No, he does not, from the opening from Tal. So he gets to almost reach the 4 million mark.
Tal is actually dangerous now because he's so unpredictable and has chips.
Yeah, we saw that earlier today. He came in with a big stack on this table, on the feature table, and then he was driving it action around, but then he lost a big chunk of his stack, had to repossess a bit, but now back in the driver's seat for sure. And I think it will be a hard nut to crack as long as he has the big stack and the aggressive way of playing as he does.
But it is a higher variance form, and he does seem like a very emotional player, so he needs to keep his emotions in check if he loses a couple of hands to not go all tilty-tilty.
Yeah.
But for now, he has momentum. He is the chip leader. We have 2 people checking out the decorations from Valentine's Day up in our booth.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, it's our Frenchman, Mathieu here, Matthew, with the 9s. Opening it up for a min raise from the hijack.
Tal sees
He
some
seems
suited
confident.
connectors.
Look at this. This is like, I don't see a fold with this look. He's asking for how much he has, actually. I think he wants a 3-bet, in fact, with 5-4 suited. I love this. I don't advise it at home, per se, but I just love it for stream ability, and being that he's a chip leader, these are the kind of moves he can get away with. Okay, it was a little bit of show there, but it shows it's hard to read him because I thought for sure there were chips coming in. And we have Petteri with the ace tray. If it was suited, we know he likes to call these hands. And we have Christina likely to defend here, one of the few Norwegians left, the only lady left for a while. But an overall very strong player, often deep in open fields and main events and other big spots.
But you still haven't solved the Rubik's Cube. She's had all day.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's set up to the lucky pattern. You know, it's the solving cube. And I think Christina's thinking about whether she should do something other than call. And I don't think fold is that question. There isn't a pay jump looming.
Just comes with the call.
Not the worst flop for nines. You're blocking the nuts. You could be betting that way and know that Christina doesn't likely have them. Christina's likely to check here, and she does fairly quickly. And let's see what Matthew does here. There's just one overcard. It's a pretty good flop for him, but he does check it, not targeting an 8 or 7. And now he has not the nuts, but he did complete that inside straight.
And an open-ender for Christina, so...
Oh yeah, this could be some action.
Could be some check bet call.
Because there's not too many nines Matthew should have from the hijack. There are some. But Christina not opting to increase the variance in this hand, trying to take it down, which would have resulted in that, but I don't expect Matthew to check again.
Reaching for chips now, Mathieu.
And it's, I think, just half the pot. And Christina may even think her overcards are live, and this would be an easy call if she factors that in. We see that they're not. But if she gets one of the 2 nines or one of the 4 aces, 2 of them are dead. It's happy days for Christina, but this is not a happy ending.
No, not to be.
For Matthew it is, but not for Christina.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for Matthew, it also isn't. If it was something like a king, he would maybe be able to get one more street of value. As it turns out, he's going to try. But it's just not going to be where he wants it to be. Oh, we're getting new decorations as we're winding down for the day. It's never too late for Valentine's Day decorations.
Definitely not.
And Matthew, it looks like he sized it up. I don't know if it was 300 and change and 400 and change, 300 and change. Even if it was 100 and change, I don't expect Christina to do anything. And at this level, she has no fold equity to come over the top with, which would be not necessarily recommended either. And Matthew up to 1.8 million. Christina, it's getting a little bit dangerous for her, but she still has enough chips to be a little bit patient here, especially with 20 minutes left on the clock.
So we see in the background that we have lost another player on the outer table, and it's Evhen Sukhov, Ukraine, unfortunately, busting out in the 23rd.
We had him on a featured table the other day.
Yeah.
I think in the 555 maybe.
Or was it the PLO?
Might have
Either
been
of
the
them,
PLO.
yeah. And 22 left now then in this 1100 euro main event, Kings of Tallinn. This is the feature table that we have in front of us. And the chip counts from this. And this is Veli-Pekka. Veli-Pekka Tapani Penttinen. And this is our overall chip leader, at least in the last break, Tal Barasovsky, Israel, who has 2 countrymen still in. Shoal Weinstein and Lev Margolin is still in for Israel, and they are forming a team as well in the team competition. So
could be a sneaky shake-up actually in the standings.
We could. Now as Ville Matti, the other Finn on the table, goes all in.
And Paul Newey wouldn't be calling if that 5 or 3 was even paired, so certainly folding when they're not. I would like to say that Paul is one of the best players that has employed like a tight aggressive style. Now we have someone almost trying to destroy our commentating area.
Yeah,
we won't mention who.
It's risky to sit here in the middle of the action at a Saturday night like this. And it will not be Mathieu opening the action of the next hand, folding 8-4 of course, and Tal ships the 9-3 off into the mark. What about our hijack man, Petteri?
He likes these weird aces. He would love it if it's suited, but he's going to be opening. I've played enough with him where I've seen these cards turn up. It makes it very difficult to play him actually, because he's very sticky post flop as well.
Paul now, interesting spot, out of position, small blind with the king, queen.
And I'm actually not going to be surprised if Paul folds here.
No, me neither.
And I'm not saying it's horrible if he does. Veli-Pekka is
if he folds though.
Yeah, he has to call. He's priced in to just put in a chip. King Jack is fine. If he can approach it cautiously post flop, even if he hits, if he so chooses, on a 2.2 million stack. We saw one of those kings in Paul Newey's hand. So Paul would have flopped the top pair if he was able to find a call, but instead it's Petteri with the bottom pair who let out from the hijack. It's not that he's necessarily betting just because he connected the 6, but it is a good flop for him to bet, even if the 7-6 hits the big blinds range kind of nicely. At this stage of the game, the defending ranges become a little bit tighter anyway, so it's easy also to get away from, and he knows that if he's called here, it doesn't mean that he's behind or ahead. The bet's too small to really give him information. But it does get the job done against the King Jack. And Petteri now over 2 million.
Yeah.
Very good. Here's a look at the chip count. So 2 players above him at the table in Veli-Pekka and Tal. Tomorrow's payouts up on the screen based on the new information. There's going to be a few payouts before them, but this is what they're really playing for. In the meantime, they may pay attention depending on how their stacks are looking at some of the pay jumps. So the next pay jump is actually going to be coming along a little bit quicker. It's now 3 to a pay slot, so it's going to be top 20 earned 6,750 euros for an 850 euro bump. And then it'll be top 20 earning at least 67.50, top 17 at least 77.50, and the rest of the payouts are going to be mañana.
Mañana. And
Do we have
Mathieu
any
has
Spanish players off in the field if I'm speaking Spanish? No, we do not.
Speaking about Spanish, we turn our faces to the French bonanza in the chat. Of course, they're all rooting for Mathieu.
But one player is telling him to go home.
No. Go.
No,
go. Oh, sorry. Yes.
That's not very nice.
Actually, yes. I missed that. I just read it like all chants. Oh,
There
he's
used to
not
be a
going
hockey
home.
player I liked called Stéphane Matteau from the French area of Canada. Growing up, it shows my age because he's an 80s player. I think my 90s, actually. He was early 90s.
We're talking Montreal Canadiens?
Yes. No, he was on, I think, the Rangers back then, but he was from that region.
Now then, ships it in here, right? From the big blind, yes, against the race. And well-timed to do this because Paul will not be contending with just the Queen 7 suited. But a big all-in from Mathieu.
Je ne parle pas français.
No.
I actually like, I'm going to call him Matt for now just because I'm unsure of the pronunciation and I'm pretty sure that's safe. I like his actual demeanor. Like, he seems like he's ready to attack at any given moment. You know, he's intensely focused. An example of that was when he was getting a little anxious when there was this, time weirdness going on with a couple chips left behind. But that applies to other parts of his game. So I'm kind of curious how he proceeds over the next day and a half.
Now then, in position on the bottom, Veli-Pekka, most likely to come raising with the ace-8, attacking the blinds of Matt and Tal.
You've adopted that too.
Yeah, let's keep it simple. As I don't think even Tal will contest with a 3 high, but we'll never know with this guy.
It may be a 3-bet.
Yeah.
But no, it's
not
99% likely going to be a fold.
No.
Unless he has a prop bet with one of his friends, I'm going to win a hand with 3-2 on the stream from the blinds. What are my odds? But it doesn't look like that bet's in play because it was the obvious fold.
I think, Jason, you have to keep up the French because now it's all French in the chat, so we might have to switch language.
I did live in Brussels, but that was 26 years ago. So I really don't remember that much anymore.
Right.
And I was speaking, I was learning some Flemish back then too, so it all gets confused. That's why I know a little bit of Dutch. But I can barely speak English. You don't want me speaking French. I can understand a bit of Spanish, and I can read Italian to a small degree. I can read menus and simple street signs in Italian.
But the big question is, can you solve that Rubik's Cube?
That one, maybe. A real one, I can do it, but not as fast as the next person.
Paul now opening with the ace-10 in the hijack position, making it a min 80k to go. Veli-Pekka is out. What about Matt?
Not this time.
Nope.
Not against Paul Newey for sure. We know this is probably the bottom of his opening range from the hijack. Maybe King Jack is the bottom. What we know and the players know are different. We've just seen so much of Paul here in Tallinn and, of course, on other streams at other places to know that he's a very good player, but he adopts a tight approach pre-flop very often. Sometimes you'll see him do something that's out of character for Paul, but in character for a loose aggressive player. But he has that style down right. And I think we have one Spanish player left. I haven't seen G. Gordo go out, and it's a very good Spanish player. He's a beast online. Has some results live as well, but it's mostly his online play that people know him for.
Yeah, he was actually second in chips on the break we had. So most likely sitting on one of the outer tables with a good stack. At least we know we're here still in. But we don't have a view of the exact happenings on the outer tables. So.
And the good news for the Estonians is, even though I don't think you have any left, is Magnus Puck still in? That would be the one that I don't remember coming up. Yeah, he's still in. So you have actually an Estonian and a half in because, the Spanish players such as G. Gordo have been here now for nearly 6 years, a lot of them. And they feel at home here, and the Estonian community has welcomed them too. They still kind of click together to some degree, but they do separate now, which wasn't the case. The first year or so they were here because they weren't comfortable speaking any other language but Spanish, not because they're unfriendly people. My broken Spanish was making them laugh when I first met them, though, because I knew a couple of them from from around that do speak English, like David.
Yeah.
Who's not here anymore, unfortunately. It's good for the players that are playing because he's really good, but would still be nice to have him around. He's a good personality. But meanwhile, we have some good personalities on this table, and Petteri is one of them, keeping things interesting with another call from the small blind with suited cards. This time it's a pretty Queen 10 that's actually dominating the hijacks open with Jack 10. And Vili Mate deciding what to do, asking a couple questions. Will he defend with the 7-4 clubs and be very unlucky if clubs come on the board, or will he hold off? He's trying to get an idea of some stack sizes. In the meantime, unless the field number is correct, it isn't because of a pay jump, but it's certainly possible it's that as well. But we'll head to a flop with Queen 10 suited against Jack 10 being the opening aggressor. And not the flop that hits either player, but certainly the range of both players. So this is interesting information here.
We'll get back to that, but now we see that we have a fold from Petteri. And we got some inside information from our own Frenchman in the management team, Olivier. That's reason for maybe a lot of extra fans showing up for Mathieu is that he's having a large online channel, streams a lot. I'm not sure if it's only poker or other things as well, but he has a huge following.
So bon chance. I think I said that almost correctly.
I think you're on spot on. So rumor has it he's sent a lot of his viewers as well to this chat.
Merci.
Of course.
Thank
now
you,
we have
Matthew.
Olivier also in picture here on the stage.
And being that we have a lot of new viewers, let's tell them where they can find out more information about this event, because not everything is here. You should go to first OlyBetEvents.com to learn more about the festival. If you want to see what's going on some of the outer tables, maybe catching up on some of the prior hands of Matthew, our reporter Christopher Carlin is reporting on poker.pro. Easy to find from there. Also, I would check out not only the YouTube, which you're on right now, maybe you're watching somewhere else, but there's OlyBet Poker on Facebook, OlyBet Poker on Instagram. I would click the like and follow on those and subscribe on YouTube. And of course, some love and support for my organization, Poker Pro. We are Poker Pro World on all social media, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. Maybe other platforms to come, and any likes and follows are great there. But there's a lot of good videos, photos, and of course stories and hands.
And we now have the chip leader, Tal, opening it again. This time with an 8-7 suited to 80k. This time Petteri doesn't get sticky.
And we have an active chat too, so I'm gonna, while you're paying attention, I'll respond to some of the questions in between actions. We have a question, is this at the Hilton Casino? And yes, it is at Olympic Park Casino, and the action itself is in the conference center here at the Hilton Tallinn Park, a place that I love. It's a second home to me. Is Johan Stolraker's out, and Johan was just on the TV table before the redraw. He was a chip millionaire at the time. I don't know what his stack is now, but he is still in play. And a random question, what's the reward for 22nd place? So first we can announce who finished in 22nd and 21st, and both received 5,900 euros. Unfortunately, we lost both two Baltic players, one from my country that I live in for a long time in Lithuania, Paulius Giselis, out in 21st, and Davis Mielsens, who we saw on the TV table earlier, out in 22nd place, leaving just a field of 20 players remaining, now locking up 6,750 euros. And being that we have a lot of new viewers as well, Wise Guy, why don't we introduce ourselves again?
Yeah, why don't we?
Yeah, you're Wise Guy.
Exactly, and you're not so wise, but you're Jason Glatzer.
Yes, I am. Maybe some of you have seen me around as Wacky Jackson back in the day as well, but, you know, a media guy that's been around for quite a while, doing a lot of reporting, occasionally in the booth, occasionally doing some video work as well. Now running Poker.pro, so it's an honor to be in the booth. Normally I'm behind the scenes coordinating quite a lot these days versus being out in front, and it's been a pleasure, Wise Guy. And you're not even tired of me yet. I don't know how that's happened.
No.
Maybe tomorrow.
I'll tell you the truth about that after we've seen this hand.
Okay.
But of course I'm not. And Christina now, she's been dwindling a bit in her stack, down to 400k after having to fold a few hands. But now he finds an option to go all in. And
what's Paul
I'm
doing?
not sure what Paul is thinking about here. Did he say...
Maybe he accidentally said something where that somebody thought he said something, but obviously with 4 deuce, you know, Paul is folding quite wide in general there.
Maybe he outed his hand or something because he didn't see that Mathieu was in.
Fair enough.
But
yeah, that would maybe be a one-hand penalty or something, but it doesn't really
because it didn't
affect
show, but
anything
maybe he
in this
said, like,
particular
I'm not
case.
playing 4 deuce in this case. But anyhow, Mathieu has folded, so Christina gets to pick up some more chips and maybe start a build back because she was up on 1 million, but now it was down to 400 before this hand. And as you can see in the background, blinds are still 20 and 40,000 with a big blind ante of 40,000 for a few more minutes. And this is the updated chip count after Christina stealing some blinds ante in the race from Mathieu and up to 14 big blinds.
I said it at the beginning of the day, and I'm glad she's still in, and I hope that things go ahead. I'm on Team Christina at the moment, despite there being some Lithuanians, and also on Team Johan, who wants to wear the Poker.pro patch, so I appreciate that. But really, I like so many
So I'm on
other
the team
styles
of everyone
player.
else then.
Yeah, you're on. You get everybody else, but the fact that Matthew has been so kind to bring his audience over to us, I think now he's also a fan favorite of mine as well. And as I mentioned even before I knew that, I appreciated his intensity actually at the table. He's still being quite friendly but intense when the cards are going on, and that's the perfect combination you want to approach. The other perfect one is something like Christina, who's always just hyper-focused and tuning everything out around her.
Yeah, she's really locked in.
All the time. It's not just here. In fact, if she wasn't on this table, on the TV table, you would probably see her wearing her giant headphones as well.
Okay, yeah.
Whatever helps you, you know.
Absolutely. What podcast do you put her on?
Podcast.
If she's using the headphones and listening, or do you
what
think
is
it's
she
music?
listening to? Well, I assume music. I don't know. If I'm listening, it's rare that I put headphones on these days because I like to meet the new players, and it's only if you wind up in a spot where you're actually sad that you entered the tournament because everybody's grumpy, and even though I do play a little bit for money, my fun EV is more important than the profit EV. I'll enter a fun event versus entering something I may feel I'm more profitable in. As an example, I don't mind if it's something like people wearing headphones, but when people are being nasty towards each other for no reason, then it's not my scene. It doesn't happen up in Tallinn, or if it does, at a very, very low frequency, but depending on where you travel in the world, especially if you travel outside of Europe, you can experience that randomly at a higher frequency. But we lost another player, Wise Guy, and unfortunately it was the real Estonian and not the pretend one in G. Gordo and Magnus Puck, another solid player, but that's it for the Estonians. Out in 20th for 6,750 euros, so at least able to ladder up.
Oh, Tal, we've seen you play a
hasn't-
lot of pots.
Yeah,
but
he hasn't played in a while, though.
No. Finds a decent hand. It's under the gun, though, so he decides to let it go.
So it's going to be close. We have 19 players remaining. We need to lose another 3 to end the day before the end of this level, level 28. The blinds are 25-50 after this hand.
And now Ville-Matti Kärinen is all in from the high deck position with ace-8 suited, and we can see that Paul New is thinking about it with the ace-7 to his left, +1, but...
There's almost a 0% chance
Yeah.
that he will call, but you never know.
Waiting for the
It would be more
count.
than half a stack with just ace-7, not Paul's style.
And we have some cheers for Suomi in the chat as well, Finland. And let's see if your boy is getting away with this one. Ville-Matti, no,
Oh,
he's
no.
not actually. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
A clash between Ville-Matti Kärinen and Mathieu Chauffardet.
So Billy Mate needs some help, and pretty much everybody that's watching is rooting against you outside of the person that said Swami. Ace-King is ahead on the 4-6 Queen Rainbow flop.
No
9 of
flush
clubs.
draw, so just down to 3 8s for Ville-Matti.
Oh my God. Wow.
Ouch.
Oh my God.
Sits down and doubles up through Mathieu.
God,
Unfortunately
Emma.
for all the French viewers.
It even got
Mathieu-
Christina out of her chair.
Yeah. She got disgusted and ran away.
Wow,
Oh, that's
wow,
a river
wow,
for
wow.
you, guys. Unfortunate for Mathieu, but he's still in, of course. He will have over 1 million still in chips, but you can see here now he doubled Ville up to 1.3, so he would have been in good shape if that 8 doesn't come. But
that's
still.
poker-wise, guy. And,
Yeah.
You know, if we wanted to play chess, I think we would have a lot less people interested in it. I mean, chess is a popular game, but, you know, the type of viewers that we have, they want to watch poker. I know that most of the chat would have loved to have that hand hold. We do have some Finnish people still watching as well, though, so...
Yep, and 3 fens on this table. One of them now starts racing under the gun in the next hand, ace-5 suited. And Ville-Matti folding an ace with his newfound bigger stack.
And it's how Matthew reacts now. You know, like you lose a big pot, but you still have chips. You know, if you just need to take a deep breath and understand your new situation and not get frustrated about it. And you can see he seems a bit relaxed about it all, so I think everything is fine there. Meanwhile, Tal waking up with ace-jack in the big blind, and we know Tal's randomness, and now he has a hand that is dominating Petri's ace-5 suited. And giving that stare down. I don't know where those sunglasses had that he used to be wearing.
Yeah, they were asked about that in the chat as well, and kind of missing those.
Maybe he's not allowed to wear them anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's no sunglasses this deep on the feature table, but I don't think they make that rule because
No.
lights can be bright, so there's other reasons to be wearing them other than hiding your eyes.
Ah.
Here they come.
Oh, he heard
Woohoo!
us. He heard us.
Thank
chat.
you, Tal.
Here we go. We just needed him to get involved and flop a gut shot. Then they come up. But he's still ahead, of course, with only the ace-jack against Petri, who has the backdoor clubs. And see if he was the aggressor pre-flop against the big blind of Tal. I was expecting him to continue, but he doesn't.
It was a bad flop for him, but the turn made it all better.
Yeah, turning
it
the flush
just hit the
draw.
range of Tal's calling range of that 7, 10, 9. And now if Tal bets, Petri has some options available to him. If he bets big, the options kind of dwindle a little bit, but a small bet, he can call, he can raise. And as I said, it's hard to predict Petri once you get to this stage of a hand, and equally hard to predict Tal. So let's see how they both approach this one. And it does look like a big sizing, 225 into 275. So that's not as straightforward as I think for Petri. I think you still call based on your stack depth, and if it's checked, even if you don't hit the flush, you can potentially still get the pot. but it is bigger than I thought it would be. If it was smaller, it's easy to just call. But Petteri not wanting to give up, it seems. Has some implied odds as well. If we were just going on pot odds, it's not a call, but the implied odds in Petteri's mind makes it a call. And look at that.
The 8 also giving Tal the straight.
Wow, this could
Inside
prove,
straight gets there, but Petteri has the nut flush.
this could prove disastrous for Tal, actually. Especially if he leads out here, which many times he's going to feel he's good. But it does check. That may have saved him. And Petteri is definitely going to be betting. He has the stone cold nuts. How much does he think he can get out of his opponent is what he's thinking now.
Yeah.
How do I make this look like a bluff? Because it's not just the jack he'd be targeting in that case. It's also some other hands that weren't happy with that 8 of club coming. Or that we're happy and are disguising it. So it is a decent sizing there. It looks like $500,000, a little bit less
Some
maybe.
discount, right? 450.
And I feel Tal, you have to call. You know, you can't raise. Petteri is capable of betting 450 without the flush. He may be thinking I'm only calling to a chop as well, because Petteri would be doing it with a bear jack, but he would be doing it as a bluff as well, potentially in some spots. Tal double checking his cards, hoping at least one of them maybe was a club, would help him with the decision making.
Yeah. Yeah, he's right. You have the flush, you win, he says. Something like that, and it is the nut flush for Petteri.